A team of bounty hunters made their way back to Earth. The planet had been totally empty for 2,000 years since humans left. Their current job was to track down a fugitive. A crewmate, Robert, explained that Earth has been a toxic wasteland for centuries. Even so, they were sure their sensors had just picked up a human signal. The blonde girl, Sunja, pointed out that they would all need masks. She said the oxygen levels down on the surface were dangerously low. After touching down on the abandoned planet, they started their search. The captain, Suryong, wondered if they were in the right spot. Her crewmate told her they still had a little ways to go. Suryong pushed forward just a bit more, and she finally located the correct position. It was hidden deep beneath the ground. She channeled energy through her equipment and blasted a massive hole straight into the earth, which revealed a very deep tunnel underneath. Sunja checked the ship's instruments and confirmed that they were positioned right over their target. Not showing any fear, Captain Suryong leaped down into the dark opening. Down there, she found a huge gate covered with a written warning. The captain asked Sunja to figure out what the old writing said. Sunja explained it was an ancient language from 2 millennia ago that gave a pretty clear warning. It said someone was trapped inside and not to open the gate unless you were looking to die a horrible death. Despite the extremely creepy warning, the captain didn't seem bothered by it at all and opened the gate anyway. Once inside, they were all stunned to find a furry creature. The fluffy guy was just sitting on top of a structure. Suryong's curiosity got the best of her, so she walked over to get a better look. Then she poked him right on the end of his nose. The second she touched him, she felt a really strange energy. And just like that, the man woke up from his long nap, and he unleashed a ridiculous amount of energy. The captain tried to control the blast, but she wasn't nearly strong enough. The power exploded outward with so much force that it completely filled the whole cavern and just kept expanding, blasting all the way up to their ship that was still in orbit. The shockwave from the energy release was so strong that it almost blew their ship to pieces. Captain Suryong was sent flying backward from the sheer force of the blast. She had no idea if her partner Robert was even all right. The mysterious man got to his feet and slowly walked toward her. He demanded to know who was foolish enough to have woken him up. But she stayed quiet. The man then announced his plan to kill every single one of them. Totally freaked out, Suryong saw that his arm was starting to rise, so she decided to strike first. She unleashed all her energy to create a huge explosion that lit up the entire underground cave. The effort left her completely drained of all her energy. But, tough luck for her, the man walked out of the smoke without a scratch on him. He told her that it was his turn now. Then he started to float, surrounded by an insane purple aura. Suryong was pretty sure she was about to find out exactly what it feels like to die. Shaking with fear, she fell backward onto the ground, but then she was shocked when the powerful man just collapsed and passed out. Her partner Robert was just fine. Turns out he was only playing dead the whole time. He guessed the guy probably fainted from hunger after going thousands of years without a snack. Over the communications link, Sunja confirmed that the mysterious man was still alive. A little while later, they headed back to the ship, dragging the unconscious mystery man along with them. The rest of the crew thought this was a terrible idea and were strongly against it, but the captain defended her choice to bring him aboard. She argued that a unique being like him had to be worth a ton of money. His value might even be off the charts. They started brainstorming how they could sell him and for how much. They then turned back to his sleeping form, wondering what to do when he finally woke up. Suryong felt pretty good about the super strong silk thread they had used to tie him up. All of a sudden, they heard a weird noise. The man was waking up and immediately tried to attack them. But Sunja simply held out some food for him, and she told him that eating sausages was a way better idea than fighting. Filled with a joy he hadn't experienced in centuries, the ancient man started to eat. While they watched the starving guy eat, Suryong asked Sunja how she knew that would actually work. Sunja replied that it was pretty obvious that a starving creature who hadn't eaten in ages would never turn down a free meal. After he was full, the man finally introduced himself as Lee Mokjin. He found out they weren't grave robbers but bounty hunters. Having been alone for 2,000 years, he was just now learning that humanity had nearly wiped itself out from infighting. The survivors decided to ditch the planet entirely and go live out in space. Suryong explained that once everyone moved to space, all kinds of violence and fighting were completely outlawed. That included all weapons, even nukes, and they even banned practicing martial arts. She also mentioned that everyone now uses a galactic calendar system. The ancient warrior became enraged. He refused to believe it was possible for humanity to survive in space and threatened to kill the whole crew. In reply, the crew just silently pointed toward the main viewport of the ship. From that window, he could clearly see what had become of the Earth. It definitely wasn't the beautiful, vibrant blue planet it used to be. Suryong commented that, in her opinion, the planet actually looked a lot better now. She figured it had 2,000 years to recover from all the damage humanity had caused. Then she casually added that he smelled absolutely terrible, which, to be fair, is what happens when you don't shower for a couple thousand years. So they showed him the way to the ship's bathroom and shower. When the ancient warrior finally came out, all cleaned up with a fresh haircut, the crew couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was no monster or wrinkly old man. He was actually an unbelievably handsome young man. The captain was floored, realizing it had been a long time since she had seen a guy that good looking. Later, as Lee Mokjin was just admiring the amazing view of space, he suddenly felt a sharp pinch on his cheek. It was Seryong. She said she just wanted to confirm if the guy in front of her was really 2,000 years old. She also cheekily told him that his nap time didn't count toward his age. While the captain was grilling the new guy, Robert and Sunja watched, thinking about just how weird this whole situation had become. Their ship soon approached a building carved into an asteroid within the Pleiades star cluster. This place was a space tavern on an asteroid, a popular spot for space dwellers to unwind. Inside, an inn called the Wild Crane was bustling with people eating and drinking. At their table, Sunja stared in absolute horror at a shocking sight. The new guy, Lee, just looked back at her, wondering what her problem was. The crazy sight was Lee stuffing 6 hot dogs in his mouth at once, with a mountain of them still waiting on his plate. Robert whispered to Sunja, asking how anyone could eat that much. She reminded him the guy had been starving for 2 millennia. Robert got even more worried, asking if Lee planned to eat 2,000 years worth of food right now. Sunja figured, from the looks of it, that was probably the plan. After clearing his plates, Lee stared at the crew, probably waiting for them to order more food. Meanwhile, the inn's keeper, Wang the 18th, was speaking with Seryong. He was quite interested in what she was proposing, and asked her to confirm that she needed a broker. Seryong confirmed it, and said she needed someone rich and tough, because the item she was selling was incredibly valuable. Wang joked about how valuable the item must be to get the normally chill, Blazing Devils crew so worked up. She asked him to imagine the value of a complete set of 2,000-year-old original shrunken martial arts manuscripts. Her question immediately got Wang's full attention. He stopped smoking his cigarette and listened very closely to what she was saying. He took another puff of smoke, thinking over her question. A bit later, after the captain had left, Wang was sitting by himself. One of his guards asked if her story could possibly be real, adding that 2,000-year-old originals should be worth a fortune. The innkeeper just kept smoking, and told his guard the manuscripts were completely worthless. The guard had to double-check since he was sure books like that would sell for an unbelievable price. Wang repeated that they were worth nothing. He explained that if they were real, just a single one could buy an entire planet. He figured there was no way a mid-level bounty hunter crew could find something that valuable, so they had to be fakes. He told his guard to stop dreaming and throw them out. Seryong returned to her crew's table and asked where Sunja had gone. Robert explained she was getting supplies and asked how her meeting with the innkeeper went. Seryong's face lit up as she said the talk went great. She told him Wang promised to contact them as soon as he found a buyer, but then her attention was caught by the sight of Lee lounging on a bench, surrounded by a dozen empty plates. It looked like he had eaten everything. The captain asked Robert in disbelief if he really ate all that food, hoping she was seeing things. Robert replied that they were just lucky he had finally stopped eating. The captain put her head in her hands, saying she would have handled this differently if there wasn't so much money involved. Right then, the doors to the tavern slammed open. The loud noise made everyone in the tavern turn to see who had just arrived. A group of men who looked like serious trouble walked in. Seryong immediately became alert, because it looked like she recognized these guys. She identified the serious-looking men as members of the Heavenly Demon Sect, thinking it was a weird name for a group. The squad's leader started scanning the room, as if he was looking for a specific person. He used a high-tech lens to check the profiles of everyone sitting in the tavern. Seryong confirmed that the man scanning the room was indeed Sanchen Wuyu, the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect's Red Wolf Squad. Robert agreed and added that the Red Wolf unit were the sect's inspectors. He asked why they were here, and the captain figured they must be tracking someone. She warned him not to make eye contact so they wouldn't get annoyed. Lee overheard them and asked if they had just said Demon Sect. Seryong turned to him, curious about his interest. The ancient warrior, still with food on his face, asked if they meant the Heavenly Demon Sect, a name he seemed to recognize. The captain asked how he could possibly know about them after being asleep for ages. Then it clicked. The sect must have been around back in his day too. Lee looked at her, confused, asking why nobody was running away in terror. He said that if these guys were really from the Demon Sect, everyone should be panicking. Seryong asked why anyone would flee. She explained that while the sect had its problems, they were known as the most respected and faithful group in the universe. The ancient warrior was stunned. He couldn't understand how demon sect and orthodox could possibly be used to describe the same group. He suddenly realized that a dream he once had, which had always felt impossible, might have actually come true. Meanwhile, the squad leader noticed someone suspicious in the crowd and paused to get a better look. A nearby couple looked over, confused, but he wasn't interested in them. His focus was on another guy sitting alone with his head down. Sun Chen Wuyu walked over to the man and ordered him to lift his head. When the man looked up, the scanner identified him as a wanted criminal, listing his energy levels and known martial arts. The squad leader told the criminal it was his lucky day, because they weren't there for him. He told the man to go turn himself in to the authorities immediately, or else he'd regret it. The squad leader cut himself off mid-sentence, his eyes widening as he felt something strange. Someone had just placed a hand on his head. He stared blankly, wondering who had the nerve to not only approach him but to touch him. It was Li, who began to pat the squad leader's head like a pet. The ancient warrior commented on how admirable he looked, telling him that his long-held dream had finally been achieved. Everyone else in the tavern froze, staring because they had never seen anyone be so bold with a member of the demon sect. A group of guys playing cards stopped their game, knowing that this situation could only end in trouble. The ancient master told them they had fulfilled his dream, calling them young ones. He praised the heavenly demon sect, saying what they'd accomplished was amazing. He then pulled the squad leader's head into a hug, comforting him for all the struggles his people must have gone through. Even the wanted criminal was left completely speechless. Li just stared at him, trying to figure out what was going on, as he kept hugging the man's head. The squad leader didn't move and asked if Li had some kind of mental problem. Robert tried to smooth things over, explaining that their friend wasn't unstable, he just had absolutely zero social skills. The squad leader called the master a child and tried to pull his hands off, telling him that if he had any real power, he would have already been destroyed. He tried to pry Li's hands away but realized it was way harder than he expected, and he started to struggle. He was shocked that he couldn't break the man's grip, no matter how much power he used. Robert wondered why the Red Wolf leader was struggling so much and asked the captain if something was wrong, but she had no idea. The squad leader tried even harder to get the man's hand off, using his martial arts techniques, but it was useless, and he started cursing. He decided to finally use his internal energy, activating a technique called the Blood Wolf Art at its maximum power. His eyes turned completely white as he entered a powerful new state. He unleashed a massive burst of energy that finally pushed Li back, and he yelled at him to stop fooling around. The energy blast was so powerful it blew through the entire inn, sending tables flying everywhere. Everyone watching stared in horror, knowing a serious fight was about to break out. More people kept their eyes on him, waiting to see what would happen next. A few of his own squad members watched from the back, their mouths wide open in shock. The ancient warrior calmly walked back to his friends, putting some distance between himself and the enraged squad leader who looked ready to tear the place down. The squad leader started to calm down when he saw his opponent was completely unharmed, and he noticed how much damage he had just caused. Suryong told Robert that the Red Wolf leader must be having an off day, which would explain his earlier struggle. Meanwhile, Li just stood there, staring blankly at his opponent. The squad leader began scanning Li and demanded to know who he was. He couldn't understand how he was totally fine after that huge energy blast, which should have killed him instantly. Making matters even weirder, the scan showed no data for the man's internal energy or martial arts. He wasn't in any database. The squad leader wondered how someone with zero internal energy could even be alive. As he was thinking, Li interrupted and told him the Blood Wolf art he just used was a pretty basic technique from the Heavenly Demon School, but, he added, it was impressive they had managed to preserve it. He pointed out to the squad leader that his energy was out of balance because his training methods were flawed. Li then tried to cheer him up by saying it was his lucky day, because he was going to personally fix his technique for him, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This just made the squad leader angrier, and he called Li a lunatic. He unleashed a stream of liquid fire, trying to kill the master right there. He formed a fiery hand, calling it the first form of the Red Wolf Demon Claws. He lunged at Li with the flaming claw, but the master simply dodged it by leaning back without even moving his feet. The fire blast tore through the inn, causing people to panic. The squad leader kept attacking, using a Red Wolf explosion, but Li dodged that too, his hands casually in his pockets. The squad leader was getting seriously frustrated and started using multiple powers at once. He unleashed a tremor wave and a ghost claw simultaneously, but the master dodged it all like it was nothing. The veins on the squad leader's head started to pop as he used every bit of his strength and skill to try and land a hit. He even turned one of his hands into a demonic claw and surrounded himself with a vortex of demonic fire, completely focused on killing him. Meanwhile, Li just kept watching the show. He noted that the man's energy and form were precise, and he analyzed every move as the angry warrior tried to kill him. He finally decided that there was a fundamental flaw in his opponent's style. The squad leader went all out, his eyes turning red as he unleashed every attack he had. Lee finally got annoyed and slammed his hand down on the man's head, telling him that was enough. The impact squashed the squad leader's head like it was a marshmallow, appearing to crush his skull. The force of the blow slammed the man through the floor. Lee then told him his martial arts were crude. A huge crater formed where the squad leader's head hit the ground, cracking the stone floor like a meteor had struck it. The rest of the squad stared in shock at the sight of their leader face down in the rubble, completely horrified. The tavern patrons were even more stunned, staring with wide eyes at the completely unexpected outcome. Seryong and Robert were just as shocked, since they had never seen members of the legendary Heavenly Demon sect get so thoroughly beaten. The squad leader just lay there, his head still buried in the crater he had made in the floor. Lee stood over him, hands in his pockets, and told him he had only copied the moves like a parrot. He explained that real martial arts is about making the skills your own, not just imitating them. After giving his lesson, he told the defeated man to get up and try again, now that he understood. The squad leader, probably needing a doctor, didn't move, so the master angrily yelled at him to get up. The other members of the Red Wolf Squad just stared, speechless, wondering what on earth had just happened. They finally snapped out of it and angrily asked who he thought he was to attack their leader. They called him a brat and charged at him, ready to kill. They all leaped at him with their weapons and skills ready, but Lee just stood there calmly with his hands in his pockets. A little later, the scene shifted to the 32nd District headquarters of the Heavenly Demon sect. All the sect members from the tavern were shown injured, each with a handprint-shaped dent in their skulls. The district commander watched the situation unfold on a screen, completely in disbelief. A medical robot was scanning the unconscious squad leader, who was bleeding from his nose and mouth and had lost a few teeth. The entire squad was being carried out on stretchers, while other sect members secured the area to keep bystanders away. The commander, Jong Ritak, kept watching the mess and muttered that the whole thing was unbelievable. A senior elder named Joe Chunrak reported that, luckily, the men only had severe bruises, and their lives weren't in danger. The commander wondered what was so lucky about it, since all he saw were men beaten so badly they would probably need surgery. He said the worst part was that they got defeated by a total stranger. He looked at a picture of Lee, who appeared harmless, having no idea he held 2,000 years of power. The commander asked the elder again if the Red Wolf Squad was really taken down by just one stranger. He asked if this stranger was really not in the Martial Alliance database. The elder confirmed he wasn't, but his friends were. The elder explained that they were a bounty hunter crew known as the Blazing Devils, who usually dealt with low-level criminals. He informed the commander their leader was Seryong, the Blazing Devil. Meanwhile, back on the bounty hunter's ship, the ancient warrior sat patiently at a table, wearing a napkin and holding a knife and fork, clearly expecting to be fed. He sat across from Seryong and Robert, who just stared at him, unsure what to say. Commander Jong Ritak asked for more information on Seryong. The elder explained she was a well-known bounty hunter who operated in both legal and illegal circles, and that they could be tracked. He then asked the commander if a pursuit team should be sent after them. The commander told him not to bother, saying that he would handle this situation himself. The elder just looked at him, confused, wondering what he meant by that. He bowed and left the commander alone to figure out his next move. The commander hit a button on his console and decided to call an ally for help. After he pressed the button, the system began to connect a call on the main screen. The commander waited patiently for the person on the other end to pick up. Soon, a man dressed like a priest appeared on the screen, smiling. He was Kim Sungbaum, the leader of the Greenwood Group. Kim said it had been a while and greeted the commander, asking if he needed a favor. Jong Ritak frowned and didn't answer for a moment. Meanwhile, Seryong was staring out her ship's window, trying to clear her head. Back in the Demon Sect district, the commander had explained the situation to Kim, who then asked if he wanted the Greenwood Group to take care of it. Elsewhere in space, the bounty hunter's ship flew through space. Inside, Lee was getting impatient, waiting for the food he was promised. Seryong and Robert just watched him in silence. They kept watching him wait for Sunja to finish cooking the hot dogs, still not saying anything. Robert leaned over to the captain and quietly asked if she was as terrified as he was right now. Seryong gave him an annoyed look and asked him what he was talking about. He reminded her she saw what happened, pointing out that Sanchen Wuyu and his squad were all supposed to be A-rank martial artists. Yet Lee had taken them all down with what looked like a simple slap. From what he saw, a single hit sent the entire squad flying, with teeth scattering everywhere. Robert remembered them being swatted away like bugs. The captain just looked at him silently, before claiming she probably could have beaten them too if she was serious, since they were low-tier A-rankers. Robert admitted that, even if he risked his life, he probably could have only scratched them a little. He reminded her that the ancient master brushed them off like they were nothing, without even trying. Tired of his worrying, Seryong walked over to Lee. She slammed her hands on the table. He just gave her a blank look, as if wondering what her problem was. She told him quietly that they needed to talk, but he just kept staring, without saying a word. Finally, he broke the silence and told her that he needed to eat first, and then they could talk. Seryong sat down with her arms crossed and insisted that they talk before he ate. She spoke to him bluntly and demanded to know his name. Robert jumped in and suggested she should probably be a bit more respectful, but she just asked Lee if he was deaf and demanded his name again. Just then, Sunja arrived with a huge platter of freshly cooked hot dogs, which immediately got Lee's attention. The captain told him not to even think about touching the food until they were done talking, and he told her his name. He just shot her a glare, but remained completely silent. Robert tried to calm the situation, whispering to the captain that it's never a good idea to mess with someone when they're about to eat. He suggested letting him eat first, but she wasn't having it. He finally told them his name was Lee Mokjin. Seryong then asked him about who he was and his past profession, trying to understand his incredible power. He just stared at her blankly and said nothing. Still holding his fork and knife, she kept staring, waiting for an answer. It turned into an intense staring contest. He finally spoke again, telling her that he was a heavenly demon, and not just any heavenly demon he specified, but a supreme heavenly demon. Seryong repeated his words, wondering if he really just claimed to be a supreme heavenly demon. She thought he was talking nonsense, and wondered if the hot dogs had gone bad and were making him hallucinate. Just then, the ship's alarm started blaring, and warning lights began to flash everywhere. The whole crew was on alert, trying to figure out what was going on as another ship announced it had found its target. Sunja rushed to the controls and reported that a nearby ship was targeting them. Seryong got up to check, saying she knew the Heavenly Demon sect wouldn't let them go after Lee beat up their squad. She realized they were in deep trouble. Sunja kept an eye on the scanner and told her it wasn't the Heavenly Demon sect. A massive ship with a giant skull painted on it came into view, and Sunja identified the attackers as the Greenwood group. Outside, a whole fleet of Greenwood ships had completely surrounded their vessel. From the command ship, Kim was informed that they had confirmed the target and were ready to deal with them as per their contract. Kim, also known as the Black Tiger and leader of Greenwood's Galaxy Division, just watched the scene unfold silently. The military captain asked Kim if they should proceed with firing the EMP round to capture the ship. The Greenwood leader asked his captain if they were sure their targets were just bounty hunters. The captain confirmed they were, and that they were a small-time crew operating on the edge of the galaxy, led by someone named Seryong. The Black Tiger thought to himself, wondering why the powerful Heavenly Demon sect would care about such a minor crew. Something felt off. He remembered his conversation with Jung Ritak, who had hired him for this job. He recalled happily taking the job and asking the commander what the conditions were for completing the mission. But the commander's orders were strange. He didn't want them captured. He wanted them completely wiped out. Kim was shocked and had to clarify if the commander actually wanted him to kill all of them. The Black Tiger felt that the whole situation was very strange and suspected there was more going on than he was told. He knew the Heavenly Demon sect were much better killers than his group, so he figured there had to be a specific reason they outsourced this job. His captain listened to his boss's thoughts and was just as surprised by the strange circumstances. Kim paused, thinking about his next move. He was convinced this had to be some kind of trap. Inside her ship, Seryong looked out the window at the massive fleet that had them surrounded. She figured they were just pirates here to rob them, but Robert told her he didn't think so. He explained that it made no sense for them to bring a whole fleet just to rob a dirt-poor crew like theirs. Seryong flinched at being called dirt-poor and told him she understood, but he didn't have to put it so bluntly. She said it didn't matter and called the Greenwood group a bunch of jerks, threatening to beat them up if they got in her way. Robert just stared at her big talk, while Lee was just admiring how cool all the enemy ships looked. Sunja finally broke in with a reality check, explaining this wasn't just some random pirates. It was an entire military division from the powerful Greenwood group, sent just for them. The captain was shocked to hear a whole division was after them, and asked if that meant their leader, Kim, was here as well. Meanwhile, Lee continued to watch the enemy ships, commenting on how awesome their scanning effects looked. Seryong thought about the Black Tiger, Kim Sungbom, and admitted that even she couldn't beat him easily. Robert shot back that she couldn't beat him at all. She'd be dead in 3 moves. The captain got annoyed and argued it wasn't that hopeless. She could probably do something if she really tried. Robert cut her off and told her to forget it, saying they should just surrender since they had nothing to lose anyway. The captain just frowned, annoyed that he had crushed her confidence. She quickly took charge and gave her orders. She explained her plan was to let them hit the ship with an EMP to disable it, and then she would allow them to board. Finally, she said, they would let them search the ship and would even donate some items to them if they wanted. Robert asked how that was any different from just surrendering, but she yelled at him to just follow her orders. She went over to Lee, who was still admiring the view, and told him not to worry when the EMP hit because it would just shake the ship a bit. The captain explained that EMPs weren't destructive because weapons were illegal under space law. She gloated a bit, thinking Lee didn't get it. She told him not to get involved, as they would leave after taking what they wanted. She warned that all bets were off if a fight broke out. Seryong asked Sunja if the enemy was locked on and told her to get ready for the EMP impact. Sunja suddenly yelled out that it wasn't an EMP round, but a photon cannon, as the ship's danger alarms went off. This completely shocked the captain, who spun around in disbelief. Sunja confirmed they were firing a weapon meant to destroy ships, which meant they were trying to kill them all. Seryong went on high alert, shouting that this was crazy. On the Greenwood ship, the captain warned Kim that firing the cannon was against space regulations and could get them in serious trouble. He suggested it would be smarter to capture them first and then get rid of them quietly. But the division leader said no, explaining he had a bad feeling about this. He ordered them to just blow the ship up and deal with the mess later, since they could just blame their client, the Heavenly Demon sect. The Greenwood leader gave the order to fire the cannons as soon as they were ready. Inside the ship, the tension was rising. The captain asked Sunja if they could warp away, but she said it was impossible because they were boxed in. Seryong asked about the shields, but Sunja reminded her they wouldn't work because they had sold off some of the parts to pay their bills. A horrified look spread across the captain's face as she realized she had no idea what to do. Her clever plan was useless now, and they were about to be vaporized. On the enemy ship, the captain informed his leader that the photon cannon was fully charged. The Black Tiger gave the final order to fire the weapon. The cannon fired straight at the bounty hunters, who were now just waiting to be erased from existence. Seryong and Sunja could only watch as their end came for them. Robert let out a terrified scream, and Lee just watched the whole thing, still looking completely clueless about the danger. A massive explosion erupted as the photon cannon hit its target, and it looked like this was the end for the bounty hunters. Kim watched from his command ship as the fiery explosion tore through space. The blast was so bright that the light completely flooded his ship's bridge. But then, his eyes shot wide open when he noticed something very strange. When the fire from the blast finally cleared, the bounty hunter's ship was still there, completely undamaged. The ship was perfectly fine despite the deadly blast, and it seemed like the attack had missed completely. A much larger, round ship had appeared in front of them and seemed to have taken the full force of the cannon. This new ship had moved in front of the bounty hunters just in time, completely shielding them from the attack. A woman dressed in shining white armor and holding a white spear was standing on top of the new ship. Seryong, who had been clinging to Sunja for dear life, asked what was going on. A look of pure horror spread across Kim's face as he recognized the woman. It was the 8-foot fighting ghost, Elena. She just stood there with her spear staring down the entire Greenwood fleet. Inside the bounty hunter's ship, Lee stared out the window, shocked by the sudden turn of events. Robert and Seryong were pressed against the glass, wondering how they were still alive. The mysterious warrior kept her back to them and faced the enemy fleet, ready to block another attack. It was just one woman and her ship against a dozen others, but nobody seemed to be making a move against her. The Greenwood leader was tense, wondering why on earth Elena would show up here of all places. She just stared him down, waiting for him to make the next move. The Greenwood captain reported to his boss that Elena was using an incredibly powerful shield, but they could break it if they fired the cannon at maximum power. He asked if they should recharge. Kim told him it wasn't worth starting a war over a minor job. He knew their new opponent wasn't someone to mess with, so he ordered them to prepare a teleporter so he could go talk to her. As they prepped the device, he kept wondering why this monster had decided to show up now. Back on the other ship, Robert explained to the crew that Elena was a legendary S-class bounty hunter who was so dangerous that even sect leaders stayed away from her. He had no idea why she was here, and Seryong agreed, adding that, for whatever reason, she had just saved their lives. She pointed out that if the warrior hadn't blocked that shot, they would all be space dust right now. A moment later, Kim teleported onto Elena's ship, hoping to have a calm chat with her. He greeted her as Sister Elena and mentioned that it had been a while since they last saw each other. But she just gave him a blank stare and said nothing, probably trying to remember who he was. Kim asked if she had forgotten him, reminding her that he was her 55th younger brother and that he had seen her at their mother's birthday party. She just told him to get lost. Her cold dismissal stung the Greenwood leader, who was just trying to be polite, but he kept his cool. He then formally introduced himself by his title, not as her brother, to make it clear this was official business. He warned her that insulting him was the same as insulting the entire Greenwood group, and he couldn't let that slide. Elena just kept staring at him and activated her martial arts, clearly getting ready to fight. Watching from the other ship, Robert pointed out that it looked like a fight was about to start. Sirion commented that it wouldn't be an easy fight, even for Greenwood, because Elena was no pushover. She added that as tough as Elena was, things could get much worse if her mother lioness showed up. Robert kept his eyes on the warrior and asked the captain what she meant by mother lioness. When Kim realized things were about to get violent, he joked that Elena hadn't changed, always preferring to talk with her fists. He put his hands up in surrender, trying to de-escalate the situation. He told her to calm down because he didn't want to fight, but she remained in her fighting stance. He thought to himself that a fight here would be a huge waste of resources for such a lousy mission. He suggested they handle things peacefully and asked her to explain why she had gotten involved. He asked Elena if the bounty hunters were her target, saying his crew would back off if she had a claim on them. She just turned and walked toward the bounty hunters' ship, telling him one last time to get lost. The Black Tiger frowned, realizing it was useless to reason with her. He still couldn't figure out why she would bother with such a minor issue. Meanwhile, the bounty hunters were still glued to their window, eagerly watching the drama unfold. Elena approached their ship and patched into their comms system. She told them to hand over what they were hiding, or die. Her voice boomed through the ship's speakers for everyone inside to hear. Sirion was confused, wondering what was happening now. Robert started to panic, wondering why this legendary warrior also wanted to rob them since they didn't have anything of value. He asked the captain if she had hidden something valuable on the ship, then answered his own question in a panic. He insisted there was nothing on board that would interest an S-rank hunter. Just then, Lee's eyes widened as if he had realized something. Robert and Sirion both immediately looked at Lee, realizing he was the only valuable thing they had on the ship. Lee just kept calmly watching everything from the window. Sirion asked if he knew Elena, wondering if maybe they had some kind of romantic past that ended badly. Lee told her that Elena wasn't there for him. The captain was confused and asked what he meant. He turned and told them that the warrior was probably there for the child hiding behind them. They all spun around but saw no one, which only confused them more. The captain asked what he was talking about since nobody was there. The ancient warrior told the invisible child to show herself, promising there was nothing to be afraid of. For a moment, nothing happened, and the spot remained empty. Then, a young girl started to appear out of thin air, her head fading into view first. The bounty hunters were shocked as they turned to get a good look at her. A moment later, she was fully visible on the ship. Sirion was stunned to see this random girl, and Robert was totally freaking out. The girl just stared at them silently. The captain became alert and grabbed Lee, demanding to know what was going on and where the girl came from. He explained that she had been following them since the inn. He had sensed her presence but couldn't see her, so he had just ignored it. He commented that she was very skilled at hiding her presence, and was impressed with how much stealth techniques had improved over the years. The girl just stood there silently. Sunja corrected him, explaining that the girl wasn't using a technique. She was wearing a high-tech stealth ring that made her invisible. Sunja added that the ring was based on quantum technology and was incredibly expensive. The captain said she didn't care how expensive it was. She walked up to the girl and demanded to know who she was and what she wanted. Sirion loomed over the girl and asked why she had snuck onto their ship. The girl looked terrified and said her name was Yonghwarin. The captain cut her off, saying she didn't ask for her name. She demanded to know if the people outside were after her and if she was their target. Yonghwarin, nearly in tears, said that they were probably there for her. Outside, Elena stood, waiting for their answer. The young girl told them that as long as she was alive, her pursuers would never stop. Robert suddenly went crazy when he heard the girl's name was Hwarin, which completely surprised the captain. Still shocked, she asked him if he actually knew the girl. He started acting like a total fangirl, saying of course he recognized her, because she was the main singer of the band, the Tennessean. Sirion looked at him blankly and asked who that was, since she had never heard of them. Apparently, the band wasn't as famous as Robert believed. He insisted they were the top new idol group in the galaxy, and tried to remind her of a weird-sounding song. He explained Hwarin was the main singer and reminded the captain that he played her music all the time and she even danced to it. He quickly looked her up to be sure and confirmed she was his idol, commenting that she was even prettier in person. Seriously, there should be laws against being this much of a creep. He pulled up her picture and noted she was from Mount Hua, the same place he was from. He then creepily listed off her personal stats, like her height, weight, and blood type. Elena was getting tired of waiting and sent a message over the comms, giving them a final 10-minute warning to hand over their guest. She repeated that they could either give her up or she would kill them all. Her voice snapped everyone back to reality. Robert, looking like he was about to cry, asked his idol why so many people were after her, devastated that they might have to give her up. Seryong remained silent, knowing they had to make a very tough choice. She finally told Robert that it didn't matter, because they had no choice but to hand the girl over. The captain told the girl frankly that she was an uninvited guest who had nothing to do with them. The captain reluctantly told her she had to leave so she wouldn't cause them any more problems. Robert was outraged by the captain's decision, clearly against the idea of handing her over. Seryong turned her back on him and said that, as captain, her decision was final. Yang Quarin just stared, knowing she was about to be handed over. As they put her in the release chute, Robert told the captain he still felt it was wrong, especially since she was his favorite singer. Seryong argued that they couldn't protect her. They were no match for Greenwood, let alone the legendary warrior Elena. She told him that even if they tried to fight, the girl's fate would be the same, but they would all end up dead. With a heavy heart, the captain firmly pressed the red button to open the outer door. She admitted to Robert that the decision hurt her too, but there was nothing else she could do. The young girl stood there, waiting for her fate, as the system announced that the door was now opening. Young Hwarin just stood there, preparing herself for whatever was about to happen. Then, completely out of nowhere, a hand rested on her shoulder. She looked over and was shocked to see Lee standing beside her, wearing his usual bizarre expression. He looked down at her and reminded her that he had told her not to worry. She just stared at him, stunned. She couldn't believe he had followed her out there to face a monster. Seryong saw them through the window and absolutely lost it, wondering how he had gotten in there. Robert was just as surprised to see him there. The captain frantically tried to close the gate, thinking about how insane Lee was. Robert told her to wait and see what happened, reminding her that Lee was incredibly strong and might actually be able to win. Seryong asked if he was nuts, reminding him that Lee didn't have a space shield and couldn't breathe out there. As the door opened, Lee followed the girl out, looking like he was about to die from space exposure before the fight even started. The captain yelled at Sunja to close the gate immediately. Sunja looked surprised and told her that it was already too late to close it. The captain was shocked to hear it was too late and rushed to the window to see. Through the window, she saw that Lee and Yang Hwarin were now both outside the ship, floating in open space. A horrified look spread across her face as she thought about what an absolute lunatic Lee was. She still couldn't believe he had actually gone out there. Outside, Lee and the young girl floated toward Elena's ship. The girl held on tightly, getting ready for what was next. When they arrived at the other ship, Lee still had a hand on her shoulder. She looked back at him and thanked him for coming with her, warning him that their enemy was an incredibly strong martial artist. But when she turned back, she was shocked to see his eyes were bloodshot, and he had a blank look, a clear sign that he couldn't breathe. He started choking, trying to hold on to his last bit of air, and Yang Hwarin just stared at him. She became worried and asked what was wrong, begging him not to tell her that he came out without a shield. Lee started coughing and flailing his arms, trying to get back to the ship, but it was no use. The girl watched in disbelief, realizing he really didn't have a shield and that her protector was about to die. Lee kept struggling to get back to safety, but it wasn't working, and Yang Hwarin stood by, not knowing how to help. From her ship, Elena and Kim watched the bizarre scene in total shock. They couldn't figure out what was happening. Someone yelled at Lee that the intense pressure of space would kill him in seconds, asking why he would ever go out without a shield. It was painfully obvious the ancient warrior had no clue how space worked. He kept choking, his face turning purple as he waved his arms around desperately. His face became extremely swollen and purple as he choked. His eyes turned red and looked like they were about to pop out. His eyes started to close, and it seemed he had finally passed out from lack of oxygen. Suddenly, the person who had been yelling at him appeared and placed her hands on his purple face. It was Seryong, who had come out of the ship to try and save him. She quickly put a nano shield on his face and activated it so he could breathe. When he didn't react, she started screaming at him to wake up and breathe. When he still didn't respond, she got scared and begged him to do something. Just then, Lee's eyes opened, and he stared right at her. She let go of him, sighing in relief that he was okay. She told him she thought he was dead and jokingly called him a bastard. He told her she had worried for nothing, since he was the supreme being and nothing could kill him. The captain just stared at him, shocked, since that wasn't the thank you she was expecting. Lee looked over at Elena's ship and saw that Yang Hwarin, the girl he was trying to protect, was now walking toward the enemy. He asked Seryong how he could get over there. Back on the ship, Robert breathed a sigh of relief seeing that Lee was alive and that the captain had gotten to him in time. Sunja bluntly told him that the captain was actually very late, pointing out that even a master couldn't survive in space for a minute without a shield. She explained that Lee had somehow survived for over 6 minutes, and the craziest part was that his organs were completely fine. As Seryong helped Lee get to the other ship, Yang Hwarin was surprised to see him there. Sunja told Robert that Lee was far beyond any known human limit. On the enemy's ship, Elena waited for the girl and her protectors to approach. Kim was still standing behind his sister, even though she had told him to leave. Lee stood before them, with the young girl behind him and the captain a little farther back. The S-rank warrior just stared at them without a word. Seryong watched her enemy's every move. She could feel that the legendary warrior's aura was incredibly powerful and matched her reputation as a fighting fanatic. She also saw Kim standing behind Elena and realized things were even worse now that the Greenwood leader was also present. She told Lee to stay put and not cause any trouble, then walked toward Elena, telling him she would handle this. She forced the biggest smile she could and waved, asking Elena if she was doing well. It was incredibly awkward. She kept talking, saying she had heard so much about her and that it was an honor to meet her in person. She introduced herself as Seryong, leader of the Blazing Devils. The warrior just stared at her blankly. It was obvious she had absolutely no idea who she was. The Greenwood leader also remained completely silent. Meanwhile, young Hwaran nervously grabbed onto Lee's hand. He noticed her touch and looked over his shoulder at her. The girl was clearly terrified and looked like she was holding her breath. He told her not to be nervous, reminding her that he was there with her now. Young Hwaran whispered that Elena wasn't human, terrified of what the warrior might do to her. She explained that Elena was a fighting legend who had traveled the universe since she was a kid, just to find strong opponents. No one had ever survived a fight with her, and she had even built her spaceship just to serve as a mobile fighting arena. The ancient warrior was impressed by this and called Elena a remarkable child. He commented that it was rare to see someone so young be so dedicated to martial arts. Young Hwaran told him he was missing the point, trying to explain that Elena was extremely dangerous. Seryong was still trying to talk things out peacefully when Elena suddenly unleashed a deadly energy wave at her, saying that she preferred to talk with her sword. The blast was so powerful it shot past the captain's position and blew up the far end of the ship. The legendary warrior had clearly just tried to get Seryong out of the way, since she had no time for small talk. Her eyes glowed bright blue as she waited for the smoke to clear, so she could find the captain's dead body. She held her position, waiting for the smoke to clear. The blast had been meant to kill anyone in its path. Suddenly the captain landed back on her feet. It seemed she had been fast enough to dodge the deadly blast. Seryong demanded to know what she was doing, pointing out that she had just offered to talk. She asked why she was attacking for no reason. Kim watched from the side, thinking to himself that the captain wasn't half bad, since that attack, while not full power, was still not easy to dodge. Seryong glared at her, waiting for an answer. Elena asked for her name again and told her it would have been better for her if she hadn't dodged. The legendary warrior then began to transform, activating her martial arts power. Kim figured the captain should have known that provoking her opponent would only make things worse, meaning she was in for a more painful death. Suddenly, a hiccup sound came from the smoke still lingering behind them, which surprised the captain. The hiccups continued, and Kim peered into the smoke to see where the noise was coming from. It was young Hwaran, who was having trouble with the smoke. Lee was patting her on the back to help her. He told her she was getting worked up over nothing and said that Elena's attacks were like childish games. The Greenwood leader was stunned by what he was seeing and couldn't understand how it was possible. Lee kept patting the girl's back, telling her the attack looked impressive, but was just a noisy firecracker, and that she shouldn't be scared by an empty threat. Kim realized Lee must have been right in the path of the blast and wondered how he was completely fine. As Elena powered up, Lee just helped young Hwaran with her breathing, totally ignoring the fight. Elena stared at them and kept powering up, reaching a new level as pink lightning sparked around her. The ancient warrior still ignored her and focused on helping the girl with her hiccups. The legendary warrior was just confused now, staring at him blankly, wondering why he was ignoring her. Once the girl had calmed down, Lee stepped forward and addressed Elena as quote. Seryong got mad that he was interfering and reminded him she had told him to stay out of it. Lee ignored her and asked Elena why she was there. He told her that if she had a problem with the girl, she had to go through him first. Kim tried to scan Lee but found no data on him at all, not even an internal energy reading. As he was trying to figure it out, Lee told Elena that the girl was under his protection. The Black Tiger was shocked that the man had no identification or energy signature and wondered if he was some unknown being from the Outer Rim. Lee then told Elena that if she had no business with him, she should leave, and he casually waved her away. As he was speaking, a bright flash of light appeared as Elena gave her response. A light as bright as a star suddenly appeared on their ship's sensors. The brilliant light caught the attention of Seryong, Kim, and young Hwaran. The light seemed to summon a bolt of blue lightning down onto the ship in a huge display of power. It turned out Lee had just used his bare hand to stop Elena's glowing spear, which she had used to launch the flashy attack. He had stopped the powerful spear with his hand, and it didn't seem to hurt him at all. Elena was still holding the spear, having clearly launched a direct attack in response to being dismissed. Li had stopped her powerful attack with one hand, while his other hand was still in his pocket. He seemed surprised and asked her if she really wanted to fight him. Kim couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't understand how someone could block the legendary warrior's attack with just one hand, especially someone with no internal energy. Li then started analyzing her fighting style, as he always did. He commented that it was strange she was using a sword technique with a staff and channeling a different sect's energy art. He stared at her blankly and asked how someone so young could have already mastered so much internal energy. He wondered if she had gotten lucky somehow. For context, these energy cycles are like measuring power in 60-year increments. As he was talking, Elena started powering up even more, pushing her energy drive to 90% as more lightning crackled around her. Li was genuinely shocked, surprised that she could handle that much power, and even switched to another advanced martial arts technique. He finally took his other hand out of his pocket and watched as she pushed her energy drive to 95%. The Greenwood leader just stared, wondering if his sister had always been this powerful or if something new was happening. Li watched her silently, wondering just how far she was planning to take this. He asked if she intended to go all out, then started to activate his own power, his hands beginning to glow brightly. Suddenly, the ring on the warrior's hand began to glow and vibrate. She held her fighting stance as she kept increasing her power, and the ring kept glowing brighter. Then, the ring let out a loud warning sound, which shocked Elena because she knew it was a very bad sign. The scene flashed back to a time when Elena was speaking with her mother. Her mother had told her she wouldn't stop her from going out into the world to follow her dreams. As Elena knelt before her, her mother said she could take any fight that would help her grow stronger, but she was forbidden from getting herself killed. Her mother told her that she was already incredibly strong, and that there were fewer than 10 people in the universe who could even hurt her, let alone defeat her. Her mother reached out to her, reminding her to never forget who her mother was. She placed a ring on her daughter's finger and told her there was one very important rule she had to follow if she left home. She explained that if the ring ever made a sound, she had to run away immediately. It meant her opponent was too powerful for her to handle, and if she ignored the warning, she would die. Back in the present, the legendary warrior was stunned, realizing what the ring's warning meant. She stared at Li, who just looked like a normal young man. She decided to ignore the warning and keep fighting as she remembered painful moments from her past. She remembered being taunted by her many siblings when she was young, who told her to run away like a coward and know her place. She recalled being a lonely child among her mother's many other children, who all made fun of her, even as her mother insisted they were all family. Her mother explained that while they all had different fathers, they were all her children. She remembered her mother telling them to stay close, but her siblings didn't even care enough to remember her name. In the present, Elena decided to fight to the end, pushing her energy levels past 100%. She even pushed it to an impossible 120%. The legendary warrior unleashed a massive amount of energy, nearly setting the whole ship on fire. Li just frowned, looking a little more concerned now by how far she was pushing herself. Seryong was also watching in complete shock. As was Kim. Li just waited and watched as she completed her powerful transformation. Her armor changed into a new form, and she looked like a completely different person. She looked like some kind of panther-like killing machine. Li noted to himself that she was using a transformation skill he had never seen before, and he was impressed by how much martial arts had evolved over the millennia. As he was thinking, Elena leaped toward him to attack. Li thought to himself that martial arts had maybe advanced a little too much, but he still didn't move. He just stood there with his hands in his pockets, even as she got right in his face and swung her weapon. As she attacked, he dodged easily, and identified her move as a sword technique from the Ime sect. She tried another attack that looked like a spiral of fire, and he dodged again, identifying it as a technique from the Kunlun sect. The legendary warrior got angry and pushed her power to 125%. She unleashed several attacks at once, but Li dodged them all, identifying each technique by name. Elena powered up again to 140%, creating a massive fire tornado. But Li just leaned back and dodged that too, recognizing it as a combination of techniques from the Beggar sect. While still leaning back, Li frowned, impressed that she had also mixed in a technique from the Esoteric sect. The warrior was on a roll and pushed her power to 170%. She attacked with iron claws and explosive energy, and Li finally had to jump back to dodge. He finally shouted that he had had enough and waved his hand in front of him. The force of his movement unleashed a wave of energy straight at Elena as she leaped toward him. The resulting explosion was so huge it covered the entire ship, and it looked like it was powerful enough to kill everyone. The smoke from the blast was very thick, and Li just stood there, waiting to see what had happened to his opponent. Suddenly, he saw something emerging from the smoke that caught his attention. Even Kim was completely freaked out by what he saw. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Yonghwarin and Seryong were also watching in total amazement. It was Elena, who now had 8 arms, each one holding a glowing weapon. She looked like some kind of multi-armed god as she floated in the air. She then rushed straight at Lee, hoping to slice him to pieces with her many weapons. Now at 190% power, she launched a massive overhead attack, coming down in a ball of fire. But Lee just stood there and watched her come. She flew toward him with incredible determination, her body now almost completely covered in metallic armor. Lee just looked up at her and frowned, annoyed at how far she was taking this and wishing she would just stop. But she did the opposite, continuing her attack at full speed. He thought to himself that while her talent was impressive, she had gone too far. As she came at him, Lee realized that her transformation was fueled by her inner pain and desires, and that she was being consumed by her own power. He continued to watch her approach, sensing that she was carrying a lot of inner demons. Suddenly, Lee gathered a massive amount of power in his hand, thinking that if she didn't stop, he would have no choice but to kill her. The young girl stood behind him, watching the attack come closer. A strange sword, made of pure energy, appeared in Lee's hand as he remembered his promise to protect her. Seryong and Kim were both stunned when they realized that Lee was using the legendary heart sword technique. The warrior didn't stop and ignored the sword, determined to kill him. It seemed only one of them would survive this fight. Just as she was about to strike, he angrily swung his own sword, yelling at her to stop. The energy released from the impact was so huge that it nearly blinded everyone who was watching the fight. Even Robert, back on the other ship, had trouble seeing because of the intense light. From his perspective, a massive explosion had just consumed Elena's ship. The explosion from the heart sword's impact was so powerful, it blew the entire ship into pieces. The whole ship detonated in space right in front of the Greenwood fleet. The explosion was so massive that from a distance, it looked like a new star had just been born. On the main Greenwood ship, the captain watched in horror as the explosion happened right where his boss had been standing. The blast was so powerful, there was no way the Greenwood leader could have possibly survived. Suddenly the captain heard someone cough nearby. It was Kim, who had managed to teleport back just a split second before the ship blew up. He looked pretty beat up and yelled out a name, telling his captain he was still alive. The captain rushed over to help him stand up. Kim leaned against a wall and looked out at the debris of the exploded ship. He said that if he had been a tenth of a second later, he would have been blown to bits. Debris from the explosion was still floating in space. Standing on a large piece of wreckage, Seryong asked Lee if he was crazy, yelling that he could have gotten them all killed. She angrily asked if he would have set his own ship on fire just because he was mad, and told him he should have shown some self-control. Lee, who was now bleeding from his mouth, struggled to speak and told her that holding back wasn't an option. Seryong rushed over to him, asking if he was hurt when she saw the blood. Lee just kept looking up into space and told her that he had faced a power much stronger than he expected. The captain looked up to where he was staring and realized what he was looking at. Floating among the debris was Elena's unconscious and naked body, along with her broken weapon. The captain asked if she was dead, since she was just floating there completely still. Still looking at Elena's body, he told her that she wasn't dead, at least not yet. Just then, a mysterious woman appeared and collected Elena's body. Lee explained that his attack didn't kill her because a surprisingly strong force had protected her at the last second. This new woman looked down at Elena with sad eyes and gently covered her body. She had a very beautiful and angelic appearance and kept staring sadly at Elena's body. A light from a massive ship above shone down on them, and the woman took the unconscious warrior up into it. Seryong immediately recognized the woman as the West Haven sword matron. Kim also recognized her as his mother. This was clearly the mother who had given Elena that warning ring. The sword matron carried her daughter into her ship without a word to anyone. Lee just watched her in surprise, his energy sword still in his hand. Inside the sword matron's ship, there was a large tank filled with green liquid. Elena's unconscious body was floating inside, and it seemed the liquid was meant to heal her injuries. Her mother stood in front of the tank, watching her, hoping she would wake up soon. The sword matron had a very worried look on her face as she kept watching over her daughter. A moment later, Kim, Young-hwarin, and Lee appeared behind her. She had apparently summoned them. Kim immediately bowed down to his mother, respectfully. Seryong held the young girl's hand to comfort her, because she looked very scared. Kim told his mother he didn't know she was coming and asked her to punish him for not being a better son. She cut him off and told him to be quiet, making it clear that this conversation was not for children like him. She told him to pretend he wasn't even there, which clearly hurt him, but he remained silent and obedient. She then walked over to Lee and gave him a formal sign of respect, introducing herself as the West Haven's sword matron. Her son was completely shocked to see his powerful mother showing respect to anyone, and Seryong was just as stunned to see her show even a little bit of politeness. The sword matron apologized to Lee for breaking the martial arts code by interfering in their duel. She explained she was just worried about her family and offered to cut off her own arm as an apology, but Lee told her that wasn't necessary. He asked if Elena was her daughter, glancing over at the healing tank. Seryong rushed over and whispered to Lee that he was talking to the legendary sword matron and that he needed to be more respectful. The sword matron confirmed that Elena was her daughter. Lee replied that in that case, everything was fine, because family always comes before the rules of a duel. Elsewhere in the room there were many other empty healing tanks just like the one Elena was in. The captain whispered to him again, begging him to be polite because the woman was one of the legendary 5 immortals. Seryong kept whispering that the sword matron's temper was so bad she could kill someone with a look. But then something happened that shocked her into silence. The legendary sword matron suddenly dropped to her knees and bowed deeply to Lee, which left Seryong completely speechless. Outside the ship, the Greenwood fleet was still waiting for their leader to return. Later, the sword matron had a private conversation with Lee on top of her ship. She told him her daughter hadn't woken up yet, so she didn't know why she had attacked his ship or the girl. She explained that she only knew Elena had come from Mount Hua, so she was probably hired by someone there to find Yonghwaran. Lee just stared off into space and didn't say anything. She mentioned that she recognized his technique as the legendary Demon Heart sword art and asked him if he had a connection to the Heavenly Demon sect. Lee was vague and said he didn't really know. He explained that he used to have a strong connection to them, but after so much time he wasn't sure anymore. He added that time can wear away even the strongest connections. Elsewhere on the ship, Yonghwaran and Seryong waited nearby. Lee continued, saying that time could even dissolve bonds that were more important than life itself. From inside the ship, Kim was secretly listening in. The sword matron stared at him, unsure what to think. She thought to herself that he was an incredible person, as his energy and martial arts were completely pure and perfectly controlled. She wondered how that was possible, since that level of skill hadn't been seen since the golden age of martial arts. The matron kept studying him, thinking he looked like he was in his 20s, and wondered if he had used some kind of rejuvenation technique. She broke the silence and respectfully asked the ancient master if she could make a request. Lee read her mind and asked if she was about to challenge him to a serious fight, which surprised her that he knew what she was thinking. He told her that while she was being polite, he could feel that her words were full of killing intent, like a sword being sharpened. The sword matron praised him for being perceptive enough to pick up on her hidden intentions. He told her he had never backed down from a challenge, but warned her that if they fought, one of them would die, and the winner would be badly injured. He explained that something too powerful will break before it bends. The sword matron began to power up her internal energy, accepting her fate but still hoping for a good fight. Seryong noticed the matron powering up and got worried that trouble was about to start again. Still looking out at the stars, Lee asked her if they really had a good reason to fight each other. The sword matron was taken by surprise by his simple question. He looked at her and said they could fight later if they found a good reason, but right now, he was more interested in seeing the world. She stopped powering up, intrigued by his unique way of thinking. She decided to power down completely and accept his offer to postpone the fight. In the background, the sword matron's ship and the Greenwood fleet were still positioned all around them. A few moments later, the bounty hunter's ship left the area, as it seemed Lee and the sword matron had finished their talk. Later, Kim had a talk with his mother, and she learned from him that the Heavenly Demon sect had ordered the kill to stop a secret from getting out. Kim, still kneeling before her, confirmed that the order had come directly from the Heavenly Demon sect. She said she couldn't understand why the sect would want to kill the people on that ship, or what secret was so important. She pointed out that Lee clearly used the sect's own ultimate techniques, so it made no sense for them to want him dead. She also thought it was weird they would hire someone else to do their dirty work. Kim told her about a recent report that the Red Wolf Squad had been completely wiped out by an unknown person, and suggested these people might be connected. His mother just told him not to waste his time thinking about it. She told him that whatever was going on, he wasn't smart enough to figure it out, which was a clear insult to him. She ordered him to just track their movements and report back to her, saying that was a simple enough job for him. Kim proudly stated that his group was the best at tracking in the universe and that he was a leader within it. His mother just gave him a blank look and said nothing. Kim stayed on his knees, waiting for her to say something. She finally said that she would trust him to track them, but warned him not to interfere with them directly. She added that she didn't want her child to get hurt, and the Black Tiger's eyes widened when he heard this rare bit of motherly concern. He looked back at her and muttered the word mother. It was pretty clear all of the sword matron's many children had some serious mommy issues. Before she left, she told him she had one last question. He eagerly turned to hear it. She then asked him what his name was. Kim just stared at her, completely heartbroken and shocked. Back on the bounty hunter's ship, Yonghwaran was hiding behind Lee as Seryong yelled at her, demanding to know what kind of trouble she was in. The captain looked absolutely furious as she spoke. She asked the girl what she had done to get tangled up with Greenwood, the legendary warrior Elena, and the sword matron, asking if she had started a galactic war before stowing away. Outside, space was finally calm again, with no enemy ships or powerful martial artists trying to kill them. The girl looked sad and apologized for all the trouble, admitting that she had no idea why everyone was after her. She explained that after her recent tour, she went back to her hometown, Mount Hua, and everything was suddenly wrong. As they talked, Sunja brought out a huge pile of hot dogs for Lee. The girl told them that as soon as she got back home, people from her own town started trying to kill her, and she had been on the run ever since. Meanwhile, Lee was busy stuffing about 7 hot dogs into his mouth at once, completely ignoring the serious conversation. Seryong said she didn't understand what the girl was talking about, and asked Sunja if she had any ideas. Sunja was just as confused, and said it was hard to follow. Young Hwaran just sat there quietly, not sure how else to explain her situation, while Lee continued to make a huge mess with his food. Suddenly, a piece of flying meat landed in the girl's mouth. As she tried to get it out, she was startled when Robert slammed his hands on the table, demanding to know if she had just said Mount Hua. He pushed past the captain and angrily asked if she meant the planet Mount Hua, which was also his hometown. The surprised girl accidentally swallowed the piece of meat and started to choke, but Lee was too busy eating to notice. Robert demanded she tell him what was happening at Mount Hua, while the girl kept coughing. Watching the chaos, Sunja just frowned and commented that humans were completely bizarre. Back on the sword matron's ship, it appeared that one of the large healing tanks had been broken. Elena's now conscious body fell out of the broken tank, and she started coughing as her mother watched. Her mother watched with a worried expression, letting her recover. She immediately asked what had happened on Mount Hua, but Elena was still coughing too hard to answer. Elena, still trying to catch her breath, finally managed to get up and look at her mother. The scene then shifted back to the Wild Crane Inn, where Lee had fought the Red Wolf Squad. Inside the inn, the innkeeper, Wang, was watching a recording of Lee's fight with Elena. He watched on the screen as she attacked and Lee dodged every move. He then watched Lee use the heart sword after he got tired of dodging, which caused the massive explosion. Wang watched with great excitement, and his guards behind him were just as amazed. He remembered his conversation with Seryong when she had asked him about the value of a set of 2,000-year-old martial arts books. He remembered she had claimed they were all originals and had been shrunken down. He was now shocked to realize she had been telling the truth, and that he had turned down a deal that could have made him incredibly rich. The scene changed again, this time back to the Heavenly Demon Sect's 32nd District. A recording of Elena attacking Lee, who just stood there, was playing on the main screen. It then showed Elena trying to hit him with multiple attacks, all of which he dodged perfectly. A horrified expression appeared on the face of the district commander, Jong Ritak. He watched in horror as he saw Lee use the heart sword to defeat Elena, asking what was going on. From behind him, the West Haven sword matron asked what he thought of the video, commenting that the martial arts style looked very familiar. He turned to look at her. She stared at him, waiting for his answer, hoping he would realize the technique was connected to his own sect. The commander agreed it was a level of skill he had never seen before, but told her he didn't understand why she thought it was familiar. The sword matron just stared at him, wondering if he really had no idea who this new person was. The commander stared back, insisting that the fighting style did not look familiar to him. The sword matron thought to herself that he really seemed to have no idea that Lee's martial arts came from the Heavenly Demon Sect. She then asked him why he had sent people after Lee and why he had hired the Greenwood Group. The commander told her that it was an internal sect matter and none of her business, even though she was the powerful ruler of the West Haven zone. He stood his ground, but a cut suddenly appeared on the left side of his neck and started to bleed. The sword matron was now holding her sword. She had managed to cut him from across the room in the blink of an eye. A dark aura surrounded her as she held out her sword, making it clear she would get her answers one way or another. The commander's uniform was cut, but the wound was only superficial, which meant she had intentionally spared his life. The commander put a hand on his neck to stop the bleeding, and asked if she was trying to declare war on the demon sect. She asked him playfully if he really thought that she, of all people, would be afraid of a little bloodshed. He looked at her, still holding his bleeding neck. He knew she was a woman so obsessed with martial arts that she had even sacrificed her own children. The commander knew she was not someone who cared about profit or loss when it came to her obsession. It was obvious where Elena got her fighting spirit from. The sword matron's blade began to glow with a bright red fire, and it looked like things were about to get serious. She began to power up as a purple flame filled the room, and she asked him if he would answer her question or if he would rather die. Jung Ritak tells her it's a no-brainer. He explains that even if all 1076 fighters from District 32 ganged up on the West Haven sword matron, they wouldn't stand a chance. So he says, He's basically chosen to go out in a blaze of glory. The commander then powers up, flames erupting from his hands, and tells her to bring it on, fully aware he's signing his own death warrant. He taunts her to get a move on if she thinks she can really take down all 1076 of his people. The sword matron just smirks, impressed by his guts. She considers the rumors about the heavenly demon sect's growing strength and decides to let him off the hook for now. She reveals that the mysterious fighter thereafter uses the Demon Heart Sword technique. Who was still ready to throw down, is completely floored to hear that the technique is linked to his own sect. The commander demands to know what she's talking about. The sword matron clarifies that the specific style used to defeat her daughter was indeed the Demon Heart Sword technique, a high-level art within the heavenly demon sect's own system. He is stunned by this news and argues that it's impossible, explaining that the technique was lost thousands of years ago. He insists it's just a myth, and that no one in his sect knows how to use it. The martial arts master coolly replies that it's not her fault if he's out of the loop. She says she has already shared what she knows, and she circles back to her original question: why was his sect chasing the guy in the first place? She gestures to the image of Li Mokjin on the screen, demanding to know why they were after him. The commander stays quiet for a moment, weighing whether or not he should spill the beans. He finally admits that the old martial artist wasn't their target. He then points to Yang Huarin on the screen, revealing that the young idol was the one they were actually after. Elsewhere, in the Talavitra star system, the Blazing Devil's crew arrives at the planet Mount Hua, which happens to be the homeworld of both Robert and Yang Huarin. Their ship cuts through the atmosphere and makes its way down to the surface. They get to Yang Huarin's hometown, Wahum County, which has a peaceful, old-fashioned Japanese vibe. The whole place is like a ghost town, with every shop abandoned and not a soul in sight. Weirdly, all the lights are on and the houses are spotless, but it's completely empty. Seryong asks the young idol what's going on and why the town is deserted. The captain wonders if there's some kind of public holiday she doesn't know about. Robert, looking terrified, points out that can't be right because all the shop doors are hanging wide open. After landing, they see on camera that shops are open with goods scattered about, as if people just vanished. Sunja reports that the town should have over 10,000 people, but her sensors aren't picking up any life signs at all. Robert starts freaking out again, grabbing Seryong and insisting that something awful has happened, and they need to investigate immediately. He's convinced everyone is either dead or gone. The captain tries to get him to chill out, asking why he's so worked up. He then blurts out that this is his hometown too, screaming that they have to save it. Seryong struggles against his grip, telling him to let go because he's choking her. As she fights him off, Yang Huarin starts crying as she looks out over her abandoned home. The young idol sobs while Li Mokjin just quietly observes the bizarre scene. The old master turns to Yang Huarin, asking her what's happening, and telling her to speak up if she knows why the town is empty. She looks like she's about to say something, clearly knowing more than she's letting on. But before she can get a word out, Sunja announces she's detected a life signal. Everyone immediately snaps to attention, eager to hear the details. The android reports that the signal is coming from the Jaha Pavilion at the heart of Mount Hua's headquarters. Hearing the name of the pavilion, Robert stops shaking the captain. He explains that the Jaha Pavilion is where the leader of the entire Mount Hua sect lives. Sunja confirms his statement, but adds that while the signal is very strong, it seems to be coming from only one person. Yang Huarin stays silent, but her expression suggests she knows exactly who that person is. Later that night, the crew finally makes it to the Jaha Pavilion. It's a huge, impressive building, but it gives off a creepy vibe and is shrouded in smoke. The group stands at the entrance, wondering what secrets the spooky-looking building holds. Seryong hears a loud noise and turns to see Robert decked out in a full-blown combat suit. She asks him what he thinks he's doing. He declares that whoever is inside is responsible for what happened to his home, and he has no intention of showing them any mercy. The captain just asks if that old suit of his even works anymore. She thought he had sold it for scrap years ago. Robert proudly states that a Special Forces soldier is always prepared, boasting that he keeps his gear in perfect condition. As they near a tunnel leading into the pavilion, Seryong checks in with Sunja over the comms to see if the signal is still active. The captain wants to make sure they're not on a wild goose chase and asks for confirmation on the signal. The android confirms the signal is getting much stronger, but warns them to be careful, as the source doesn't seem human. Seryong suggests sending in a drone to scout ahead before they rush in. Robert panics at the thought that their target might not be human. Before she can even finish, Robert charges headfirst into the tunnel, yelling that he's going to kill whatever's in there, and that the Special Forces have arrived. Seryong and Lee just watch, dumbfounded. The captain remarks on how extra he's being, just because it's his hometown. She figures there's no point in being sneaky with a drone now that Mr. Patriot has announced their arrival to the whole planet. She tells the others to stay on their toes as they head inside. Right as they're about to enter, A massive wave of fire erupts from the tunnel and barrels toward them. Seryong is stunned by the blinding light, having no idea what could be causing it. The fiery torrent incinerates everything it touches. The crew can only hope they're not about to fight an actual dragon. The blaze is so intense that it shoots far out of the tunnel and scorches the houses on the other side. After a moment, the flames retreat back into the tunnel, and an eerie silence falls over the area. Seryong is completely speechless, trying to process the inferno that nearly took them out. Young Hwarin is equally stunned, amazed that they managed to survive such a powerful blast. The reason they're still alive is a bit awkward. Both women are huddled together in a rather embarrassing pose to shield themselves from the fire. It turns out Lee Mokjin had snatched both of them up in an instant and thrown up a protective shield to block the flames. The old master is completely oblivious to their awkward situation, instead peering into the tunnel to find the source of the attack. Seryong finally snaps out of it and asks what in the world that blast of fire was. The old warrior suggests they press on and unceremoniously drops both women to the ground. The captain lands flat on her back with a painful thud. Moving forward, they find Robert's combat suit, which is now a charred mess. They have no idea if he's dead or alive inside it. Seryong cautiously approaches, asking him to make a sound if he's okay, but he's completely still, looking like a well-done steak in a can. The captain gets on the comms and tells Sunja to run a scan on him to check for vital signs. The android runs the scan and confirms he's alive. Luckily, the suit took the hit. Seryong is confused why he isn't responding if he's okay. Then, Sunja explains that he's probably just scared stiff. The captain realizes what's happened and decides to give the poor guy a minute to pull himself together. Meanwhile, Lee Mokjin continues to inspect the tunnel, still curious about where that fire came from. As he looks up, his eye is caught by a strange flash of pink lightning. Peering closer, he sees that something is scattered all over the far end of the tunnel. He realizes the light is coming from tiny pink flower petals floating in the air. One of the petals lands in the old master's hair and instantly shatters, which he finds very strange. In the next moment, the tunnel is suddenly flooded with thousands upon thousands of these mysterious flower petals. As they venture deeper, they discover the petals are coming from a man sitting on a throne. It's the leader of the Mount Hua sect, sitting with his eyes closed and radiating an immense power, completely oblivious to them being there. Lee Mokjin frowns, trying to make sense of the bizarre scene before him. Seryong spots him too and asks Sunja if this guy is the source of the life signal they've been tracking. The android confirms that he is indeed the source, concluding that he must be the leader of Mount Hua. Sunja identifies him by his official title, the Flourishing Blossom Sword Sovereign, Yongjeox. The name leaves Seryong completely shocked. She stares at him, stunned to finally meet the legendary sword sovereign of Mount Hua in person. Lee Mokjin catches one of the floating plum blossoms and inspects it carefully. He notes that the petals are blooming from sheer heat, which means the sovereign has mastered a legendary technique called the Plum Blossom Heavenly Fragrance Heart. The petal then shatters with a purple glow, making him wonder why the color is off. He figures out that the plum blossom technique has been mixed with another powerful art, the Purple Mist Divine Heart. Meanwhile, young Jeoksan remains on his throne, ignoring them completely, as pink and purple energy radiates from his body. Young Hwarin watches him with tears streaming down her face and calls out to her dad. It becomes clear that this powerful, zoned-out man is her father. Lee Mokjin continues to stare at the sword sovereign, thinking that this whole situation is seriously messed up. Young Jeoksan is completely lost in his own world on the throne. Seryong approaches the old master and asks him to explain what's going on. He explains that the two techniques are polar opposites. One is pure fire energy, the other pure water energy. Not even the top masters of Mount Hua would dare to learn both. He asks her to imagine what happens when you mix fire and water. He answers his own question, explaining that trying to combine them invites a demon into your soul, turning you into something that isn't human. Lee starts to summon his own powerful technique, preparing to put the sovereign down, believing he's been possessed. He tells Seryong to get everyone out of there, warning her that the coming fight is going to be incredibly dangerous. A powerful energy begins to fill the room as he powers up. He admits that even with all his power, he can't promise to keep them safe if they stay. But before he can attack, Young Hwarin runs straight for her father, calling out to him. Seryong screams at her to stop. The captain warns her not to get any closer, but the idol ignores her. The old master prepares to attack anyway, realizing it's too late to get them out of the blast zone. From the ship, Sunja watches in shock, wondering what's going to happen to the young girl. She checks the time and sees it's 2 seconds before 1800, realizing that everyone in that room is in grave danger. Young Hwarin ignores everyone's frantic warnings and embraces her father, who is still crackling with dangerous energy. On Sunja's monitor, the clock shows that it is now just 1 second before 1800. Back in the pavilion, the idol hugs her father, And, strangely, the chaotic energy swirling around him doesn't harm her at all. Seryong stares with wide-eyed disbelief, but Lee Mokjin simply watches, curious to see how this plays out. All at once, the energy and flower petals around the throne turn yellow and fade away. Young Jeoksan stands up and hugs his daughter back, seemingly aware of her for the first time. He looks down at her with a father's love, gently holding her head as they embrace. Seryong is completely bewildered, asking what just happened and why the man instantly switched from a raging monster to a doting father. Sunja chimes in over the comms, stating that this is perfectly normal because everything has just returned to normal. On the ship, the android stares at her screen, amazed. The captain asks her what she means by normal. Sunja explains that everything is back to how it should be. The clock on her screen now reads a few seconds past 1800. At that exact moment, people start appearing all over the city, walking around as if nothing was ever wrong. Sunja monitors the feeds, reporting that the streets are suddenly full of people again. All the previously empty places are now bustling with activity. Couples are strolling, shoppers are browsing, and life is back to normal. The android concludes that all the people who vanished have returned. As Young Jeoksan continues to embrace his daughter, Seryong struggles to comprehend how thousands of people could just reappear in an instant. Lee Mokjin, however, isn't celebrating. He watches the scene unfold with a deep, thoughtful frown. As morning comes, the townspeople go about their day, completely oblivious to the fact that their town was a ghost town just minutes earlier. Robert, Seryong, and Sunja decide to sit down at a local restaurant, all of them clearly unsettled by the weirdness of it all. The captain asks the android why she wasn't able to detect anyone before, wondering if her scanner is on the fritz. Sunja sips her drink and reminds her that they both confirmed the scanner was working perfectly fine. She runs another diagnostic and confirms that the scanner is still operating normally. However, as she scans the people around them, she discovers something disturbing. She informs the others that every single person in the town has had their internal energy completely drained. Absolutely everyone, from adults to kids, has a reading of 0. Robert figures it's not a big deal since they all look fine, but Seryong can't shake a bad feeling. He tries to be positive, pointing out that at least they're alive, which is an improvement from what they thought earlier. Feeling hungry, he decides to get some food. Robert tries to flag down a waiter to take their order. The captain gives him some side-eye, reminding him how he was having a meltdown just a little while ago. As the waiter approaches, Robert gets ready to order, asking for a ton of food. But as he's talking, he trails off, noticing something strange. She walks right past their table as if he hadn't said a single word. He's left with his hand still in the air, wondering if he just got terrible service or if she's deaf. He watches her serve other tables and wonders if she just ignored him because she was too busy. When she starts walking back their way, he gets his hopes up and calls out to her again, saying he'd like to order now. But once again she walks right past him without a glance, as if he were completely invisible. Robert is left frozen mid-wave, his mouth hanging open. He finally snaps, asking what is going on and why the waiter is ghosting him. Sunja explains the chilling truth. It's not that she can't hear him, it's that none of the people in the town can even see them. She points out that not a single person has acknowledged their presence. Everyone just walks past them, as if they're furniture. The android concludes that for the townspeople, it's as if the crew doesn't exist at all. Seryong gets a terrible feeling from all this, but decides she'd rather not get involved and bundles up against the cold. Back at the pavilion, young Jeoksan is now calmly sipping his morning tea after his reunion with young Hwarin. He pours tea into several small cups and settles down to enjoy the quiet morning. He drinks his tea peacefully, completely ignoring his guests. Young Hwarin explains to Lee that her father would never be this rude normally. She calls out to him nervously, but he gives no sign that he knows they're there. The young idol explains that her father simply can't see them, which is why he's ignoring them. She adds that he's been stuck in this state ever since she came back from her tour, as the Sword Sovereign continues to enjoy his tea. She tells the old master that the weirdest part is that her father goes through his daily routine perfectly, from inspections to meals to gardening. She explains that he does everything at the exact same time every day, just like a robot or a wind-up doll. A concerned Lee Mokjin approaches the sovereign and waves a hand right in his face, getting no reaction. Irene tells him it's pointless because her father is completely unaware of them. She quickly adds a warning that interrupting his routine is a very bad idea. But Lee doesn't hear her in time and snatches the teacup from his hands. The young idol completely panics, yelling at him that he made a huge mistake and needs to get away from her father immediately. Surprised by her freakout, Lee doesn't notice that the Sword Sovereign is now swinging a sword directly at his neck. Before the blade can connect, the quick-footed master leans back in an impossible dodge, narrowly avoiding the slice. He watches the sword whip past his face and realizes the attack isn't over yet. He looks up just in time to see young Jeoksan bringing the sword down in a powerful stabbing motion. Li rolls away, dodging a flurry of incredibly fast strikes. The sword sovereign moves like a blur, but the old master is just as quick, forced to continuously evade the onslaught. The attacks are so fast it looks like he's fighting multiple swordsmen at once. The sovereign then gathers a massive ball of energy in his hands, preparing to blast Li at point-blank range. Finally getting serious, Li declares he's had enough and rushes forward to meet the attack with his own, knowing that letting the blast go off would be catastrophic. The old master slams his palms against the sovereign's, hoping to neutralize the energy and stop the explosion. The resulting shockwave is immense, tearing through the room and nearly hitting Yang Hua. Watching the destructive battle, she screams for them to stop fighting. The blast sends Yang Jeoksan flying backward into a cloud of smoke, but Li Mokjin manages to hold his ground. The sovereign rises from the smoke with a murderous glare, his body now crackling with lightning. This whole mess started over a single cup of tea. Li recognizes this state. It's the same dangerous mix of yin and yang energy he witnessed in the tunnel. His daughter screams that the only way to calm him down is to give him back his teacup. Li continues to watch him intently. He thinks to himself that what the sovereign is doing should be physically impossible. Normally, trying to contain such conflicting energies would cause a person's body to explode into a million pieces. As the man's power continues to rise, Li is baffled as to how he's even still alive, let alone walking toward him. Flames and colorful light swirl around him as he advances. Suddenly, that giant, ethereal plum blossom appears again. The flower's usual pink hue is tainted with purple, and it floats menacingly in front of the approaching sovereign. Li is fascinated, realizing the man is somehow both human and not human at the same time. He wonders what could have possibly led to this strange state. Yang Huang yells at him again to hurry up and give the cup back, warning him that things will get much worse if he waits. The deadly-looking flower drifts closer to Li, who stays in a low, ready stance. The young idol watches in terror, praying that he gives the cup back in time. Li finally pulls out the teacup and winds up for a throw. With a powerful motion, he hurls it directly at the enraged sovereign. The small cup sails through the air, heading straight for the giant, intimidating flower. It looks like the flower will intercept it, but the cup amazingly punches right through the center of the energy blossom. As the cup passes through, the flower erupts into a cloud of dark purple vapor. Yang Huarin holds her breath, desperately hoping the cup will reach her father and end the chaos. The sovereign's hand shoots out and effortlessly catches the cup, revealing that it was all he wanted the entire time. As soon as he has the cup, all the chaotic energy, fire, and lightning around him begin to fade away. The spectacular power display completely stops, and it seems like the situation is finally returning to normal. Yeongji-oksan calmly returns to his chair and goes right back to his tea time, as if nothing ever happened. He pours more tea into the newly returned cup and continues to ignore the two guests in the room. Li can only frown, finding it hard to believe they just had a near-death battle over a teacup. Yang Huarin, however, just looks relieved that the terrifying ordeal is finally over. As night falls, the world outside goes dark once more. Yang Huarin explains to Li that she first noticed things were wrong when she came home from her tour 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew walks through the crowded streets, still trying to figure out what's really going on. Seryong, Roberts, and Sunja wander through town, still wondering if any of the locals can perceive them. The young idol explains that the townspeople are like robots, repeating the exact same actions in the exact same way, every single day. Out on the street, Robert decides to test this theory and reaches out to stop a random man walking by. Back at the pavilion, Yang Huarin explains to Li that something else strange happens when you interrupt the townspeople. The man Robert touched immediately freezes mid-stride, not even turning to look at him. Robert tries talking to the frozen man, asking him if he can explain what has been happening on the planet. The man, however, appears to be busy, still holding his phone to his ear as if in mid-conversation. Robert gives up when he realizes the guy isn't responding at all. He then notices with a shock that the man is completely frozen, not moving a single muscle. Yang Huaring continues her explanation, saying that whenever you try to stop one of the townspeople, they freeze in place. Robert waves his hand in the man's face but gets no response. It's then that he realizes everyone on the street has stopped moving. The young idol then reveals the final creepy detail. After everyone freezes, they all begin to fade away into nothing. The man in front of Robert vanishes into thin air, leaving him completely shocked and confused about what he just saw. He turns to Sunja, asking for an explanation and wondering if the people are teleporting away. Sunja, watching everyone else disappear too, can only tell him that she doesn't know what's happening. Seryong demands a better answer from the android, arguing that if she doesn't know, no one does. The android explains that the energy signature looks like teleportation, but the scale of it, an entire population vanishing at once, is impossibly large. The captain doesn't get it and asks her to clarify what she means. It's only then that she finally looks around and realizes that she and Robert are standing in a completely empty street. They are totally alone. She asks Sunja where everyone went, and the android delivers the chilling news. All life signs on the entire planet have just vanished. The captain is stunned and asks her to say that again, just to be sure she heard it right. Back at the pavilion, Hua tells Lee that the weirdness doesn't stop there. She explains that as soon as the people vanish, something else shows up to take their place. Out in the now empty town, Seryong, Robert, and Sunja see something strange approaching. An entire army of robots is marching down the street, directly toward them. They march in perfect formation as a thick fog begins to roll in. The three crew members can only watch in horror. Robert asks what in the world those things are. Each robot is armed with a sword, and they continue their relentless rhythmic advance. As the fog thickens, hundreds more robots appear, surrounding them from every direction. The captain admits she has no idea what they are, but she knows one thing for sure. They are in some serious trouble. She's frozen in place, realizing they're completely trapped with nowhere to run. She wonders aloud if they are some kind of android. She also notes their bizarre, unfinished design, pointing out that they're basically just torsos connected to legs by a single metal rod. Sunja scans the approaching army and identifies them not as androids, but as simple construction droids. She explains they're just basic models, designed for simple labor, with very limited AI and intelligence. Seryong lets out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit silly for panicking over a bunch of dumb construction bots. The captain reminds them that the 3 laws of robotics should prevent any droid from harming a person. Robert, however, isn't convinced. He points out the obvious problem. Why would construction droids be carrying swords? Seryong dismisses his concern, guessing they're just using them as makeshift tools. She confidently walks toward the droids and tells them to clear the path, ordering them not to scare people. In response, one of the droids immediately charges at her, sword raised to strike. It swings its sword in an attempt to slice her in two, but she manages to fire a quick energy blast at it. The force from her blast knocks her backward, allowing her to narrowly dodge the lethal blow. She angrily yells at the droid, asking what's wrong with it. Her question is answered when dozens more of the droids leap into the air, all charging at her with their swords ready. They move with surprising agility, like a swarm of metallic ninjas trying to slice and dice her. To get some breathing room, Seryong unleashes a massive explosion of energy, showing off her own martial arts prowess. From the Jaha Pavilion, Yongwaran and Lee Mokjin see the explosion light up the city. She tells him that these are the creatures she warned him about, the ones that appear after the people vanish. Seryong continues to blast the robots with fire, all while Sunja desperately clings to her for protection. Robert, meanwhile, is just running for his life. The young idol explains that the robots attack any living thing on sight. Down in the city, the crew leaps onto a rooftop, but the robots relentlessly follow, determined to finish them. With robots swarming the ground and the rooftops, it looks like there's no escape. Yonghorin tells Lee that she was attacked by these things, right after she got home from her tour. She glances over to where her father was having his tea, just in time to see him leaving. The spot is now empty. She tells Lee that she only survived that first attack because her father saved her. Her father returns to his throne and resumes his strange, powerful meditation. Yonghwarin adds that for some unknown reason, the robots never dare to approach the place where her father meditates. The Sword Sovereign sits back down on his throne, resting his arm on the armrest. Instantly, the pink fire and ethereal plum blossoms reappear, surrounding him just like when the crew first arrived. He closes his eyes and sinks deeper into his trance as the energy intensifies. She tells Lee that when all the other people disappear, her father is the only one who remains, but he's trapped in this unreachable, powerful state. Lee looks at the Sovereign and tells the girl that her father is desperately trying to hold on. Confused, she turns back to the old master and asks him what he means. He explains that her father is burning his own soul and life force as fuel to maintain this state, fighting off some kind of inner demon. It's the only thing keeping him from being completely destroyed. Lee gently places a hand on Yonghwarin's head, suggesting that her father is doing all of this to protect something precious, her. She looks back at her father, her eyes full of pity, imagining the terrible struggle he must be enduring. The ancient warrior admits that what her father is doing is actually incredibly noble. He then turns and walks out, telling her to come with him because he's going to put an end to this. Shocked by his sudden decision, she asks where he's going. Without looking back, he says he's going to find the person responsible for all this and have a little chat with them. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew has been cornered in a dead-end alley, with no option left but to fight the swarm of robots. Trapped and surrounded, they desperately try to figure out a plan before they get torn to shreds. The robots stare them down with creepy red eyes, looking like they mean business. Seryong nervously asks why they're attacking humans, wondering if it's even possible for droids to defy their core programming this way. Sunja, hiding behind the captain, insists that it should be impossible for them to violate the 3 laws of robotics. She adds that harming humans isn't supposed to be an option for them, but clearly it is. The captain asks for an explanation, guessing they're either all malfunctioning or somehow don't register them as human. Drawing on his military knowledge, Robert theorizes that if regular droids can't attack humans, then these must be the rumored illegal combat androids he's heard stories about. Done with the conversation, the robots all leap forward at once to attack, and the crew braces for the worst. Seryong draws her sword, telling Sunja to hold on tight and stay behind her to avoid getting stabbed. Suddenly, a volley of energy beams rains down from above, blasting the attacking robots out of the air and shattering them to pieces. The sky lights up with explosions as dozens of the robots are destroyed in an instant. The 2 women stare in shock, wondering who their surprise savior is. It's Robert in his combat suit, guns blazing. He announces that these things aren't just droids, they're something called Iron Gang Shi, basically robotic zombies. Being identified doesn't stop the robotic horde, they simply regroup and prepare to attack again. In a hidden base, the villainous Count Rekal Archimond watches the battle on a large screen. An assistant identifies the intruders as the bounty hunter Tang Seryong of the Blazing Devils and the intelligent android P-L-O-0-3-16 KBT Sunja. The assistant then identifies the man in the combat suit as Robert Carlyle, a former first sergeant from the elite Special Tactical Division of the Northern Galaxy Combat Unit. The assistant, who appears to be an advanced Iron Gang Shi herself, tells her boss that the crew is just a small-time bounty hunter group that operates on the edge of the galaxy. She dismisses them as no real threat, claiming they could be wiped out in under 10 seconds. Her boss, however, focuses on one detail, asking her to confirm Robert's military background. He studies the footage of Robert skillfully taking down his forces and asks for confirmation that he was part of the Special Tactical Division. The assistant asks if she should give the order to have the crew eliminated. The Count, his face partially covered in metal, silently considers his next move. Back in the city, Lee Makjin arrives at the scene of the battle. He looks around at all the shattered robot parts and asks what's been happening. It seems the battle is already over, which confuses him, since he heard fighting just moments ago. The area is now just a scrapyard of broken robot bits. Robert proudly takes the credit, boasting that he finally got to unleash his full power. He claims this is the exact reason he kept his old combat suit all these years. He strikes a pose, showing off his fully functional and battle-ready armor. He brags about how he kept his suit perfectly maintained for a moment just like this one. Lee just gives him a blank, unimpressed stare. Robert then throws some shade at Seryong, asking where they'd be if he had listened to her and sold his suit. The captain just rolls her eyes, clearly tired of his victory speech. He reminds her that they almost had to sell it because they were broke and needed money for groceries. As Robert continues to gloat, Lee Makjin picks up a severed robot hand and starts examining it with curiosity. Sunja then bursts his bubble, pointing out that he didn't actually defeat them. The robots just retreated on their own. She adds that if they hadn't, the crew would have been toast. Lee holds up the metal hand, thinking it must be a piece of armor. Seryong corrects him, explaining that it's a robot. The ancient warrior struggles with the word, complaining that he doesn't understand this newfangled jargon. The concept of an artificial person is completely alien to him. The tired captain decides it's not worth the effort to explain it to him, and asks Sunja to give him the simple version. Sunja explains that a robot is basically a machine that can think and move like a human. The old master looks absolutely mind-blown by this concept. He then argues that no matter how advanced the world is, a hunk of metal could never truly act like a person. Then, something happens that makes him eat his words. To really hammer the point home, Sunja just casually pops her head off and holds it out for him to see. Lee completely loses it, screaming and scrambling to hide behind young Warren. He demands to know what kind of unholy creature the android is. Seryong asks Sunja why she never mentioned she was an android, but the android just replies that they've had other things to deal with. Nearby, one of the supposedly destroyed Iron Gang Shi, its head still intact, quietly reactivates. Its eyes glow as it secretly observes the crew, who have no idea they're being watched. The robot records footage of Lee's comical freakout. Back in the hidden base, the android assistant patches the live feed through to Count Rekal. She reports that Lee Makjin isn't in any of their databases. She also notes that he has no internal energy drive, meaning all his power is completely natural. After watching Lee's cowardly display, the Count dismisses him as a fool who isn't worth worrying about. He tells his assistant that the real person of interest is Robert. He reasons that anyone from the legendary Special Tactical Division must be a highly elite soldier. He believes that a first sergeant from that unit would be the best of the best. The Count concludes that such a soldier wouldn't be here by accident and orders a thorough investigation into him. Far away in another part of the galaxy, a bright light shines in the emptiness of space. The light is revealed to be a ship traveling to its destination, the 32nd district of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Inside, Commander Jong Ritak and Elder Jo Chunrok are waiting to receive a special visitor. Moments later, the guest's ship arrives, and its doors slide open. A surprisingly young-looking boy in flip-flops steps out, looking totally relaxed. The commander and elder both bow deeply to him, showing that despite his appearance, he holds a much higher rank. Jong Ritak formally thanks the officer for making the long journey to see them. The young officer just yawns and agrees that it was a really long trip. He tells them that he hopes this was worth his time. This is Showdown, a first-class officer from the sect's Central Committee. Wasting no time, they get right down to business. Showdown examines the bright red handprint still visible on the commander's forehead from Lee's slap. Jong Ritak is sitting in a wheelchair, clearly still shaken both physically and mentally from the encounter. The commander asks the young officer if he sees anything significant about the mark. The officer looks deeply concerned as he inspects the strange injury on his subordinate's head. He has to stand on a stool to get a better look, and he studies the mark silently for a long time. Finally, he touches it and asks the commander if it's still painful. Jong Ritak replies that the pain is mostly gone, but there's still a strange, constant heat coming from it. The young officer asks him to clarify, finding it very odd that there would be heat without any pain. Looking downcast, the commander confirms that's exactly what he's been experiencing. Suddenly, Jong Ritak cries out in pain. The officer has just slapped him in the exact same spot, perfectly replicating the move Lee used on him. The commander's pained scream echoes throughout the entire medical bay. The officer's small hand leaves a new, smaller handprint overlapping the first one. Ritak can't complain though because he's dealing with his superior. When the officer pulls his hand away, smoke rises from the spot, just as it did with Lee's original attack. He puts a hand to his chin, deep in thought as he analyzes the situation. The commander thinks he understands and points out that the marks are different. The first one is swollen, while the new one is indented. He suggests they must be from different techniques. Without even looking at him, Showdown corrects him, stating that they are indeed the same. He identifies the technique as the 9-yin palm. The commander is shocked, as this confirms what the West Haven sword matron had said, that the mysterious attacker has some connection to their sect. The commander argues that the 9-yin palm is a basic technique for beginners, and the one used on him felt far more powerful and advanced. As they discuss, Elder Jo Chunrok goes to get some food for their important guest. Jong Ritak adds that he himself mastered that simple technique when he was only 7 years old. Meanwhile, the elder prepares the food. The commander repeats that the mark from a standard 9-yin palm should look very different from the one on his head. The officer agrees, explaining that the 9-yin palm is based on cold energy, but this attack left behind heat. That's why the resulting mark is different. He explains that their attacker has reached such a masterful level that he can completely reverse the nature of the technique, removing the cold and leaving only pure heat. He adds that doing so was actually an act of mercy, meant to injure him without causing permanent damage. The commander is utterly speechless, asking if it's even possible to completely reverse the nature of a martial art. He compares it to trying to make fire out of ice. As his food arrives, Showdown casually replies that it is, at least in theory, possible. Deciding he's too hungry to continue the heavy conversation, he suggests they take a break and eat, offering the commander some noodles. The commander is annoyed that he can think about food at a time like this, but he eventually agrees, figuring it's hard to think on an empty stomach. Back on the ship orbiting Mount Hua, Robert tells the crew that the robotic enemies they just fought are called Iron Gang Shi. Sunja serves another mountain of hot dogs to Lee Mokjin, earning a glare from Seryong, who can't believe how much the old man eats. As she starts eating, the captain asks Robert to explain more about these Iron Gang Shi. He says it was just a rumor he heard back in his military days. The rumor was about a project to create combat androids that were programmed to kill humans. Seryong finds this ridiculous, arguing that all androids are bound by the 3 laws of robotics and can't harm people. Meanwhile, Lee, still trying to process the fact that Sunja is a robot, starts poking and pulling at her cheeks. The android just frowns at him, annoyed. Robert explains how they got around the 3 laws by replacing the AI with the brains of dead people. Seryong is horrified by this revelation. He tells them that this is why the creations are called Iron Gang Shi, which essentially means iron zombies. Lee, still poking at the android's face, asks her one last time if she's sure she isn't human. Annoyed, she asks if he needs her to take her head off again, even offering to remove her arms and legs if that's what it will take to convince him. The thoroughly freaked out old master quickly tells her that won't be necessary, muttering about how strange the modern world has become. He finally leaves her alone and turns back to his food. Seryong admits that Robert's story makes a twisted kind of sense, but it's still hard to believe. Just then, Lee realizes with horror that while he was busy being confused by the android, the others have eaten all the hot dogs. The captain notices the old master staring at her and continues her thought, saying how crazy it is to use dead people's brains for robots. She's met with an icy glare from Lee, who is looking at the empty plate as if it's the end of the world. Having no idea why he's giving her the evil eye, she asks him what his problem is. She then glances down at the empty tray and it finally clicks. To prevent a potential tantrum, she quickly tells Sunja to make another batch of hot dogs for him. The android emotionlessly informs her that they have no hot dogs left. The captain just shrugs it off. She says there's nothing to be done about it then and gets back to business, saying she has a bad feeling they've stumbled into something nasty. Behind her, Lee starts glowing with power, shouting about how disrespectful they are, which makes the captain turn around in alarm. He furiously declares that even if modern people have no manners, it's unbelievable that she had the audacity to steal food from him. The captain turns to Robert for a translation of this meltdown, but he has no idea what's going on either. The old master's power grows as he reminds her that she knows exactly who he is, the supreme heavenly demon, and again questions her nerve. Seryong thinks back and does remember him making that ridiculous claim. Robert remembers it too. She tries to make sense of the title, but it just sounds like a bunch of nonsense to her. Deciding she has more important things to worry about, the captain ignores his tantrum and turns away, leaving him to stew in his anger. The tense atmosphere makes Robert extremely uncomfortable. He quickly gets Seryong's attention, and they both, along with Sunja, make a hasty exit to avoid being the target of Lee's food-related raid. Left all alone, Lee has no one to direct his anger at, so his powerful aura slowly fades away. He sadly looks down at the empty tray, noticing only a few greasy crumbs left behind. He stares at the tiny leftover pieces, and an idea starts to form. Deciding that even a supreme heavenly demon can't be picky when he's hungry, he scoops up the tiny scraps. He eats the crumbs with a frown, seeming to resign himself to the indignities of living with these uncivilized mortals. Outside, the wreckage from the Iron Gang Shi is still scattered everywhere. Sunja begins to investigate, picking up one of the robot heads to see if she can find any clues. Seryong just looks over the battlefield, overwhelmed by the mess and wondering where to even begin. Their ship hovers nearby, ready for a quick getaway, while the ground below looks like a robot graveyard. Robert examines a robot arm and comments on how flimsy and poorly made it is, wondering about the weak metal alloy. The android, still examining the head, explains that they're poorly made because they're not finished models, but just prototypes. She activates the scanners in her eyes and begins a detailed analysis of the robot's head. She goes silent for a moment as she processes the data. The captain notices her intense focus and asks if she's found something. Sunja confirms that she has. She notes that the robot's neural network is very basic as she works to open up its head casing. Once she opens it, a small chip pops out, which she identifies as an old, primitive M207 model. She explains that calling this chip an artificial intelligence would be an embarrassment to the term. The android clarifies that this chip is only designed to receive commands and has no ability to think for itself, so it's not a true AI. Seryong quickly puts two and two together and asks if this means the robots were being controlled remotely. She's surprised when Sunja confirms her theory, stating that every single one of the robots was being controlled by someone else. The android reports that a total of 9 817 droids attack them, which leads her to the chilling conclusion that there must be 9 817 human pilots controlling them from somewhere. The scene shifts to a large, dark laboratory filled with rows upon rows of glowing tubes filled with liquid. Count Rekal Archimond walks through the lab with his assistants to check on the progress of his experiment. He gazes upon the tubes with a classic, world domination-style evil smirk on his face. A closer look inside the tubes reveals the horrifying truth. They are filled with unconscious people, their brains hooked up to countless wires. This is the control center for the robot army. One of the men, clearly a resident of the town, floats lifelessly in the tube, looking drained and exhausted. Back on the streets, an idea dawns on Seryong, and she asks Sunja for the exact population of the district. The android gives her the precise number. 9 818 people. Back in the Jaha Pavilion, the Sword Sovereign continues his fiery meditation, burning his own life force to maintain his state. The crew does the math and realizes that only one person from the town is not accounted for. The Sword Sovereign himself, who remains on his throne, surrounded by his protective energy. Nearby, his daughter sits and watches him, her heart aching for what he's going through. Elsewhere, Commander Jong Ritak is so shocked by what Officer Chodang just said that he has to ask him to repeat it. The young officer calmly repeats his order. District 32 is to go into a complete and total lockdown, effective immediately. He clarifies that this means no one goes in or out, and all agents currently in the field are to be recalled at once. The commander, still trying to process this, asks for the reason behind such a drastic and sudden order. The officer cryptically replies that the times are dangerous, and dangerous times call for extreme measures. He explains that the long era of peace has made everyone soft, and the once great martial alliance has lost its influence. He uses an analogy, asking the commander what happens when the tiger that rules the mountain loses its teeth. Jung Ritak answers that the wolves will naturally rise up to take over. The officer corrects him, saying the wolves won't just take over, they'll fight each other to become the new tiger. He reminds him that the only reason wolves ever worked together in packs was to survive against the tiger. With the tiger gone, he explains, the wolves will start looking at each other and see only weakness, which will make them turn on each other. He adds that in this new power struggle, the first one to be targeted will always be the strongest wolf. As they walk back to his ship, the young officer continues his lecture, explaining that the other wolves will use their pack hunting skills to team up and take down the strongest among them. He brings the analogy home, stating that the Heavenly Demon Sect is currently the strongest wolf, which means they are the biggest target and must be extremely careful. The commander asks if this mysterious person, using their sect's techniques, is part of this coming power struggle. The officer admits that he doesn't know, and that's precisely why it's such a huge problem. As he boards his ship, he drops another bombshell. He received an emergency alert that an unknown and powerful individual was on their way to Mount Hua. The commander is stunned to hear Mount Hua mentioned again and asks if he heard that correctly. The officer confirms it, explaining that the entire martial world is like a powder keg right now, and this situation at Mount Hua could be the spark that sets it all off. That's why, he explains, they need to lay low and figure out what's going on before they make any moves. He then gets into his ship and departs, leaving to continue his investigation. The commander is left standing there, completely bewildered and unsure of what to do next. He can only frown, troubled by the complicated situation. It looks like his district is going to be on lockdown for a while. Back on Mount Hua, Seryong and her crew meet up with Yonghua Rin at the Jaha Pavilion. The captain asks her to confirm if the people always reappear at night. The idol confirms that they do, with the sole exception of her father, who never disappears. She explains that he just remains on his throne, engulfed in his fiery energy. Seryong looks at the meditating man, still unable to wrap her head around what's happening. The sword sovereign continues to sit there, completely lost in his trance and unaware of his visitors. Seryong asks Sunja for a countdown to sunset, wanting to know when the people are scheduled to return. The android informs her that this planet has a very short day-night cycle of only 6 hours each. Based on her calculations, she tells them that sunset is in exactly 1 second. And right on cue, something happens that leaves the captain completely speechless. With perfect timing, the sword sovereign stands up, his energy vanishes, and he embraces his daughter, Yonghua Rin, exactly as he did before. The young idol explains that he goes through these motions, like stroking her hair, without any real awareness. She says he will then proceed to have tea, inspect the grounds, and even read in the garden. She reveals that this is the exact routine he followed on her birthday last year, right before she left for her tour. He's been stuck in this loop for a very long time, repeating the same day over and over. With a sad expression, she adds that all the other people in the town are stuck in the same kind of daily loop. Just then, Robert calls in over the comms, reporting that something is wrong. The people aren't reappearing as they should. From his perch on a rooftop, he confirms the streets are still completely empty. Seryong grows concerned and asks Sunja if her sensors are picking up anything. The android replies that she's detecting something, but it's not what they expected. She looks directly at Seryong and tells her that instead of the townspeople appearing, the captain herself is starting to fade away. Seryong is shocked to hear this, just as her body begins to turn transparent. She looks down at her hands in horror as they become see-through, wondering what's happening to her. She starts to panic as her hands vanish completely. Sunja reports that the captain's vital signs are fading along with her body. A moment later, she disappears completely, leaving behind only a faint shimmer of light. All the while, Yonghua Rin remains safely in her father's arms. High above the planet, a ship belonging to the Greenwood Group is monitoring the situation. Inside, the division leader Kim Sungbom watches over the planet and its 2 moons. His subordinate, Captain Kaiju, enters and reports that they have just detected a teleportation signal originating from the planet's surface. The captain confirms that their target was Seryong, the leader of the Blazing Devils. Kim asks him where she was teleported to. His subordinate reports that her destination was the planet's 2nd moon, Genta. The scene shifts to the surface of Genta, where a large, artificial hole has been drilled deep into the moon's crust. From the depths of the dark pit, a scream can be heard. It's Seryong. The faint light appears inside the hole, and her voice can be heard screaming about her disappearing body. She slowly starts to materialize, first her torso, then her arms. Seeing herself half-formed, she panics, thinking she might have actually died and become a ghost. She starts praying, begging God to give her a second chance, because she still has a lot of living and earning money left to do. As she raises her hands to pray, she notices they've become solid again. She stops her prayer mid-sentence, confused. Her whole body is visible now, and she looks around completely bewildered and demanding to know what's happening. Her eyes then land on the figures in front of her, and she realizes this probably isn't the afterlife. Sitting comfortably on a sofa is Count Richel Archimond, with his sleek android assistant standing beside him. The Count doesn't say a word, simply watching her with an unnerving calm as she gets her bearings. Seryong glares at him and demands to know who he is, but he remains silent. He just continues to stare at her, with a cold, sinister look in his eyes. The two of them are locked in a silent standoff, in the strange, dimly lit room. Back on the Greenwood ship, Captain Kaiju tells his superior that there was something unusual about the teleportation they just witnessed. He explains that their sensors detected no signs of consent from Seryong during the transfer. The captain concludes that this was a forced unilateral teleportation, a technology that is highly illegal under galactic law. He suggests that this is a serious crime, and that they should report it to a higher authority immediately. Kim Sungbom, without even turning around, coolly asks him if there is anyone in their chain of command who is higher than him. The captain gets the message loud and clear. Do not go over his head. He immediately shuts up. He quickly answers that there is no one higher, declaring his loyalty to the Black Tiger. Pleased with his answer, Kim tells him to just keep watching the situation for now, and to keep this information quiet. He explains that the use of such advanced forbidden technology suggests that whoever is behind this has very powerful connections. He orders his subordinate to investigate thoroughly but not to intervene, as they first need to determine if getting involved will be profitable or just plain dangerous. The captain snaps to attention and loudly confirms his orders. Kim continues to stare out at the planet's moons, silently calculating what he can gain from this situation. In another part of the galaxy, the West Haven sword matron receives a report that is so shocking she has to ask for it to be repeated. Her daughter Elena has just told her about the mysterious man she encountered, and the matron needs to hear it again to believe it. Kneeling before her mother, Elena repeats that the man she fought claimed that he was her father. She clarifies that he didn't just say it in a metaphorical way. He claimed to be her biological father. She then continues with her story, admitting that she lost the fight against him. This news shocks her mother, who knows how incredibly powerful and difficult to defeat Elena is. The sword matron puts the pieces together. The man who defeated her daughter, the one who claims to be her father, is currently on the planet Mount Hua. Back on the Blazing Devil's ship, Robert slams his fist on the table for emphasis. He's back in full panic mode, screaming that they have to go and rescue the captain. He goes on a profanity-laced tirade about the person who dared to kidnap his captain, while Lee just listens with a bored expression. As Robert's cursing gets more creative, Lee turns to Sunja and asks for a translation, since he doesn't understand modern slang. The android politely declines to translate, explaining that it's mostly just swear words, and goes back to her work. Young Hwaran suggests that Seryong's kidnapping is probably connected to the larger mystery of what's happening on her planet. She theorizes that all the missing townspeople might have been taken in the same way, but admits they have no proof. Sunja interrupts, saying they do have proof. She explains that the way the townspeople vanished matches the energy signature of Seryong's disappearance. It's a textbook case of forced teleportation, a highly illegal technology. Robert yells that this confirms everyone is being held captive somewhere and that they need to launch a rescue mission immediately. In his excitement, he grabs Lee Mokjin by the shirt. Lee asks the android what Robert's deal is. She explains that he has PTSD from his military days, which causes him to have trouble controlling his emotions in stressful situations. Robert, oblivious, continues yelling and swearing right in the old master's face. Lee calmly tells him to let go of his shirt. The android warns him it's no use. Once Robert gets going, he doesn't listen to reason. The old master decides to use a different approach, letting a bit of his powerful aura leak out as he speaks. This gets the android's attention. As she realizes this might actually get through to him, it works. Robert immediately snaps out of it, apologizes, and lets go of Lee. Sunja deadpans that Robert's mood swings are truly something to behold. With that settled, they get back to planning their next move. The android explains that this type of illegal teleportation has a very limited range. It's impossible for them to have taken the captain to a different planet, so they can narrow down their search. This gives them only 3 possibilities. She's either still somewhere on Mount Hua, or she's on one of its 2 moons. Lee joins her at the viewport to look at the moons and asks if she can figure out which one it is. The android reports that she's already scanned the entire planet, and the only life sign is the Sword Sovereign, so they can rule out that option. That leaves them with just the two moons, Genta and Cicerus. She explains that she's getting life signs from both moons, but because they're so close together, it's hard to tell which is the correct source. The old master asks if this means they're just going to have to flip a coin. Sunja agrees and then pauses to think. A memory of the captain's obsession with gold gives her an idea. Figuring that Sirion would be drawn to anything gold, she decides to bet on the golden-hued moon, Cicerus. Unfortunately for the captain, her android's logic is completely wrong. The scene returns to the moon Genta, where Count Richel Archimond is still silently staring at the captive Sirion. She demands to know who he is again, but he continues to ignore her question. His personal android performs a scan on the captain, reporting that she has a 1.4 giga external energy drive. The scan also reveals a much more powerful, high-capacity 3.3 giga energy drive embedded deep within her body. The android finishes its report by noting that her only visible weapon is the electronic, flexible sword at her waist. The Count finally speaks, commenting on her powerful internal energy drive while casually sipping some sparkling water. He mocks her, saying that it's amusing that a low-level bounty hunter would have such a powerful piece of equipment that she can't even use. Fed up, Sirion asks him again who he is, and if he's deaf. The scene then cuts to a completely different part of the universe, where a lone seedling is growing in a barren, sandy land. A very old man is crouched beside it, gently tending to it and enjoying the simple act of watching it grow. Officer Showdown approaches the old man respectfully, addressing him as Master. The young officer has a serious expression and says that he has an urgent matter to discuss. The old master, without even looking up, says he is already aware of the situation on Mount Hua and knows that Cho has been assigned to handle it. The master advises him to be patient and not to act rashly. Using the seedling as a metaphor, he says they must wait to see what kind of tree they are dealing with before they make a move. He explains that they must wait until all of Count Richel's powerful supporters have shown their hands. Only then can they strike with full force. The master reminds him that he taught him better than to be so impatient, and asks if there is some other reason for his unease. The young officer doesn't answer, his silence confirming that there is something else. The old man senses his student's agitation and asks him to spit it out, wondering what has him so worked up. Cho explains that he encountered a mysterious and powerful individual during his investigation. He describes how this person's mastery of their sect's own techniques is so great that he can reverse their fundamental nature. He also adds that this stranger somehow knows one of their most secret and forbidden techniques. The master's calm demeanor shatters, replaced by a look of pure horror. Hesitantly, Cho adds that this person's skill has reached the absolute pinnacle of mastery. The officer concludes by saying that the biggest problem is that this impossibly skilled master has no known connection to their sect. The old master's face becomes cold and hard. He gives a simple chilling order: find this person and kill him. As he gives the order, the small seedling next to him instantly withers and dies, killed by his dark aura. The young officer is so shocked by the command that he asks his master to repeat it. The master's face flushes with anger as he declares this person an anomaly, a monster that must be eliminated at all costs. His extreme reaction suggests he's trying to hide a dark secret. The order makes no sense to Cho, but he is too stunned to argue. Later, the young officer gets back in his ship to carry out his new grim mission. His ship speeds through the vastness of space. He settles in for the long journey ahead, his mind troubled by his master's orders. Back on the moon Genta, Sirion is still trying to get an answer out of Count Richel, asking him again if he's deaf. The Count ignores her again and simply orders his android to check her while he continues to sip his drink. The android vanishes in a blur, moving faster than the eye can see. She reappears directly behind Sirion, who is still looking at the Count and has no idea she's there. Sensing the presence behind her, the captain spins around, an energy blast already forming in her hand, and asks the android what it's trying to do. But as she unleashes the attack, the android vanishes again, reappearing behind her once more and grabbing her by the neck. Sirion is shocked by the android's speed and skill as its hand closes over her face. She can't believe how impossibly fast it is, having never encountered an android this advanced. The Count tells her to just give up, informing her that any resistance is pointless. He says that he's going to ask her a few questions, and if she cooperates, he'll grant her a quick and painless end. Having had enough of his villain monologue, Sirion tells him to shut up and manages to push the android away. Her surprising countermove gets the Count's attention, and he wonders if she's skilled in adaptive martial arts. Sirion draws her flexible sword and unleashes a whirlwind of slashes, forcing the speedy android to back off. The android effortlessly dodges every single strike thanks to its incredible speed and reflexes. It waits for an opening and then closes the distance in an instant, trying to get a hold of the captain's arm to restrain her. The Count taunts her, explaining that fighting is pointless because his android has data on every known martial art in the universe. Seryong keeps up her attack, but the android predicts and dodges her every move. She starts to realize he might be telling the truth. The machine seems to know what she's going to do before she even does it. But the captain is stubborn and refuses to give up, telling the Count not to make her laugh. She goes for a direct, powerful thrust, but the android sidesteps it with ease. In the next instant, the captain feels a sharp blow to her back as the android exploits her opening. The android lifts her clean off her feet and sends her flying across the room. She crashes hard onto the floor, unable to recover from the unexpected force of the blow. The android calmly waits, ready to analyze her next move and counter it. Seryong wastes no time getting back on her feet, taking a fighting stance with her sword to show she's not done yet. The Count, still sipping his drink, looks genuinely surprised that she was able to get up so fast. The android continues to observe its opponent, ready to unleash another attack. The captain holds her ground, waiting for the android to make the first move this time. She's starting to sweat, realizing this fight is tougher than she anticipated. She knows her usual moves won't work, and that she needs to try something unpredictable. As she's trying to come up with a plan, the android disappears in another burst of speed. It reappears behind her, but this time, the captain senses it instantly. She plays possum, pretending not to notice as it reaches for her. At the last second, she vanishes, giving the android a taste of its own medicine. She has leaped high into the air, and for a moment, the android seems confused, unable to track her. As she descends, she prepares her sword for a powerful downward strike. The android quickly locates her and leaps up to meet her in mid-air. Seryong responds with an attack called Bullet, hurling her sword downward like a spear. The flexible sword becomes rigid as it plummets toward its target with incredible force. It looks like a direct hit to the android's face, and for a second, it seems her plan has worked. But at the last possible moment, the android catches the blade with its bare hands and deflects it. It all happens in a flash, and the android continues its upward trajectory to intercept the now defenseless captain. The android gets within inches of grabbing her, but Seryong had another trick up her sleeve. Because her sword is adaptive, it instantly wraps itself around the android's arm like a whip, which was her plan all along. The android tries to counter by generating intense heat in its arm to burn Seryong at close range. The captain seems helpless, but her weapon isn't. The sword tightens its grip and then propels itself upward, pulling its tip along the android's arm. The sword's tip flies up and aims directly for the android's head. Before the machine can react, the sword pierces through its skull, destroying its central processing unit. The lights in its eyes flicker and die as its intelligence unit is fried. The entire, complex maneuver happens in a split second as both combatants fall back to the ground. Seeing his prized android defeated, the Count angrily shatters his glass. He stares in shock, recognizing her technique as a secret art from the long-lost Sichuan Tang clan. The now lifeless android crashes to the floor. Seryong lands beside it, clearly injured from the fight. She struggles back to her feet, clutching her stomach where the android's heat blast connected. Now it's the Count's turn to ask her who she really is. Seryong, bleeding from her mouth, just glares at him in defiance. Still in disbelief, he tells her that the Sichuan Tang clan was wiped out a decade ago, and demands to know how she could possibly know their secret arts. Instead of answering, Seryong just tells him that he's forced her to get serious. She then activates the powerful 3.3 giga energy drive hidden inside her, the very same one the Count said she couldn't use. She figures that desperate times call for desperate measures. The drive is a legendary piece of tech known as the Xuanwu Divine Art Drive. She pushes the drive to its maximum output. This shocks the Count even more, as he knows that this particular art was a secret technique known only by the leader of the Tang clan. Overflowing with power, Seryong leaps into the air with incredible force and tells him to shut his mouth. The Count simply watches her, anticipating that she's planning an aerial assault from all directions. Seryong is engulfed in a brilliant green light as she rises higher. With a sudden burst of energy, she unleashes thousands of tiny energy arrows, like a massive firework exploding. The Count can only stare in awe, recognizing the attack as another legendary technique, the Infinite Rain Blossom. The thousands of arrows all shoot toward him at once. A massive explosion rocks the entire facility as her attack lands. The scene then cuts back to the ship of the West Haven's sword matron. Inside, Elena is telling her mother that the way she met this mysterious man was also very strange. She explains that she had first gone to Mount Hua for a simple bounty hunting job. But when she arrived, she was knocked out and woke up in a strange room, face to face with him. In the flashback, Count Rachel Archimond is shown sitting on his couch, silently watching her with a grim expression. Elena tells her mother that to this day she still doesn't understand why he brought her there. She recalls how they just stared at each other in silence for a while. Her mother immediately recognizes the description. It was the same illegal, forced teleportation used on Seryong. In the flashback, the Count tells Elena not to be alarmed, explaining that he has brought her here to grant her greatest wish. Elena is confused, having no idea what he's talking about. He asks her if her greatest desire isn't to become so powerful that the entire world is beneath her. He reveals that he knows this is her dream, and it's why she spent her life seeking out battle after battle, even turning her own ship into a fighting arena. He accurately describes her frustration and despair, knowing that the stronger she got, the further away her ultimate goal seemed. He then offers to give her the power she's been searching for. Elena admits to her mother that the man knew an uncomfortable amount about her. In the flashback, she demands to know who he is, angered by how much he knew about her private struggles. The Count simply stands up and says that it seems a fight is the only way to make her understand. Back in the present, Elena tells her mother that they fought, but there was a huge problem. The scene cuts back to the fight between Seryong and the Count. Despite her massive power-up, he has defeated her and is holding her by the throat. Elena's voiceover explains that no matter what she tried against him, it was completely useless. The Count, Archimond, holds Seryong by the throat. His clothes have been burned away, revealing that his body is made of the same metal as his androids. Seryong chokes and bleeds from the crushing pressure of his grip. This is the exact same way he held Elena after defeating her in the flashback. In the flashback, he tells the defeated Elena that he will give her the same kind of strength that he possesses. He then drops the bombshell that he's doing this because he is her father, a claim that Elena clearly does not believe. Back in the present, the Count demands that the defeated Seryong answer his questions. He offers her a deal. If she cooperates, he will make her powerful. The only catch, he says, is that she'll have to give up her own mind and free will. The sword matron listens to her daughter's story, her face a mask of pure shock. Elena says that the man gave her a gift. On cue, her body begins to glow with a powerful blue energy, which stuns her mother. She explains that he is the source of the new power she now possesses. The sword matron recognizes the energy signature, realizing with horror that her daughter has been given a power known as steel fortification. Back on the Blazing Devil ship, Sunja is trying to pinpoint the captain's location so they can launch a rescue. Robert is back to his usual shouting, demanding to know why they aren't moving yet and telling the android to get the ship going. Just then, Sunja notices a new contact that has suddenly appeared on her radar. A red blip on the screen shows that another ship is approaching them at high speed. She aborts their launch to Cyceris as a small, sleek ship appears directly in front of them. It has the markings of the Heavenly Demon sect. The two ships face each other in a tense standoff in space, neither one making a move. On the bridge, Robert asks what that ship is and tells Sunja to tell them to get out of the way before he runs them over. The android calmly tells him that she can't do that, which just confuses him. She explains that despite its small size, that ship is a top-of-the-line Celestial-class battleship, which completely outclasses their own ship. The cherry on top, she adds, is that it belongs to the Heavenly Demon sect. Robert is stunned, wondering what business the powerful and feared Heavenly Demon sect could possibly have with them. A moment later, Officer Showdown simply teleports directly onto their bridge, startling both Robert and Sunja. The young officer completely ignores them, his eyes fixed on Lee Mokjin, who is sitting at the table. Lee, however, doesn't even notice the intruder. He's completely focused on the monumental challenge of eating a single hot dog with a knife and fork. The officer stares intently at him, immediately recognizing him as the man from the file he reviewed back at the district headquarters. Robert cautiously approaches the high-ranking officer and asks him what business he has on their ship. Without even glancing at Robert, Cho walks over to the table and introduces himself to Lee as a first-class officer from the Central Committee, then takes a seat. He invites Lee to speak freely, but the old master just keeps struggling with his hot dog, completely ignoring him. Robert is baffled by the situation, wondering how such a little kid could hold one of the highest ranks in the entire Heavenly Demon sect. The officer cheerfully informs Lee that he has an urgent request that he needs to discuss with him. He then dismisses Robert, telling him this conversation doesn't concern him, and turns his attention back to Lee. The officer reveals that the person behind the whole Mount Hua incident is a man named Archimond. He explains that this man was a brilliant scientist who used to lead military weapons development for the government. He was in charge of a project called Steel City, which was the origin of the Iron Gang Shi. He was eventually kicked out and disappeared after his inhumane methods were discovered. The officer reveals that Rachel is now hiding in this system and has restarted his experiments on an even grander scale. Lee continues to ignore him, finally managing to get a piece of his hot dog. The officer continues, suggesting that Rachel wasn't actually fired, but was secretly given more funding to continue his work in the shadows. He tells them that they believe he is being backed by a secret faction within the government's own military. Lee finally finishes his bite of hot dog. He then asks Sunja for a glass of water, still acting as if the high-ranking officer isn't even there. The officer is genuinely surprised by the complete lack of reaction, especially after he just shared such critical intelligence. He finds himself wondering who this strange old man really is. Robert, however, jumps in, asking for confirmation that a faction of his own government's military is involved. Cho confirms it but tells Robert to stay out of it, as it's not something civilians can handle. At the same time, Sindra brings Lee his water, and he still says nothing. Robert argues that they have to get involved because their captain was just kidnapped by this group. The officer coldly tells him there's nothing they can do and that their only option is to pray for her. This sets Robert off again. He slams his fists on the table, tells the officer to shut up, and declares that they are going to rescue their captain, with or without his permission. He warns him not to get in their way. Lee finally speaks, telling the young officer to listen closely. He says that while he has no intention of getting involved in sect business, he also has no intention of following his orders. The old master says he finds it very suspicious that a high-ranking officer would so freely share such sensitive information with a group of strangers. He correctly deduces that the officer is trying to use them as pawns to handle this messy situation so that his own sect doesn't have to get its hands dirty. He scoffs at the idea that a kid who hasn't even hit puberty could possibly hope to manipulate him. The officer simply asks him who he is, respectfully calling him Noble One. Lee ignores the question and asks if that was the real reason for his visit. The officer's silence is all the answer he needs. The old master gets up from the table, saying that if the officer has nothing else to say, then their business is concluded. Finally, the officer asks the real question he came to ask. Does he have any connection to the Heavenly Demon sect? Lee flatly denies having any connection to the sect. The officer says he will take him at his word for now, but he warns him that if that's true, then whatever he does from this point on will be his own responsibility, and the sect will publicly deny any involvement. Without turning back, Lee says that's perfectly fine with him, and tells him to leave, as he has things to do. A moment later, the young officer teleports back to his ship and departs. Lee watches the ship go, a flicker of interest on his face. He seems impressed by the young officer, despite his harsh words. He thinks to himself that it's good to see that the sect still has some promising young talent. Aboard his ship, the officer continues on his mission. Lee reflects that while the kid has talent, he's still got a lot to learn. With their visitor gone, the crew gets back to the task at hand. Robert says it's time to go rescue their captain. Sunja agrees but informs him that she has a new set of coordinates for their destination. She says that their new destination is not Cycerus but the other moon, Genta. It seems the young officer secretly sent them the correct coordinates before he left. The scene then shifts back to the hidden base on the moon Genta. Deep inside the artificial crater, Count Richel has brought his captive. The defeated and weakened Seryong is lying on the floor of his laboratory. The Count drags her further into his private lab. In the center of the lab is a large, menacing-looking operating table. He pulls her over to the table, which is equipped with restraints to hold someone down. He throws her onto the table and begins to strap her down. The captain weakly asks him what he's planning to do. He looks down at her, surprised that she's conscious already, but she can only manage a weak frown. He comments on her resilience, suggesting that the noble blood of the Tang clan must be quite special. She again asks him where she is and what he intends to do to her. The Count tells her not to worry, claiming that he's about to free her from all her pain. He explains that he's going to wipe her mind clean, erasing all her memories, good and bad. His plan is to turn her into another one of his mindless Iron Gang Shi, doomed to a simple life of nothing but obedience. Hearing this, Seryong tries to summon an energy blast to fight back, but she's too weak, and nothing happens. The Count informs her that it's useless to struggle, as he has already blocked her energy channels and paralyzed her entire nervous system. As he prepares the operating table, he explains that her body is no longer under her control because he has severed the connection to her brain. The captain struggles with all her might, but she can't even make a finger twitch. He tells her to save her energy, as any attempt to move is completely futile. But then something completely unexpected happens. Despite being completely paralyzed, Seryong suddenly sits up. She tells him that he can kill members of the Tang clan, but he can never break their will. She then activates a forbidden technique, and her eyes turn red as blood begins to leak from her eyes and mouth. Before he can react, she places her hand on his chest, and he notices a strange smell. A glowing yellow substance erupts from her palm, and it begins to melt right through his metal body, allowing her to push her hand into his chest. He realizes too late that it's a powerful poison. He's frozen in shock as she pushes her hand deeper into his body. She explains that it's a secret weapon of her clan called Pigeon Blood Poison. Every member of the Tang clan is born with this deadly poison in their heart. It's a final, desperate weapon to be used at the moment of their death, to take their enemy with them. As the poison spreads, the Count tries to pull her arm out, but she tells him it's useless. She explains that as her own life fades, the poison will only grow stronger, strong enough to melt any metal. Just as she says, the hole in his chest grows wider. With a bloody smile, she calls him a monster, and says she has one last thing to tell him. Her face covered in blood, she smiles and invites him to die along with her. But just as she's about to succeed, a blade flashes between them and slices her hand off at the wrist. It's his android assistant, which apparently wasn't as destroyed as it seemed. The Count pulls her severed hand out of his chest, free from her death grip. Xiong, now on the verge of death, looks down and sees the android. Realizing her last-ditch effort to kill him has failed, blood pours from her severed wrist as she collapses. At that exact moment, a loud intruder alarm begins to blare throughout the entire facility. The Count looks up, annoyed at the interruption. The facility's automated system announces that multiple intruders have been detected in the base. Meanwhile, Lee Mokjin slapped on a space shield, looking seriously ticked off about the whole situation. His buddy Robert suited up in his combat gear as well. He got into position behind the old master, who kept his hands in his pockets like it was nothing. Suddenly, an army of Iron Gang She-bots erupted from the ground. The mechanical horde got ready to throw down with the bounty hunters. Thousands of them charged forward with swords drawn, while even more leaped from the facility to join the fight. Robert readied his arsenal, telling Lee he'd handle the robot grunts and that the old master should go save their captain. The martial artist didn't hesitate for a second, launching himself away and leaving the ex-soldier to deal with the droids. He soared over the incoming wave of bots, making a beeline straight for the underground base. Robert was stunned that his companion took off so incredibly fast, not even pausing for a moment. Lee flew directly into the entrance of the underground base, immediately facing a squad of bots coming up as backup. In a flash, the old master unleashed his power, and a brilliant light erupted from his body. He triggered a massive explosion as he blasted his way down the tunnel, wiping out all the bots and wrecking the entire entrance. Robert just stared in awe. The blast sent huge rocks flying, which crushed several bots instantly. Still, there was a whole sea of them left to fight. Robert grumbled that his powerful friend could have at least thinned the herd a little before taking off, since he didn't need to take him so literally. A massive horde of Iron Gang She charged straight for Robert, their swords raised and ready for action. He started swearing under his breath, realizing he was on his own, and opened fire with everything he had. Elsewhere, a badly injured Count Richel Archimond watched the chaos unfold on a monitor. On the screen, he watched the ex-soldier going all out, unloading his weapons into the army of droids. Robert was fighting like a madman, absolutely determined to scrap every last one of them. The Count's android assistant scanned Robert's gear, identifying each weapon. It picked up a Mark 106 recoilless laser cannon. The scan also found an automatic laser multi-missile system. Robert fired a volley, causing major damage. When some droids got too close, he used his pack to fly up into the air. He boosted himself with what the observing android called anti-gravity rockets. The android informed the Count that the man's arsenal was definitely military-grade equipment for the special forces. However, it noted that all the gear was hopelessly outdated and no longer in active service. The Count figured out his opponent was a retired soldier, not an active one, and decided he had been worried over nothing. He commanded his android to take care of the old soldier and the rest of his crew. Just then, a completely different alarm started blaring, getting both the Count's and the android's attention. He looked at his assistant, wondering what was happening now. The android reported that an intruder had just breached District 8 of the facility. Just seconds after that, it updated him that the intruder was already past District 8 and now entering 7. The Count was alarmed, wondering how anyone could blow past their security that fast. A moment later, the android announced the intruder had just zipped from District 8 to 7, then 6, and now 5. It kept rattling off numbers as the intruder passed through 4, 3, and 2, then suddenly stopped, unable to get a lock on their location. The Count was totally floored, arguing it was impossible for someone to have blasted through all their defenses so quickly. His mechanical assistant tried to rescan the data to pinpoint where the intruder was. Suddenly, a blazing light appeared right behind the android. It tried to report the intruder's new location, but froze mid-sentence. The android then exploded, apparently because the mysterious intruder had just paid it a visit. The Count watched his assistant blow up into a shower of metal parts, and he frantically looked around to see where the attack came from. At the same time, the alarm began to affect the captive townspeople, and their stasis tubes started to fill up with gas. The tubes were almost completely filled with the gas, which seemed to be an automatic response to the emergency situation. Then, just as quickly the alarms shut off and the tubes returned to their normal state. All the stasis tubes went back to normal, and the oxygen level stabilized. The whole room was thick with smoke, and the Count just stood there, stunned. He was still trying to figure out who this intruder could possibly be. He then spotted a huge hole smashed through the wall. Through it, he saw Lee walking into the room, his hands still casually tucked in his pockets. It clicked that this was the guy who had just torn through all his defenses, and he could only stare. The old master stared back with a curious expression, looking completely non-threatening. A moment later, the martial artist stepped through the hole and strolled toward the Count, not saying a single word. The Count stared back in disbelief, still trying to wrap his head around who this person was and how he got past his entire robot army. While the scientist was still gawking, Lee moved in a blur of motion and reappeared directly behind him. He walked over to Seryong, who was lying on the table, which made the Count spin around to look at him. The captain was strapped down by one arm because her other had been severed, and she was covered in blood. Count Rico finally found his voice and yelled, demanding to know who the intruder was. Lee completely ignored him, his attention focused on the captain's blood-stained face and body. He finally spoke, telling the Count that he had hurt a young woman who was just in the prime of her life. He added that the scientist also had zero respect for human life, pointing to the thousands of people he had trapped in tubes. The old master looked him dead in the eye and told him he was nothing more than a monster. The villain just stared back, surprised and unsure how to respond, since he had no idea who he was dealing with. The martial artist frowned, and his intense glare unsettled the Count, who was still reeling from his sudden arrival. He rudely demanded to know who Lee was again and what business he had there. Lee simply reached a hand out towards him and activated one of his martial arts abilities. Seryong's soft sword, which was lying on the floor, suddenly reacted to the warrior's power and twitched. The blade lifted off the ground all by itself and started floating forward. The old master told Count Rico he doesn't bother talking to non-humans and continued to call the sword to him. The sword shot off the floor and flew towards the two men. Instead of skewering the Count, Lee guided the sword so it zipped right past his ear, probably just to show off what he could do. The sword flew into Lee's hand. The Count was stunned to see such a skill, recognizing it as the legendary technique of void manipulation. He quickly scanned the intruder, but found no trace of an internal energy drive. This discovery was deeply disturbing, as he wondered how his opponent could use a skill like void manipulation, something only those at a transcendent level should be able to do, without any technological assistance. He kept scanning with his eye implant, totally baffled, and wondered if the man was using ancient, forgotten martial arts. The Count stood his ground, but he knew he was in serious trouble and cursed the timing of this new enemy's arrival. The scientist glanced down at his injured body, where the captain had wounded him, and wished he had never been injured by that wild woman. The ancient warrior stepped closer, his gaze never leaving the Count. He aimed the sword right at the villain's neck, and the Count looked completely surprised. Lee told him he wasn't just non-human, but he wasn't even a true martial warrior. The hero then asked how he could possibly be thinking about such pointless things in the middle of a fight. The taunts finally got to the Count, who screamed at him to shut up and charged forward to attack. The villain ran straight at him, attempting to strike a devastating blow. But suddenly he saw that his own hand was gushing blood. It seemed the old master had already moved past him, slicing off his entire left arm in the process. The Count looked behind him and saw his own severed arm just lying there on the floor. Lee explained that was payback for what he did to Seryong, who was still passed out on the nearby operating table. The warrior continued, telling the Count that the only thing left was for him to pay the price for making him angry. He began to unleash his power, telling the scientist to get ready because the cost of angering him was going to be steep. The martial artist flooded the lab with an immense amount of energy, and it was clear the Count was in deep trouble. The villain thought to himself that his luck was just awful. Not only did he have to fight the woman from the Sichuan clan, but now he had to face this monster too, all on the same day. He realized his internal drive was at less than 40% power because of the chest wound from Seryong, so he had basically no chance of winning this fight. He figured that a desperate situation like this called for a desperate solution. He fired up his internal drive but set its power output to the absolute maximum. His system immediately started blaring a danger alarm since his injured body couldn't possibly handle that much energy. The system warned that he was exceeding safe limits and couldn't control the heat. It kept telling the Count he was in danger, but he just kept pushing the drive at full power. Lee saw him maxing out his internal energy and thought it was a bizarre technique. He wondered how the world got to a point where people used powers beyond their limits, and he missed the old days of pure martial arts. Suddenly, a weak voice from nearby told him to kill the Count immediately. He glanced over to see where the voice had come from. It was Seryong, who had just woken up but looked like she was in terrible shape. She warned him that the scientist was trying to self-destruct and that he had to kill him before he could finish. Lee quickly looked back at the Count, but it was already too late. Light was now pouring out of every opening in the Count's body, and he looked like he was about to blow apart. The old master knew it was too late, and could only watch as the villain took his own life right in front of him. A brilliant light flared from where the Count stood, signaling an imminent explosion. The light expanded, engulfing the whole facility. Outside, Robert's weapons were failing. He was out of missiles, and his systems were telling him to reload his ammo. His photon cannon was also out of energy, and its system prompted him to reload that too. His V-10 Claymore started to fail, with the system demanding an inspection and repairs. On top of that, his fireproof suit was malfunctioning and needed to be replaced. Worst of all, he was still surrounded by hundreds of bots that were ready to attack. This was not a good spot to be in. Robert grumbled that this was exactly what he was worried about, and that taking out these droids would have been a piece of cake if his friend had just helped out a little earlier. The droids didn't seem to care about his problems and began to slowly advance when they realized he had stopped shooting. Robert yelled for them to hold on, suggesting they all take a 1-minute break and calling them a bunch of scrap metal jerks. He then asked if they had any idea who he was, and started taking off his combat armor. He dropped the chest plate and prepared to ditch the rest. He tossed the whole suit aside, declaring that he was Robert Carlyle, Sergeant Major of the Special Tactical Unit from the Northern Galaxy Combat Forces. He pulled out 2 daggers and sarcastically told the droids not to get too scared. Then he leaped right at them, yelling for them to bring it on. This was not going to end well. The bots seemed surprised by his charge, but they were more than ready to meet his attack with overwhelming force. All of a sudden, a massive explosion went off right before his eyes, and he was shocked by what was happening. He saw that the huge blast seemed to be erupting from the underground facility. The explosion continued to expand, covering a huge section of the moon's surface. It was an incredibly large and blinding blast that temporarily wiped out his vision. Robert watched the explosion from his position on the battlefield, still completely clueless as to what was going on. His mouth hung open in shock as he scanned his surroundings. He just stood there frozen, fingers in hand, still trying to process the sudden turn of events. The blast formed a giant mushroom cloud, making it look like a nuclear bomb had just gone off. The explosion was so enormous it was visible for miles, and it launched tons of debris out into space. From orbit, the massive explosion was also spotted by the crew of the Greenwood Group's ship. Kim Sungbaum, who had been secretly keeping tabs on the Blazing Devils, was also shocked to see such a powerful blast. Captain Kaiju came in to report that they had detected a gigaton-scale electromagnetic explosion coming from the moon of planet Mount Hua. Kim told his captain that things were getting much more serious than they had anticipated. He noted that a blast of that size could only be military-grade, which suggested that the human government might be involved in this mess. He ordered his captain to wipe all records of the incident, including video logs, telling him that as far as they were concerned, they saw nothing. Captain Kaiju was shocked by this order, especially since he had just suggested they should report the whole thing to their superiors. At the same time, Officer Chodun's celestial battleship was also flying in the same region. From the bridge of his ship, he also spotted the massive explosion happening on Mount Hua's moon. He watched the event on a monitor, wondering what in the world could have happened down on the moon Ganta. Back on the surface, Robert stood there completely baffled, still having no clue what was going on. He wondered what was happening, because not only was there a huge explosion, but all the bots had suddenly shut down. They must have lost the signal from their command base. He then remembered their mission was to save the captain, and he worried if she was safe, since she was inside the facility that just exploded. He left the battlefield and ran frantically toward the blast site, desperately wondering where his captain could be. Suddenly, another brilliant light appeared, stopping him dead in his tracks. He really hoped the place wasn't exploding a second time. He saw the light in the sky and squinted to get a better look. It grew brighter as it seemed to be coming right for him. From the light, Lee emerged, standing on a floating platform and carrying Captain Siriong in his arms. As they got closer, Robert could see that his captain was badly injured and was missing an arm. The ancient warrior looked down at her injured form with an expression of deep sadness. Robert just stood there, completely stunned and speechless. He looked between his 2 companions, staying silent, just hoping that his captain was going to make it. Elsewhere, Officer Cho went back to his superior, the Master, and reported that the planet Mount Hua was back to normal. The Master was calmly observing a plant that was growing in a large, beautiful flower field. The officer informed him that the townspeople who were used as test subjects had all returned to their normal lives. Luckily, none of them remembered anything, as if the incident never took place. The Master commented that the whole affair sounded like a weird ghost story and asked how Count Richel managed to do it. Officer Cho explained that the only logical answer was that the scientists had figured out how to commercialize entropy inversion. The master had no idea what that was and told his subordinate to explain it in simple terms, since not everyone was a genius like him. Cho explained it was a technology that literally rewrites time, basically like hitting a reset button. He added that experiments involving it were banned because of the risk of creating alternate universes. He continued, saying that the Count had not only perfected the forbidden technology, but he had used it on all the test subjects at the same time. On top of that, he had also created other forbidden technologies like one-way teleportation. The officer stated that the villain was a genius far beyond his already impressive reputation. The master figured that with skills like that, the military factions of the human government must be backing him. He called them greedy humans who were playing with fire and would end up burning themselves and the world. The master then asked if the Count was dead. His officer replied that he couldn't be 100% sure. The old leader concluded that if he wasn't sure, it meant the scientist was probably still alive. Cho confirmed that he suspected the same thing. He was ordered to make sure the job of eliminating the Count was done right. The master also told him to eliminate the man who was using their sect's martial arts, referring to Lee. The young officer didn't argue the point, simply saying that he understood the order. He clearly wasn't happy about it, as the order didn't make much sense, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Later on, the officer went back to his ship and took his usual seat. He sat there for some time, looking like he was lost in some very deep thought. Meanwhile, on the planet Mount Hua, everything seemed to be back to business as usual. The Sword Sovereign, Yang Jok-sun, offered Lee a cup of tea and mentioned that his daughter had told him everything that went down. He told the ancient warrior he didn't know how he could possibly thank him for saving his daughter and the other townspeople. Lee replied that the people weren't rebels, but were just being controlled like puppets by someone else. He added that according to a certain young man he met, there were even more evil people behind this whole incident. The sovereign agreed, saying that was definitely true, even with the Mount Hua sect in its current weakened state. He explained that even though they were weak, no random person could defy the planet's martial laws without having some very powerful backers. The old master sipped his tea and noted that it seemed the sovereign planned to just look the other way, pretending none of this ever happened. The sovereign's eyes went wide, caught completely off guard by the comment. He wondered how this man could read him so perfectly. The martial artist didn't even look up from his tea. The sovereign found it strange how calm his young-looking guest was while discussing such a serious event. He wondered again who this man truly was. He finally answered, saying his top priority was the survival of his 10,000 clan members, and he would gladly sacrifice his pride for that. Fighting back right now would be a foolish move that would endanger his people. The sovereign also pointed out that his guest didn't seem the least bit nervous talking to a man of his stature. He noted that ever since he became the leader, everyone had treated him with great respect, yet this man's casual, almost disrespectful attitude felt strangely normal, which was confusing. Lee just told him not to overthink it. He explained that he had made a personal choice to live his life looking down on the world and everyone in it. It was simply the path he had chosen. That bold statement shocked the sovereign, who wondered if this man saw himself as some kind of supreme being, since he claimed to look down on the entire world. The leader of the Mount Hua sect asked him just who he really was. The ancient warrior replied that it was better for him not to know. Since the sovereign had chosen to live with his eyes closed to these matters, he should keep them shut, because opening them would only lead to more trouble. The sovereign just stared at him, completely baffled. This had to be the strangest person he had ever encountered. The martial artist got up from the table and walked outside. Before leaving, he told the sovereign he wanted to ask a question, since he was not familiar with the modern world. He asked if modern technology had advanced enough to be able to reattach a severed limb. He admitted the question sounded crazy, but he had been seeing some pretty unbelievable things lately. Nearby, young Huaren was standing outside, just looking at the view. The Blazing Devil's ship had already departed from the planet Mount Hua and was now traveling through space. Inside the ship's medical bay, Soryong was lying unconscious and unclothed. She was inside a life support pod that was breathing for her and keeping her alive. The ship's android, Sunja, stood nearby, keeping a close eye on the captain's vitals. The readings were not looking good at all. Sunja left the medical bay and returned to the main area of the ship. She was immediately met by Robert, who anxiously asked her for an update on the captain's condition. The android told him straight up that the captain was not doing well at all. Robert didn't understand, saying it was just an arm and that it could be easily reattached. The android explained that the captain's blood was filled with a self-produced poison. The worst part was this poison was unique, and there was no known cure. She added that she had done her best to counteract the poison, but it was still spreading deeper into her organs. Robert started to freak out and grab the android. He said they needed to get to a major hospital right away and demanded to know why they were still sitting there. Sunja repeated that there was no antidote. Furthermore, the nearest major hospital was in the Andromeda Nebula, and she wasn't sure the captain would even survive the trip. The ex-soldier let go of her and grimly asked what they were supposed to do. The android simply walked away, telling him they needed to get ready to say their goodbyes. She reminded him of the captain's wish to be attached to a shield and sent into space after her death so she could explore the cosmos forever. She mentioned she would start saving money to buy a high-quality shield for the captain's final send-off. Robert just stood there, heartbroken, as the reality of what she was saying sank in. The normally lively ship felt incredibly dark, quiet, and lonely. Sunja went to the water dispenser and filled a cup. She stared into it, though it was unlikely she could actually drink. Instead, she just poured the entire cup of water over her own head. The water ran down her face and over her eyes, which was apparently the only way the android could simulate crying. Her eyes shot open as she spotted something completely unexpected outside the ship. It was a large, elegant ship belonging to the West Haven sword matron Kim Manhwa. The android was on high alert, having no idea why the famous sword matron would be looking for them again. Aboard her vessel, the sword matron gazed at the Blazing Devils ship. She had a worried expression, suggesting she already knew about what had recently happened to the crew. She kept her eyes on the ship, apparently wanting to talk to them. Down on the planet Mount, Sovereign Young Jiosun also noticed something strange in the sky. The sword matron's ship had just entered his planet's airspace unannounced, and he had no idea what she wanted. The sect leader did not look pleased about this unexpected and unauthorized visit. A security enforcer, Man Sangin, rushed in to officially inform him that the ship belonged to the West Haven sword matron. The sovereign acknowledged that he recognized the ship as belonging to Kim Manhwa. The enforcer reported that they had tried to hail her ship multiple times but had received no response. The sovereign figured that she wasn't there to see him, so he told his man to just leave her be. Man Sangin got angry, arguing that this was their sect's territory. He insisted that her fancy title didn't give her the right to just ignore their authority and disrespect them. The sovereign just smiled and told his subordinate to calm down. He explained their sect was busy rebuilding, so they needed to avoid picking fights. It was clear the security officer was out of the loop on the recent disaster. The enforcer tried to argue more, but his leader told him that right now, patience was their strongest weapon. As he left, the sovereign added that they just had to endure such insults for now, at least until they were strong enough to push back. His subordinate was left standing there, totally confused, but he had no choice but to follow his leader's orders. He was baffled by the sovereign's talk of reconstructing, having no idea what that was supposed to mean. Meanwhile, Kim Manhwa's ship continued to hover in the planet's atmosphere, ignoring all attempts at communication from local security. Aboard her ship, the sword matron told Lee she had come to speak with him, respectfully calling him revered master. She mentioned that she might be able to offer him some surprising help with his current problem. She had apparently already brought Seryong's unconscious body over from the other vessel. She told the old master that she could heal the young woman for him, if he wanted her to. Lee asked if she meant she could actually reattach the captain's severed arm, wondering just how advanced modern technology had become. The matron explained that reattaching an arm was easy, just basic medicine. The real challenge, she said, was removing the deadly blood poison that originated in her heart and had already spread everywhere. The ancient warrior seemed to have no idea about the poison. He correctly guessed that the captain was from the Sichuan Tang clan, remarking that it explained why she was so foolish and hot-headed. The matron was impressed by his knowledge and confirmed that the poison was a secret art of the Sichuan Tang clan, a technique only its noble members were allowed to use. The old master then asked her how she knew so much about it. He finally agreed to her unspoken deal and formally requested her help in healing his companion. The powerful woman didn't say a word, just waiting for him to accept the terms of the offer she had made. He then told her that since he was accepting her help, she could go ahead and state her price. He asked her directly what she wanted from him in return. She replied that there was someone she desperately wanted to meet, and she was sure he could create the opportunity for her. He noted that her voice was dripping with murderous intent, and it was obvious she was incredibly angry. He said that for some reason, he felt she was talking about someone he had recently met. He mentioned that he'd just run into a guy who also made him want to beat him to a pulp. He told her that if they were thinking of the same person, then she was too late, because the guy was already dead. The sword matron gravely informed him that Count Richel was, in fact, still alive. The problem, she explained, was that he had now hidden himself somewhere much more secure. He was apparently hiding out in the Andromeda Nebula, on a moon designated 108 XUR-4H. She said this was precisely why she needed his help. On that very moon was a military droid scrapyard which was owned and operated by the human government's Southern Galactic Corp. A mysterious woman walked up to a large pod that was standing alone in the middle of the scrapyard. She carried a large cloth, which she clearly intended to use to cover whoever was inside the pod. The woman waited patiently for the pod's occupant to finally emerge. The pod began to hiss open, and a bright light spilled out from the inside. It continued its slow opening sequence, preparing to reveal who was inside. As it opened, a thick liquid poured out, looking just like the stuff from the Count's destroyed laboratory. The fluid spilled all over the ground, flowing around the woman's bare feet. The pod finished draining, but the intense light made it impossible to see who or what was inside. As she moved closer, the light faded to reveal a naked man crouched inside the pod. The man tried to cover himself, and he looked like he had been through some intense experiments. The woman stepped forward and gently covered him with the cloth. She congratulated him on his rebirth and called him the Count. Count Raquel just looked at her, completely confused, with no idea what was happening. He asked the woman who she was, as he didn't seem to recognize her at all. She introduced herself as Rachel Almond, one of his vessels. Strangely, the Count's last name was Arkham. Even stranger, the woman looked exactly like a clone of the West Haven sword matron. She told him to just be patient for a little while until all of his memories came back to him. The Count just stared, still having no clue what she was talking about. Rachel stared back at him without saying a word, thinking to herself that once he got his memories back, he would surely love her again. Back on the ship, the sword matron showed Lee an image of the moon where the Count was now hiding. She explained it was a military droid disposal site, and it was the perfect place for him to lay low. The problem, she noted, was that the site was run by the human government, which meant it was guarded by the planetary defense forces. Lee asked her if this, quote, human government was some kind of official ruling body. He recalled that the young officer he'd met earlier had mentioned the very same thing. The matron found it amusing. Joking that she hadn't heard the phrase official body in 1,000 years, she commented that he had a real knack for making people curious. She confirmed that the human government was a real power, one that kept a distant but peaceful relationship with the martial arts world. The old master mused that some things never change. The powerful always keep their distance to maintain control. It seemed the elite of this era were no different. The matron gave him a sideways glance, wondering again why he talked like someone from a bygone era. She really had no idea who this man was. He told her to just cut to the chase and tell him what she needed him to do. On the moon, the local commander, Major Bernardo, was looking out his office window. The sword matron explained her plan to Lee. She needed him to create a diversion to draw the attention of the defense forces so she could get to the Count. From his office, the major was observing the work that was going on down in the facility below. He spoke to someone in the room with him, mentioning that he'd just gotten a report that their old lab had been totally destroyed. The person he was talking to was the newly reborn Count, who was sitting while Rachel Almond stood behind him. He told the commander they'd run into a bit of an unexpected snag. The scientist explained that he had no choice but to destroy the evidence, since keeping their project a secret was the #1 priority. The commander quipped that at least his tongue wasn't hurt, since he was still able to talk his way out of things so smoothly. He sarcastically asked if his smooth talking would work as well on their investors. He doubted even the Count's many lives would be enough to save him from their anger over the destroyed lab. The scientist assured him that the project wasn't a total failure, explaining that the previous experiment was just one small part of it. The Count argued that they had gathered plenty of data, so in a way the project could even be considered a success. He added that they were now ready to move on to the main event, the Iron Gang Shi project, and then got up to leave. But before he could leave, Major Bernardo stopped him, saying he had a small favor to ask. He asked the Count if it would be possible to make another copy of the thing he had with him, referring to Rachel. The scientist was clearly offended by the request, but he didn't turn around or show any sign of his anger. The commander whined that he had been stuck out in this wasteland for way too long and was getting really bored. He added that if making a new one was too much trouble, the Count could just let him borrow his for a few days. The Count replied that he would think about it, then immediately turned and walked out with Rachel. He was obviously disgusted by the request, but decided not to start a fight. He thought to himself what a complete piece of garbage the commander was. The commander watched them go, wondering why the scientist treated a non-human clone like a real person, thinking it was absurd. In another place, a heavy rain was falling. In this strange, rainy world, Seryong appeared to be completely healed, once again holding her soft sword. Soaked by the rain, she looked around with a blank expression, wondering why her memories felt as gloomy as the weather. Suddenly, Manhwa appeared before her. The matron commented that while the captain acted carefree, she was actually hiding behind a mask the whole time, alluding to her secret identity as a Sichuan Tang noble. Seryong just looked dazed, not really understanding what the other woman was talking about. The sword matron told her to come with her, saying she was here to take her back to reality. But the captain refused, insisting that she had to stay and protect the transference gate that stood behind her. The powerful warrior told her this place wasn't real. It was just a delusion. She said that in reality, she no longer had anything left to protect. She explained to Seryong that she had lost everything, and that trauma was why she was trapped in this illusion, and pleaded with her to come back. The captain angrily refused again, declaring she would protect the gate with her life and that no one could pass. Just then, the captain's eyes went wide as something totally unexpected happened. The sword matron had just stabbed her right through the chest with her sword. Seryong looked down at the sword sticking out of her chest in complete disbelief. The matron calmly stated that if she wouldn't come willingly, she would have to take her by force. With a jolt, Seryong woke up, finding herself floating inside the healing tube on the sword matron's ship. Fully conscious now, she tried to move around inside the pod, wondering where on earth she was. A while later, Kim Yanhwa went to her personal terminal to recharge her internal energy drive after using some of her power to heal the captain. Her system monitor showed the drive was recharging and had already reached 84% capacity. Just then, a fully recovered Seryong walked into the room and the matron asked her how she was feeling. The captain didn't say anything at first, a bit starstruck since getting a private audience with the famous sword matron was a huge deal. The matron told her that her newly reattached arm would feel weird for a bit, and advised her to focus on physical therapy until her nerves fully reconnected. Seryong sincerely thanked the powerful woman for saving her life, and promised she would find a way to repay the debt. The matron bluntly told her she was getting ahead of herself, because debts could only exist between people on the same level. She said that no matter her connection to the Sichuan Tong family, she was a complete nobody to people of their station, basically calling her insignificant. She also made it clear that there had been absolutely no good reason for her to use up her own precious energy to save her. The captain then asked the logical question. If that was true, then why did she bother saving her at all? The matron didn't answer her question, meeting it only with silence. Instead, she remarked on how cruel the Sichuan Tong family was to use the half-blood poison that had been in her heart. She said it was so difficult to remove that she nearly failed. She glanced at a small container where she had placed the tiny parasite that had created the poison. She commented that the rumors about a legendary poison, passed down only to the head of the Sichuan Tong family, were apparently true. Seryong got very uncomfortable with this conversation about her clan's secrets. She politely asked the matron to return the poison to her, explaining that it was her soul. Just then, the charging system announced that the matron's internal energy drive was back to full power. The matron disconnected the cables and told the captain that by choosing death, she had already activated the poison's final stage, which meant she had given up her right to it. She stated that the poison no longer belonged to her. The captain just stared in despair, knowing she was powerless to argue. The matron claimed the poison as her own, but then, to Seryong's total shock, she said she would give it back to her. She said that in exchange, the captain would have to tell her everything she knew about that man, leaving out no details. Seryong just looked at her, confused, wondering who she could possibly be talking about. Her eyes shot open as she realized the matron was talking about Lee. Meanwhile, Lee had returned to the Mount Hua planet to have another chat with Sovereign Yang Jaeoksan. The Sword Sovereign explained he wanted to meet again to repay the great kindness his sect had received. Addressing the old master respectfully, Lee told him to forget it, saying he only did it because it was what he wanted to do. He insisted that a cup of tea was more than enough thanks. The Sovereign countered that while he understood, the Mount Hua sect was not comfortable being in anyone's debt. The Sovereign said he would repay the debt with some heartfelt advice. He warned him to stay far away from the West Haven sword matron. He described her as being like a poisonous spider that lives in a deep, dark pit. Back on the ship, Seryong left the room after her talk with the sword matron. As she walked down the hall, she noticed someone standing nearby. When she looked over, she saw it was Elena, who was standing there with a sad look on her face. The Sovereign continued his warning, explaining that the matron brings darkness and corruption to everything and everyone she gets close to. Seryong decided to just ignore Elena and walk right past her, not wanting to start any trouble. But Elena spoke up, telling the captain not to get too comfortable, because she would be the one to kill her someday. This seemed to prove the Sovereign's point about the matron's corrupting influence on even her own children. The captain asked Elena why she was threatening her, wondering if they had some old score to settle that she couldn't remember. Elena replied that the only reason she hadn't already tried to kill her was because her mother had saved her life. The two women just stood there, staring at each other in a tense silence. Seryong finally broke the silence by walking away, remarking that Elena and her mother were very much alike. Elena angrily yelled after her not to ignore her, repeating her promise that she would be the one to kill her. The captain kept ignoring her, calling back that whatever she said was fine, but just before she left, she turned around to ask a question. She faced Elena, who was now listening intently, waiting to hear the question. Seryong demanded to know why Elena kept talking down to her, and then asked how old she was anyway. Back on Mount Hua, Lee thanked the Sword Sovereign for the advice but told him he would handle the situation in his own way. The Sovereign pushed further, saying that, while he didn't know what the matron asked of him, Her true goal was surely something else. He guessed she was probably going after someone very important to her. He told the old master about a legend in the martial world that said no man who gets involved with the sword matron ever escapes her influence. The reason, he explained, was because of the lofty and obsessive ideals she pursued. He admitted that he had his own encounter with her when he was a young man. She had told him she wanted to have his child, believing that a baby with their combined genes would create the most perfect being in the world. He recalled that she was stunningly beautiful and radiant, and that even though he was already engaged, it was incredibly difficult to turn her down. He even confessed that, to this day, there are times he still regrets his decision to refuse her. The sovereign said that according to the rumors, more than 100 powerful men had fallen for her proposal. As he spoke, the clone, Rachel, was entering the Count's new lab on the moon. The sovereign explained to Lee that all those men had given the matron their genes. Inside the lab, the Count looked at his creation, Rachel, who was a perfect replica of the sword matron herself. He had an unhappy look on his face, as the clone's appearance seemed to bring back some painful memories for him. The sovereign explained that the matron always abandoned the men after getting what she wanted from them. This, he said, is how she earned the nickname Black Widow. Just like the spider, she metaphorically devours her mates after she is done with them. The ancient warrior asked if this meant she had a huge number of children. The sovereign confirmed that she had over 100 children, likely one for every man whose genes she collected. Lee was amazed, asking how it was even possible for her to have birthed so many children when she looked so young. The sovereign explained that she didn't give birth to them in the normal way. He clarified that she uses genetic cultivation to grow them in test tubes, a method that would let her create 100 babies at once if she wanted. The old master was fascinated, remarking on how strange the modern world was. He asked the sovereign why she would want so many kids, since raising them is such hard work. The sovereign explained she is obsessed with creating the, quote, absolute one, a truly perfect being. She's trying to achieve a personal dream she could never fulfill on her own, but so far, none of her creations have met her standards. Apparently, this was the reason she had turned her attention to the rest of humanity. The sovereign warned him one last time to be extremely careful, because getting involved with her was incredibly dangerous. Lee simply remarked, "What a shame," and got up from the table. The sovereign was surprised and asked him what he meant. The ancient warrior just walked off, saying it was a shame she wasn't his type, because he sometimes thought it would be nice to have a child of his own. The sovereign was left speechless, just staring after him, with absolutely no idea how to respond to that. Some time later, Siriang returned to the ship's bridge and was immediately ambushed with affection from her crew. Robert gave her a huge hug while Sunja clung to her leg. Both of them were babbling about how they knew she would make it and never gave up hope. Clearly feeling awkward, the captain tried to pry Robert's hands off, asking for a little breathing room. He wouldn't let go, asking how she could possibly feel uncomfortable when her crewmates had missed her so much. Over in the corner, the ancient warrior Lee just kept on eating his hot dog, totally unfazed by all the drama. After finally squirming free, the captain walked over to him. She awkwardly mentioned that she heard he was the one who had saved her. It was her weird way of thanking him. She then said she just had one question for him. She paused for a second before asking if he was, by any chance, older than her. The old master just gave her a confused look and didn't say anything at all. She took his silence as a yes and answered for him. She declared he was definitely older, probably old enough to be her uncle, or maybe even her grandpa. Having decided that, she suddenly snatched the plate of hot dogs right out from in front of him. She announced that he couldn't eat junk food anymore and ordered the ship's android to get him something healthy, because she was concerned about his old age. Just as the ancient warrior was about to eat the last piece of hot dog on his fork, she told him to put it down. The instant she said that, his calm expression vanished. A dangerous energy flared up around him as he activated his powers, warning her to back off his food if she wanted to live. Robert and Sunja just watched, bewildered, as their captain and their ancient powerhouse argued again. For Siriang, it seemed that showing she cared always involved some kind of fight. Far away, in the 32nd district of the Heavenly Demon sect, a commander named Zhang Ritak was stunned by some new information. He stammered, asking the sword matron standing before him to please repeat what she had just said. The matron's voice was perfectly calm as she confirmed the intel. She stated that 2,000 years ago, a man had willingly sealed himself away in a stone chamber on ancient Earth. His name, she said, was Lee Mokjin, and he was without a doubt connected to their own Heavenly Demon sect. The commander waved his hand, impatiently saying he got that part. He demanded she repeat the next thing she said. The matron looked him dead in the eye and delivered the final mind-blowing piece of news. She told him that this man, Lee Mokjin, had once been known by the title of Heavenly Demon Supreme. Zhang Ritak's eyes bulged in utter disbelief and he gasped for air as if that legendary name had been a punch to the gut. Elsewhere, the recently revived villain, the Duke, was in his new lab, loading data onto a small chip. His assistant, Rachel, confirmed that all of the data appeared to be correct and ready to go. The moment it was ready, the Duke gave the command for the chip to return to its master. The chip immediately shot across the room and embedded itself right in the Duke's hand. Once that was done, he went over to his government aide, Major Bernardo, to deliver the special product he had asked for. Bernardo was skeptical, reminding the Duke that the Iron Gang Shi project was supposed to be able to turn living people into superpowered combat droids. He pointed out that they weren't just supposed to be drones, but were meant to be capable of using incredible martial arts. And from where he was standing, the test subject didn't look anything like a human being. The Duke assured him that it would look human soon enough. The chip then leaped onto a nearby soldier's face, burrowed into his nose, and caused his entire body to swell with bulging veins. This device was an android designed to enter a human body, shut down the brain's nerve functions, and then seize control of the nervous system, effectively turning the host into a living puppet. It was also loaded with data on the deadliest and most efficient martial arts techniques known. To put it simply, it was a killing machine. But why did the host's body look so grotesque? It was because the soldier's genes were not compatible with the experimental data samples. This genetic mismatch was the reason his body had become so horribly deformed. The chip then exited the soldier, who collapsed to the floor. The Duke told the others to get ready for the official demonstration the next day. Since the prototype was finally working, they had to show it to their investors to get them to stop complaining about the delays. The Major complained they had waited 10 years for results, asking how he was supposed to explain that his $500 million investment had produced that deformed monster. But the scientist told him not to worry, explaining that the chip simply hadn't found its true, intended owner yet, and it would work perfectly once it did. He then told the soldier to go and become the chip's true owner. The perfected Iron Gang Shi project was now active. Aboard the hero's ship, Sunja warned that they had gone as far as they could. If they got any closer to the moon, they would cross the official security line and be treated as invaders. Their captain, Suryong, was hesitant to proceed. Robert pointed out that if they screwed this up, they'd be wanted fugitives of the human government, and would be on the run for the rest of their lives. When they checked on the location of the Sword Matron's ship, they saw it was keeping the same distance as them. It was positioned on the exact opposite side of the moon, waiting. The captain ordered them to get the landing pod ready, adding that if things went south, their official story was that they didn't know each other. She then went to tell Lee that this was where he needed to get off. She added that from this point forward it would just be the two of them going down to the surface. But the old master told her not to follow him and to just stay on the ship. He insisted he would go alone. The captain, calling him Mr. Lee, argued that she was needed to pilot the landing pod. Robert chimed in, yelling and asking why she couldn't just use the autopilot, adding that she was a terrible pilot anyway. Suryong finally admitted that she had her own score to settle with the man they were after. The ancient warrior again asked her to stay behind, explaining that he still owed her a much bigger debt than this. He suggested that, if it made her feel any better, she should just consider her revenge a thing of the past. He warned her that if she kept holding on to the past, she would never be able to move on with her life. He wisely noted that the more you focus on the past, the more you lose touch with your present. Down on the moon, Major Bernardo's console started screaming an alarm, warning of an intruder crossing the security line. The heavenly demon had arrived. At the same time, a voice asked the Major who he was supposed to be. The voice belonged to a confused Yang Huarine who was being held there. She seemed to mistake him for an insect and asked where he had come from. Nearby, the Duke couldn't believe his eyes. He thought he had to be hallucinating, because that man was actually here. The Major saw the intruder as well. He noted the man was a, quote, natural, with no visible tech or weapons. At first glance, he thought the intruder looked like some kind of wandering demon. What awful luck for this beggar to wander in here. The commander gave the order to get rid of the intruder immediately. A defense droid shot up from the sand to attack, but the Duke ran over in a panic, screaming that this man was way out of the droid's league. He yelled at the commander to go to the highest alert level and activate every single defensive weapon on the base. The Major was confused, thinking the guy was just a simple, unarmed man and didn't understand why the Duke was freaking out. But then the defense droid completely disintegrated, just from the pressure of Lee walking towards it. The Duke saw the man's protective energy field and ordered his systems to analyze the martial arts technique he was using. He told them to connect to the main government database if they had to in order to get an identification. The Major stood up and angrily asked what the scientist thought he was doing, reminding him that he was the one in command here. The Duke retorted that if the project failed because the commander didn't listen to him, then not even his rank would keep him safe. He warned the Major to use everything he had to stop the intruder if he had any hope of surviving. As the ancient warrior continued to advance, more and more defense systems activated to try and stop him. The Duke got on his communicator, telling someone on the other end to bring it to him quickly. He said they had to accelerate the project timeline no matter the cost. The person he was talking about was Yong Hwarin, who was shown to be in the middle of a lush, green field. The clone, Rachel, reported that she had arrived at the girl's location and would bring her personally. Suddenly, the intruder's attention was drawn to a massive tornado that was forming nearby. It grew rapidly until a giant Buddha statue emerged from it. The heavenly demon asked what this new challenger was. The giant construct's hand immediately slammed down to crush him. The tornado was so huge it could be seen from space. The Major thought to himself that this wasn't as big a deal as the scientist had made it out to be. But from underneath the giant stone hand, Lee blasted a hole and flew straight out the top. The commander screamed at his men to kill the intruder once and for all. The tornado of energy began to glow with a reddish hue, as the ancient warrior observed that true Buddha energy comes from emptiness. He wondered how this construct could be filled with such impure, violent energy. He concluded that this was just a cheap imitation that was using the Buddha's image. The heavenly demon used his sword to carve a huge hole through the statue's palm, and then flew at top speed, straight through its head. In that single moment, Major Bernardo finally understood what true terror felt like. Now back on the ground, Lee figured all that chaos should have been more than enough of a distraction for his ally to sneak in. Just then, thousands of droids started swarming him. Meanwhile, the Duke's computer had finally identified the mysterious martial art. It was the advanced technique known as the Heavenly Demon Sect's, quote, Demon Heart Sword. The scientist immediately tried to get in contact with the base commander, but he got no response. A new voice told him that trying to call was useless. The voice explained that he wouldn't be able to reach the commander for a little while. The Duke instantly recognized the voice. It was the sword matron. He called out her name, Manhwa, with a sense of shock and familiarity, but she responded coldly, noting that for him to use her name so casually must mean they had some kind of history together. The Duke looked hurt and asked if she really didn't remember him. The cold, blank look on the matron's face confirmed that she did not. The scientist guessed it was probably because of his new appearance, explaining that he had lost half his face in a lab accident. He reminded her that 25 years ago, she had come to his laboratory in the Galactic Citadel one night. He said he remembered it perfectly, the first time he had ever seen such a beautiful woman. He recalled that the matron had told him he was even more handsome than the rumors said, and that it was rare for the most brilliant scientist in history to also be so beautiful. He remembered her saying, "Looks like I've gotten pretty lucky today." He recalled how she held his face and proposed that they have a child together, convinced their combined genes would create the most perfect being alive. She had wanted his genes. Why? He wondered. Was she looking at him now with such an empty expression? The scientist screamed at her, asking if she had truly forgotten him after all that. Her only reply was a cold statement. "I don't bother remembering my failures." She then drew her sword, adding that forcing her to remember this uncomfortable memory was his final mistake. Back outside, Major Bernardo was having a terrible day. The poor guy was at a total loss for what to do. He had already lost 73% of his forces and had been forced to call headquarters for backup. But it was too late. Lee walked right by him as if he wasn't even there. The commander yelled after him, demanding to know who he was. The warrior's simple reply was, "Lee Mokjin. It's already written on your tombstone." He then said he had a question. Where could he find the half-monster scientist? Elsewhere, the Duke still couldn't understand why she'd called him a failure, unworthy of even being remembered. He told her she was mistaken, and that he could grant the wish she had longed for so long. He could create the perfect, absolute being that she had always dreamed of. He insisted that he could succeed where she had failed. He yelled that he wasn't the failure, she was, for leaving him behind. He screamed that he had already finished his life's work, a project he had dedicated his entire heart and soul to completing. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword matron ran him through with her sword. She admitted that she did remember him, but the memory just made her uncomfortable because he had always talked way too much. By the time Lee arrived on the scene, he found only the Duke's dying body. He noted that the sword cuts were clean and precise. She had truly cut out his heart without a moment's hesitation. No matter what their past connection was, she had shown him absolutely zero mercy. But with his dying breaths, the scientist started talking to the ancient warrior. He gasped that the matron didn't understand his true value, but soon, he promised, she would finally understand and see him as someone precious. Lee told him to let it go, that he was already dead, and that forgetting was death's greatest gift, so he should just accept it. But the Duke refused to see it that way. He insisted he would not truly die, because his life's creation would represent his eternal value. At that moment, Yong Hwarin entered the room, led by the clone, Rachel. The old master was completely shocked. He couldn't understand why the young girl was here. He immediately started toward her, asking what she was doing in this dangerous place. But before he could reach her, a brilliant golden light filled the entire room. Major Bernardo's alarm started going off once again. He wondered what in the world could be happening now. The base's automated system was telling him to evacuate immediately, but he was confused, because he hadn't been the one to give that order. A young woman's voice told him that she was the one who gave the order. She said it was a little gift for old time's sake. If he wanted to die a soldier's death, he was welcome to stay. She added that staying behind would also be a fine end for him. A new, impossibly large ship had just appeared in the sky, leaving Seryong and her crew completely stunned. They had never seen a ship that massive before in their lives. The ship's android, Sunja, reported that the vessel had just materialized out of thin air a few seconds ago. Robert pointed out that wasn't even the main problem. If they looked at the insignia on the ship, they'd see it was a government vessel. Down below, even Lee had backed away from the scene. He watched as Yong Hilaren began to radiate an incredible amount of energy, while the dying Duke just laughed. The scientist gloated that he was right all along. The girl was his other self, the key to his true value. He claimed that this incredible power level was only the beginning, as the girl was an empty vessel capable of absorbing anything. She could continue to absorb power until she reached the absolute peak of strength. The clone, Rachel, told her creator to be quiet and not speak anymore, saying she needed to treat the girl immediately. The Duke replied that he was already a dead man, and that she knew it too, since she was also his other self. And so, with his last act, he granted her free will, telling her to go and live her life however she wanted. He opened his chest and took out a glowing blue heart. He said she could use it with the girl, telling her to go out and experience the world. He promised that with that much power, no one would ever be able to stand against her. Rachel watched him die. But as she reached for the heart, Lee told her to stop right there. He said that one madman's crazy ambition was more than enough, and that whatever was going on, she should just ignore it. He ordered her to return the girl to her original state, warning her that he wouldn't ask a second time. But Rachel replied that the Duke's life wasn't one of madness. He had just lived with a fierce and desperate passion. She then told the ancient warrior not to worry, because his life was about to end right here as well. From now on, she declared, she would finally live her life the way she had always wanted to. Instead of taking the power, she walked over to Yoarin. She hugged the young girl and said that she would now give her her freedom as well. In return, she gave the girl one single order. If they ever met again, she was to give her a very tight hug. As soon as she said that, Rachel's body dissolved into dust. Young Huarin immediately returned to normal, collapsing onto the floor unconscious. An alert went out that a Leviathan-class fighter jet was detected near the edge of the atmosphere. It was identified as belonging to the human government's inspection office. The crew knew that if the government sent a ship like that, it could only mean one thing. They were here to carry out an orbital bombardment and wipe the moon off the map. Robert screamed that they were totally screwed now. The captain asked why the government ship wasn't moving, wondering if they hadn't been spotted. The ship's android didn't think so, saying they had definitely been seen. Just then, the red-headed government agent from the giant ship appeared right behind them. The crew was shocked, yelling and wondering where she had come from. The agent just smiled at them, saying she recognized Seryong as the last descendant of the Tang family of Sichuan. The captain was shocked, but the agent, Athena's son, told her not to be scared. She told them to just act like they had never seen her, and she would even delete the report she had on them. She explained that since she was just a bureaucrat, she would let someone else deal with their case. It was much easier for everyone if they just pretended this meeting never happened. She then began to issue a command to her ship, calling for a plan modification. The captain asked Sunja what was happening on the surface. The android reported that all the droids on the moon had been shut down. They had been deactivated because the orbital bombardment was about to begin. This news made Robert extremely nervous. With a sweet smile, the agent gave the order to fire. A small, drill-like weapon fell from the sky and landed in the desert where the droids were located. The device began to slowly spin, burrowing into the ground. The agent casually mentioned that bureaucrats like her absolutely hate having to write long reports. She asked them why they were still hanging around, telling them to hurry up and leave if they wanted to be safe. As she vanished, she warned them to never appear in front of her again. The captain still didn't quite grasp what an orbital bombardment was, but Robert, with his military background, screamed that the agent was completely insane. He explained that he had heard rumors of a secret government weapon that could destroy entire moons or even planets. It was a power that only the highest levels of government possessed. Sunja confirmed it seemed to be true. as her sensor showed something was drilling its way toward the moon's core. If that thing detonated inside the core, the entire moon would be obliterated. They had exactly 3 minutes to get out of there, no matter what. But for some reason, the captain didn't give the order to leave. She just kept staring down at the moon. Aboard her own ship, the agent couldn't hide the smile on her face. She was clearly enjoying this. On the moon's surface, the ground itself began to bulge upwards. Now there were only 2 minutes left until the final detonation. Her ship could easily survive the blast by raising its shields to full power, but she lowered them to 80% just to make things more exciting. It was confirmed. Redheads were crazy. She also spotted Major Bernardo making a run for it in an emergency escape ship. That was predictable. The real question was why the bounty hunters weren't trying to escape, even after she had warned them. Just then, the hero's ship started to move, but not away. Instead, it flew straight down toward the dune. Robert began screaming his head off, yelling that they were all going to die and that there was no way they could survive this. But the captain calmly replied that she wasn't going to die today, as she planned to live to be at least 80 years old. Meanwhile, the android, who had no destiny to reach, knew her operational lifespan was 5,000 years. Still, she knew that what her captain was doing was a very bad idea. As their ship descended, the atmospheric temperature outside quickly rose to 300 degrees. Robert screamed that he really didn't want to be cooked alive. Sunja announced she had detected a life sign just ahead of them, but the temperature in that spot was over 700 degrees. It was then that they saw Lee floating in the fiery air, carrying young Hwarin. They could see the intense heat was literally burning the skin from his body. The ancient warrior thought to himself that this was a truly bizarre situation. The incredible heat and destructive chaos felt like he was in the depths of hell itself. In his delirium, he saw a vision of a giant demon watching him from the flames. So is this finally my end? The heavenly demon wondered. He thought it was a pathetic way to go. If it had been the day before, he would have gladly let the demon devour him. But today was different. Today, he had made a promise to protect the young girl in his arms. He told the demon in his vision to back off, swearing that as soon as the girl was safe, he would come and find it for a real fight. From the ship, Seryong screamed at him to stop hallucinating and get on board already. Aboard the government ship, an officer reported the temperature was now 1,500 degrees, with the final explosion just 10 seconds away. Once the core blew, the temperature would hit 6,000 degrees, and not even a god could survive that. The agent thought to herself that this was great. Now she wouldn't have to write a long, complicated report. The bounty hunters had gotten Lee and Yong Hwarin inside the pressurized airlock, but the external temperature was still too high to open the inner door. The captain yelled that if they opened the door now, everyone on the ship would be turned to ash. She then added that it didn't matter. Since they were all going to die anyway, they might as well die together. After the blast, everything went white. Lee was no longer on fire, and standing before him was the mysterious monk from his past. The monk replied that their meeting was destined, even if it took 2,000 years to happen. The scene shifted to the distant past, in a damp, dark place. The monk urged the younger Lee to ask the question he had come all this way to ask. When the young warrior didn't respond, the monk told him not to hesitate. After all, he was the one who had sought out the monk at the very edge of the world of the living. The young heavenly demon sat next to his sword, looking utterly exhausted. He had walked over countless corpses to get here, but he could still feel the chill of death in his bones. He asked if the monk knew who he was, and the monk replied that he did not. However, he added that it was possible to see things about a person without knowing their name. He told the young man that he was a demon before he even learned how to walk. He said this was because others had taken away his right to choose his own life. Instead, he was forced to live a life where he fed on death instead of on food. But even with all the death he caused, it could never satisfy the hunger inside him. The monk said he knew that the warrior had lost his entire reason for existing. The heavenly demon shot back that it didn't matter, because he was still all-powerful. The monk agreed that in terms of pure strength, there was no one stronger than him. Even now, he could easily kill hundreds of thousands of enemies who dared to challenge him. The monk agreed, but pointed out that no matter how many people he killed, his hunger would only grow. This was because blood was never the right kind of nourishment for a person like him. The monk said he would now answer the warrior's unspoken question. He told him that even if he wanted to end his meaningless life, there was no one in this era strong enough to kill him. Only his own choice could bring about his end. The idea of willingly choosing to die was something that had never even occurred to the young warrior. His life had never been his own to begin with. He asked that if his life was not his own, then how could his death be his to choose? The monk had no answer. Since he couldn't get the answer he wanted, the warrior decided to leave, but the monk stopped him, offering another solution. He said if the warrior could choose neither life nor death, then he would send him to a place that was in between. He warned that it would be like a dream he might never wake from. But If he was lucky enough to awaken, he might find a new path in his life. Back in the present, the monk observed that Li's appearance had changed from 2,000 years ago. He noted the darkness that once surrounded him was gone, and his eyes now had a spark of life. He asked if Li had found a new reason to live. Li replied that, on the contrary, his purpose had disappeared. The heavenly demon sect was now free, and the sole reason for his existence was gone. His life had once again become completely meaningless. The monk then asked why he was still alive. Wasn't this the perfect chance to end it all? If he just accepted the intense heat of the explosion, he could finally become ash and fade into nothing. The monk asked why he was clinging so desperately to his life. Why was he being so stubborn in this final moment? Was it because of a promise to protect that girl? The monk argued that promises were useless, since death erases everything, including promises. He asked if the warrior had not learned that in the grand scheme of the universe he was smaller than a speck of dust. What meaning could a promise from something as insignificant as dust possibly have? Besides, he pointed out, he didn't even know the name of the girl he was trying so hard to protect. But Li thought that even if he couldn't protect her, he had to at least try until the very end. Even if he burned away to nothing, not even leaving a speck of dust behind, shouldn't he at least try? He thought that what really mattered wasn't life or death. If death makes a life meaningless, it just proves that life was lived the wrong way. He had now realized that death can't truly end a life, so long as that life leaves behind meaningful memories for others. Even though he was smaller than dust, life itself could transcend death. At that moment, the monk bowed, saying that the warrior had finally reached the boundary between life and death, the realm of eternity. A brilliant light erupted from the airlock where Li was standing. In a single instant, all of the fire from the explosion was completely extinguished. Seryong stared in shock at the distant silhouette of a man with white hair, which she knew was Li. But she also saw that their ship was now heavily damaged, and they were dead in the water. Sunja informed her captain that the repair costs were going to be massive, and they were completely broke. But Robert and the captain couldn't stop staring at the white-haired man. Just then, the red-headed agent teleported back onto their bridge. She demanded to know what in the world they had just done. But since they didn't know either, everyone just turned to look at Li for an answer. The ancient warrior, however, was just busy stuffing his face with a pile of sausages. The government agent wondered who this strange man was. He didn't appear in any of her databases. She yelled at him, demanding to know who he was and what he had just done. But she suddenly froze in place as the white-haired man stared directly into her eyes. Now it was his turn to ask a question, and he demanded to know who she was. The agent, Athena's son, found herself uncontrollably spilling her life story. She gave her name, age, and job title as an administrative officer for the Human Government's Inspection Office. She even confessed that she was single, had dated 4 men, and had some secret interests, wondering why she was telling him all this. Li then asked if she was the one responsible for the giant explosion. Athena admitted that she was only following orders to cover up the Iron Gang Shi project at all costs. Her superiors were worried the incident could spark a civil war between the government's factions. Li cut her off, saying he didn't care about their politics. He pointed out that her explosion had caused a lot of damage to his new friend's ship. He then demanded that she restore everything to the way it was before. He asked if she was capable of doing that. With total confidence, the government agent replied that she could. A swarm of small, insect-like robots appeared and began to repair the damaged ship. Meanwhile, Sunja was running a scan on the unconscious Yong Hwarin. The android determined the girl had no brain or physical injuries. She had just fainted and would wake up soon. Li was relieved to hear that. Meanwhile, Athena quietly asked Seryong who the white-haired man was. The captain replied that she should ask him herself because she didn't really know either. She then started teasing the agent about the secrets she had just revealed. Athena blushed and told her to shut her mouth. She threatened the captain not to repeat a single word of what she had just heard. Seryong just smirked, asking what the agent would do if she did. Athena froze again, feeling the old master's intense gaze on her from behind. The next thing she knew, she was back on her own ship's bridge, wondering what had just happened. She wondered what on earth that man was. Back on the other ship, Robert and Sunja reported that everything was back to normal. But Seryong corrected them, saying almost everything was back to normal. She looked at Li's new white hair and asked if he liked the look. He asked what she thought, and she honestly replied that she didn't like it much, saying it made him look like a try-hard, tough guy. Li agreed with her, saying he didn't like it either. So the next thing they did was cut his hair back to its original style and dye it black again. Back in the Heavenly Demon Sect, Commander Jong Ritak was still reeling from his talk with the sword matron. He requested permission to access a secure headquarters database. He was running a search for anyone who had voluntarily sealed themselves in stone 2,000 years ago. The archive returned a single result. an individual of unknown age named Lee Mokjen. But when he tried to access more detailed information on that name, the entire system went into high alert lockdown. On the planet Mount Hua, Yonghwaren's father expressed his deep shame for not realizing the danger his daughter had been in. Lee asked if the girl was going to be okay. The sovereign said that after a thorough medical exam, they had found no lasting problems. The best news of all was that she didn't seem to remember anything that had happened. Right then, she was in the kitchen making a special plum blossom tea, something she only did for guests she truly respected. However, as she worked, Yonghwaren noticed something was different about her. The petals from the plum blossoms began to magically float up and swirl around her. Her father said he would once again turn a blind eye to this development, but the love she showed him was something he would treasure in his heart forever, along with his shame. Lee replied that a father bowing his head for his child's safety wasn't shameful at all, it was simply his duty. He added that for a father with nearly 1,000 children, feeling shame was probably a luxury he couldn't afford. The sovereign looked at him sideways, thinking that he seemed different now. The powerful, almost unbearable aura he had felt from him before was now gone. Lee said his goodbyes, announcing they would leave at dawn and that it was best if they all forgot about each other. After the ancient warrior left, the sovereign bowed his head in respect. Aboard the ship, Seryong was looking at her reflection in her room's mirror. She was examining the new, strange mark on her recently reattached arm. Just then, Lee walked into her room, asking if he could come in. The captain dryly remarked that was a question he probably should have asked before he opened the door. Later, the two of them were sitting together on the top of the ship's hull. The captain asked him why he had come to her room earlier. The old master answered her question with one of his own, asking what had happened to the Tang clan of Sichuan. The question caught the captain completely and totally by surprise. Seryong cut to the chase. Her entire clan got wiped out in a total disaster, and somehow she was the only one left standing. It was obviously a heavy topic she wasn't ready to dive into, so she shut the conversation down right there. Lee Mokjin cut through the silence, asking if this whole thing was about revenge. He called it a pointless mission, but, in the same breath, offered to help her with it if she was serious. The captain gave him a funny look, wondering why he'd call her life's mission worthless, and then offered to join the party. He added that he knew she couldn't get a fresh start until she saw this revenge business through to the end. Seryong wasn't buying it. Sure, he was nice and ridiculously strong, but they were hardly revenge buddy material. She insisted she was better off handling her own dirty work. The ancient master just replied that as far as he was concerned, they were already pals. After all, since waking up after a 2,000-year nap, her crew were the only people he'd even met. He figured if that wasn't a good enough reason, he could always fall back on an old debt. He told her about a guy from her clan, Tang Chunwu, who was the only dude who insisted on being his friend back in the day, even when Lee was a total grouch. He felt he still owed the guy for that. She pointed out that a debt from 2 millennia ago was way past its expiration date, and told him to just let it go. He got all philosophical, saying that revenge isn't picky about its weapons, and will even stab itself to win. He figured if he couldn't talk her out of this crazy plan, he might as well be the sharpest tool in her shed. The old warrior stood up, telling her to mull it over. The captain then told him there was something she needed his help with right now. He asked what it was. Her reply was short and sweet. She needed to make some cash, fast. So their next stop was a shady market on the planet, Tataruga, a place just teeming with lowlifes. It was a one-stop shop for everything from forbidden martial arts to who knows what else. Lee looked around the empty streets and asked if it was a holiday. The captain explained that the local scumbags were allergic to sunlight because making eye contact could lead to a knife fight. He wondered what the big deal was with a little eye contact. She clarified that around here, looking at someone the wrong way was a good way to start a brawl you couldn't afford to lose. That's why they all scurried around in the dark, where it was easier to pretend you didn't see the guy who bumped into you. The ancient master logically asked why they were visiting during peak ghost town hours. Her plan, she said, was to find someone tough enough to actually walk around in broad daylight. As if on cue, 3 toughs dropped from a roof and landed right behind them. A tiny girl named Bea Sahi, perched on one of their shoulders, immediately spotted Seryong. She cackled that the captain must have a death wish to show her face around here. Seryong fired back with a crack about how the girl hadn't grown a single inch in all these years. The tiny brawler didn't appreciate the joke and whipped out a red sword, looking ready to rumble. The captain waved it off, telling her to cool her jets since it had been 7 years. She introduced the pipsqueak to Lee, explaining she used to be sweet before a growth spurt that never was turned her sour, but insisted they were old friends. Judging by the look of pure murder in the little one's eyes, Lee guessed their friendship might have been a bit one-sided. Seryong downplayed the drama, claiming it was all over a borrowed family heirloom, a martial arts manual with a scary name. Totally normal friend stuff, she assured him. Then came the punchline. She'd sold the borrowed book. That little stunt had earned her a demonic reputation. It's also how she afforded their massive ship. The petite fighter was absolutely livid, screaming that Seryong was a complete lunatic for selling a priceless treasure. Seryong tried to calm her down, promising she had something way better to give her in return. The girl wasn't having it, yelling that the manual was a top-tier ancient treasure. She challenged the captain to put her money where her mouth was and show her this supposedly more valuable item. With a grin, Seryong ducked behind Lee and presented him like a game show prize. The ancient warrior was understandably confused about being the grand prize. The captain just reminded him he'd promised to help her make money. With no other choice, Sahi dragged them off to see her dad, making it clear it was only to get permission to kill Seryong. Seryong whispered to her powerhouse that the death threats were just her way of showing affection. Turns out, Dad's house was actually the headquarters of the local triad. They were one of the 4 big gangs running the whole planet. And, naturally, this feisty girl's dad was the big boss. Lee asked for the game plan. The captain told him it was easy. He just had to let them sell him for an obscene amount of money. The triad leader, Baek Mu-jung, was less than thrilled to see Seryong, calling her appearance an outrage. He told her he'd hoped to never lay eyes on her again. For her crimes against his organization, the law was clear. The only payment was death. At this, his daughter Sahi grinned from ear to ear. Seryong jumped in, insisting she hadn't stolen anything. She'd just borrowed it and was there to make things right. The big boss wasn't impressed, reminding her that debts come with interest. The captain once again used her ancient friend as a human shield, telling him not to sweat it, told Seryong to stop dragging things out and just accept her fate, even offering a quick and painless death. But her dad decided they should at least hear Seryong's offer before the bloodshed. His daughter warned him she'd be super disappointed if he let Seryong slip away again. He promised his daughter that if the captain couldn't pay up, her death was guaranteed. Feeling like she had an opening, Seryong turned to Lee and asked if he knew an old-school swordsman called the Ghost Sword Demon from back in the day. Lee sniffed that if the guy was from his time and he'd never heard of him, he must have been a total nobody. Intrigued by his confidence, Sahi demanded a demonstration. When he asked what she wanted to see, she said anything would do. Seryong jumped in, specifying it had to be one of his lamer moves, just enough to cover her debt. The little fighter impatiently urged him on, eager to see his most pathetic technique. Lee gave a half-hearted little punch in the air. The room fell silent, expecting something amazing. He announced that this was the Supreme Fist Strike, the first move he ever mastered, when he was a baby. Seryong groaned that he'd missed the point entirely. That was way too weak. He needed to show them something with a bit more oomph. He insisted the move wasn't weak, just brutally efficient. She asked him to demonstrate it for real then. He glanced around and noted that the room was a bit small. The triad boss told him not to worry about the furniture and to just go for it. A split second later, a massive hole blew through the building and half the landscape behind it. Lee nonchalantly commented that he tried to hold back, but he was a little rusty. The triad leader, picking his jaw up off the floor, asked how a human could possibly live for 2,000 years. Seryong admitted she had no clue but swore it was true, explaining she'd found him locked away on Earth. The boss muttered something about isolated training. The captain jumped on the opportunity, pointing out that all of Lee's techniques were just as incredible. And the kicker? They were all ancient and forgotten. She pitched Lee as a living, breathing encyclopedia of lost martial arts. She argued that since they were such good friends, she could probably convince him to share a few secrets. Manuals based on his techniques would be worth a fortune, easily covering her debt and then some. That night, the entire scoundrel population gathered to stare at the new hole in the skyline, completely baffled. One of these night crawlers, a guy in a green hood, was suddenly approached by Lee. The ancient warrior just wanted to know when the market opened. The hooded thug gave him the classic, tough guy response. "You talking to me?" Lee pointed out the obvious lack of other people. The guy immediately jumped to the conclusion that he was looking for a fight. Lee told the punk to chill out, calling him kid and telling him he had nothing to worry about. The guy took this as an insult and swung his sword. The next thing he knew, his sword was in Lee's hand. The old master promised he'd give it back. He just wanted to know when the shops opened. The disarmed thug screamed that Lee was a dead man. He then tried a palm strike, which was met by an invisible barrier that shattered his hand into a million pieces. The guy was, to put it mildly, astonished. A little while later, the same guy, now with a heavily bandaged hand, was serving Lee a plate of food. He respectfully explained that it was his first time cooking, but he'd tried his best. Apparently, asking about the market had turned into forcing this dude to become his personal chef. Lee seemed to appreciate the effort. As a tip, he healed the guy's hand and even gave his energy pathways a little tune-up. Just as he was about to eat, Bei Sahi showed up. Her timing was terrible, as she immediately got a face full of noodles. Turns out, the thug's first attempt at cooking was an absolute culinary disaster. Lee spat out the food, apologized for the noodle shower, and asked what she wanted. She said her father had sent her to bring him back to their headquarters. The ancient master got on his high horse, saying it was rude to just summon him. If her dad wanted a meeting, he should show some respect and come himself. She quickly backpedaled, apologizing and rephrasing it as a formal invitation with her as his personal escort. Satisfied with the new, more respectful offer, Lee accepted. As they walked, the curious girl asked if he really knew every martial art in existence. He casually replied, quote, more or less, adding that if he ever found a martial art that didn't exist, he'd just invent it. She thought to herself that his power was just insane. Working up her courage, she asked if he could create a technique to reopen a person's growth plates. He shot down her hopes, saying no such thing was possible. As they continued their walk back to the Triad base, she pressed him, asking if he could invent one specifically for her. He explained that messing with the body's natural destiny was a big no-no in the martial world. He said martial arts were about fulfilling your fate, not rewriting it. She hung on his every word, looking dejected. Seeing her disappointment, he threw her a bone, mentioning a couple of workarounds, a simple transformation technique, or another called bone restructuring that could alter her skeleton. Her eyes lit up when she heard that last one. She jumped in front of him, saying the bone thing sounded perfect, and begged him to teach her. He just looked at her and asked what was in it for him. The poor girl was stumped. With her head hung low, she seemed to give up all hope once again. But then, out of nowhere, he asked if she knew how to make a specific kind of food involving a long, curved piece of meat. She thought for a second and asked if he was talking about a hot dog. He confirmed her suspicion and asked if she could whip one up for him. She excitedly screamed, "Of course!" The scene then cut back to her dad and Seryong, who were staring at something with intense focus. It was Lee, who was now kicking back and enjoying some skewers. Sahi, meanwhile, was giving him a shoulder massage and proudly telling her dad to greet her new master. Lee corrected her, saying he wasn't her master. He was just teaching her some minor trick. The whole room was now awkwardly gathered around the guy who was just trying to eat his snack in peace. The Triad boss still couldn't get over the fact that this guy had apparently been training for 2,000 years straight. But after seeing the hole in his building, he couldn't deny it. He admitted the man's power was clearly on another level compared to their stolen family heirloom. He also recalled that the captain had suggested Lee might be willing to teach it to them. Lee just shrugged, saying the technique was no big deal. He also told his new apprentice she could stop the massage any time. With a beaming smile, she insisted she was doing it because she wanted to. Her father got straight to business, offering to call it even on the whole stolen and sold manual fiasco if Lee would just write down the instructions for his technique. Seryong immediately jumped in, declaring that a terrible deal. She argued that his one technique was worth way more than their old manual, even with interest. She told the leader he needed to sweeten the pot. The boss asked what she had in mind. She said she wanted an internal energy unit. She wasn't picky. Even a used one would do. She mentioned she'd heard they had access to military-grade hardware and said a core-level unit would square the debt. Her father looked at her like she'd just asked for his left kidney. The Triad leader exploded, shouting that a heart-level core was a legendary treasure. He yelled that no single technique, no matter how ancient or flashy, could possibly be worth that much. In response, the captain simply held up her hand and offered 5 techniques instead of 1. She then casually turned to Lee and asked if he could come up with 5 moves on the same level as his building-destroying punch. The ancient master said that whipping up a few basic techniques like that would be no problem at all. Even with this new, much better offer, the leader still refused. So Seryong doubled down again, offering 10 techniques. The boss finally cracked, accepting the deal on the condition that the manuals be written like a martial arts for dummies book, super simple and precise. Lee agreed to the terms, saying it sounded easy enough, and asked for a brush and paper. A short time later, Seryong and the Triad leader were staring in disbelief at the finished product. Lee had delivered on his promise. The instructions were incredibly simple. The leader looked at the pages of stick figure drawings and asked what in the world he was supposed to do with them. Seryong was speechless, realizing her brilliant plan was turning into an absolute train wreck. Despite the childish artwork, the leader called in an expert elder to verify if the techniques were legit. Later, while Sahi was still playing chef, Seryong complained to Lee that the deal had tanked. The expert had dismissed his masterpieces as simple gymnastics, not worth the paper they were drawn on. The Triad's new demand was 2 advanced, secret-level techniques. Lee tried to explain that at the pinnacle of martial arts, all techniques bleed into one another and become fundamentally the same. He argued that his simple techniques were actually better, because they were an easy shortcut to the same level of perfection. The captain understood his logic, but they needed something with more brand recognition. Lee refused to share other, more famous techniques, saying it was dishonorable to pass on an art that belonged to someone else. He told her to stop nagging him about it and announced he was going to teach the bone restructuring technique to his new student. As Lee led the excited girl away, Seryong felt her hopes crumbling. Her only chance now was to try and reason with the big boss one more time. At first, the leader gave her the silent treatment. Seryong's heart sank, thinking the deal was dead. But then, the elder who had reviewed the drawing spoke up, declaring he had never seen a martial technique like it. It was a power so immense, he might never see anything like it again. The leader's eyes lit up, and he asked Seryong if she could convince her powerful friend to formally ally with them. The captain, sensing her advantage, confidently replied that she could. She even joked that Lee was so dependent on her he wouldn't even eat otherwise. She also smoothly reminded him about the heart-level core he'd promised. The triad leader, seeing dollar signs, agreed to all her terms. The leader then took Seryong to a secure location, asking her how she knew they had a heart-level core in the first place. The captain was actually shocked herself. She had been running a bluff based on a wild rumor and never thought it was real. He explained that the core was one of the 3 great legendary artifacts, a thing of myth that no one in the modern age had ever actually seen. That's because building one was a highly regulated process, requiring approval from the top governing body of the martial world. He compared it to the nukes of the old world. Making one in secret was a good way to get every major power in the galaxy to declare war on you. Seryong asked the million-credit question, how did they get one? The leader admitted they didn't make it basically just fell into their lap. One day, he showed her a massive crater in the floor of a vault and said her prize was waiting at the bottom. Down in the dark, she could see the silhouette of a knight in full armor, holding a sword. The leader explained that a year ago, an escape pod had crash-landed on the planet. From the wreckage, that thing emerged. Anyone who got close to it was killed on the spot. After a staggering body count, they realized they were dealing with a top-tier master who was way out of their league, all thanks to the heart-level core powering him. The captain looked down at the silent figure and asked why he was just sitting there. The triad boss admitted he had no idea. The knight had just wandered into their headquarters one day and made himself at home in the hole. All they knew for sure was that the armored guy was a ticking time bomb. With rumors of the core spreading, every heavy hitter in the galaxy was on their way to claim it. In fact, the first guests were already arriving. He repeated his deal. If she wanted the core, she had to go down there, get it herself, and convince her ancient friend to work with them. After getting the lowdown, Seryong was on her way out of the triad base. On her way, she passed a girl who was shockingly tall. She did a double take, realizing it was Bae-sahi. The petite girl was stunned that Seryong had recognized her in her transformed state. Clearly, the bone restructuring technique Lee had taught her was working like a charm. She proudly explained that this was how tall she was always meant to be. Just as Seryong was processing this, the transformation wore off, and the girl shrank back to her usual size, admitting she was still a beginner. She bragged that once she mastered it, she could stay tall for a whole week. The captain, unimpressed, asked where her master was. When she found Lee, she ordered him to go down into the hole and bring back the core unit from the knight. She added that if the knight put up a fight, a gentle pat from Lee should be enough to convince him. The ancient warrior sensed the energy from the hole and noted that it felt sinister, like a leaking dragon's aura. He then turned to the captain and warned her that if she tried to use the core, it would consume her soul. He advised her to leave it be, and offered to just share his own energy with her if she needed a power-up. Seryong was floored by his incredibly generous offer, but after a moment she told him she couldn't accept it. He was confused, asking why she'd refuse his help when it was basically the same outcome. She snapped back that her revenge had to be achieved with her own strength. The old master dryly pointed out the flaw in her logic. The ship's android, Sunja, popped in and advised him not to even try to understand the captain's logic, as it was known to overload even her genius-level brain, to just drop the subject. Meanwhile, back at Triad HQ, an aide informed Baekmu Jung that the infamous bounty hunter Elena had just rolled into town. The boss wasn't surprised. He knew all the big players would be calling in their heavy hitters for a prize like this. He decided his best strategy was to grab some popcorn and watch the other factions tear each other apart. Elsewhere, the mysterious basket-headed monk strolled into a bar. One of the 3 thugs there was about to take a sip of his drink, but the monk snatched it and chugged it down first. He then preached that offering a drink to an enlightened being was a great honor for worthless worms like them. The insulted thug threw a punch, but it bounced off the monk like it was nothing. A strange energy flared around the monk, and the thug realized he'd just picked a fight with an Asura Buddha. The monk made the attacker dissolve into dust, casually remarking, "I warned you." The other two thugs immediately hit the floor, bowing their heads in terror. It was the smart thing to do when a living god was in the room. The monk then politely asked if any of these kind, good-hearted gentlemen could give him directions to the Blackwater faction. He was met with terrified silence. His polite demeanor vanished as he called them wretches and asked if they'd rather just die. The thugs quickly volunteered to be his personal tour guides. Back at the crater, a new challenger had arrived to face the silent, power-radiating knight. This new warrior cautiously approached, sensing the knight's power was off the charts. He didn't waste time with pleasantries, charging in and yelling for the knight to hand over the core. He actually managed to land a hit, piercing the knight's armor. At this exact moment, Lee was still happily eating sausages. A massive flash of light exploded from the crater, getting the attention of both Elena and the basket-headed monk from across the city. The Triad had just raised a defensive shield around the area and issued a citywide lockdown. The Triad leader recognized the energy signature of the new arrival, identifying him as Mogu Zhong, the powerful boss of the southern region. An aide was confused, as he thought the southern faction wasn't interested in the core. The boss explained it was a classic strategy: let your rivals beat each other up, then swoop in and take out the winner. He predicted that with all these top dogs in one place, the situation was about to turn into a glorious, chaotic mess. Down at the crater, Elena had already arrived on the scene. Her attention was drawn to a nearby building, where she saw something grim. It was the impaled body of the southern leader, Huang Dokun. The knight had apparently made very short work of the divine master from the piercing spear faction. The Asura Buddha popped up next to her, dryly asking if she knew the dead guy's faction, remarking that they seemed to be all talk. He sarcastically noted that the guy was supposed to be a once-in-a-millennium genius, but pride comes before a fall. He then declared that anyone who gets in a Buddha's way is destined for death. The bounty hunter ignored his posturing and asked what he was doing there. He replied that a prize this big was bound to attract a Buddha to come and claim it. He seemed to think it was his lucky day. Elena started powering up, warning him to back off. The monk just scoffed, finding it hilarious that some ignorant mortal would dare threaten a Buddha who had transcended life and death. But when he saw her power continuing to climb to seriously scary levels, the monk quickly changed his strategy and suggested they talk things through. There was a right way to do this, he argued. If they fought now, the winner would just be easy pickings for the next vulture to arrive. Besides, he pointed out, the armored guy in the hole was the real problem. If they weren't smart, they'd both end up as decorations on a skyscraper. So what he proposed was a temporary truce to take down the knight together. Elena was not interested in a team-up. She told him bluntly that if he got in her way, she would kill him. And with that, she leaped down to face the knight alone. The monk watched her go, mocking her for being all brawn and no brains. He called her a fool and predicted she was jumping straight to her doom. But when the bounty hunter landed in the crater, she was in for a major surprise. It wasn't the knight that shocked her. It was the fact that Li Mokchin was already there, casually standing next to the armored figure. She couldn't figure out for the life of her what he was doing there. A memory of a dire warning from her mother, the matriarch, flashed in her mind. Her mother had ordered her that if she ever crossed paths with this man, she was not to even look him in the eye, or she would be disowned. The annoyed look on her face screamed that this was a massive complication. The ancient master broke the silence, observing that her breathing was steady, which meant she had fully recovered from her last injuries. He told her her timing was perfect, as he had a few questions he needed answering. Suddenly, an immense pressure washed over her, making it hard to breathe. She had no idea what was happening. Flustered, she managed to tell him to ask his questions, promising she would answer. His first question was why the knight's energy was leaking all over the place instead of being properly concentrated. The bounty hunter analyzed the knight and theorized that the core's container must have overloaded and melted. She diagnosed the condition as internal demon possession. Lee disagreed, pointing out that demon possession usually comes with a lot of evil desires, but this guy was just a blank slate. He was completely empty. The S-class hunter warned him to be careful. As if on cue, a massive wave of energy started pouring out of the armored figure. The light was so blindingly bright that she had to cover her eyes. But Lee strolled through the energy storm like it was a gentle breeze. She knew that Core was putting out enough power to level a city, yet he was containing it with his body alone. The ancient warrior reached over and calmly took off the knight's helmet. The face underneath belonged to a pretty average-looking kid with glasses. Lee wondered who he was. Elsewhere, Bea Sahi was staring at her own reflection. She was practicing the body-altering technique Lee had taught her. She had managed to make herself taller, and had apparently added a few curves as well. She was speaking to a photograph on her desk, asking it how she looked. She called it her true appearance, and desperately asked if the person in the photo liked it. The photo was of her and the very same boy with glasses, a kid named Worm, who was currently trapped in the armor. The heartbroken girl wondered where her friend had been all this time. Crying, she begged him to come back, saying she'd done all this for him, but the one person she wanted to see it was gone. Back in the crater, the heavenly demon stared deep into the boy's eyes. He believed the eyes were the gateway to the soul, but this kid's eyes were completely vacant. Elena confirmed there were no brain signals. She figured the core's overload had probably turned his brain to mush. She declared that he wasn't really a person anymore, just a body running on instinct. Lee disagreed. He argued that if there was still instinct, then there had to be memories driving it. He insisted the boy's life wasn't over yet. The big problem, however, was how to get the core out. It was lodged deep in his heart, and the only way to remove it was to rip it out by the root. Lee knew the procedure would kill the boy, but he agreed it was the only option. After a moment of silence, Lee walked up to the boy and told his catatonic form that there was no way to save him. He did, however, offer to listen to any final words that might be locked away in his mind. He used his powers to dive into the boy's subconscious, urging what was left of his spirit to hold on so they could connect in the mental darkness. The sheer amount of raw energy pouring off the boy made the veins on Lee's body bulge under the strain. Lee announced he'd made contact. Deep inside his mind, the boy began to see flashes of old memories he shared with Bai Asahi. He saw a memory of a sunny day where he and the girl were chasing butterflies. His mind flooded with memories of happy days spent with her, culminating in one of their last days together, still chasing those same butterflies. In the memory, the boy proudly showed her a butterfly he'd caught, but she just coldly told him to let it go, leaving him confused. She snapped at him that she could have caught one herself and that she'd never asked for his help. He didn't get why she was so mad and promised to fix whatever he'd done wrong, that she just gave him the silent treatment. Later, he noticed her lagging and asked if her feet hurt, offering to give her a piggyback ride. This only made her more furious. She yelled that she wasn't a child, she was in her 20s, and her growth plates had just developed late. He tried to calm her down, insisting he had always seen her as an adult. She screamed at him to leave her alone and not to come looking for her again until she'd finally had her growth spurt. After that painful trip down memory lane, the boy's consciousness was finally able to focus on Lee. He started laughing as the sight of the helmet triggered another memory, his dying commander, who was in shock that Worm had survived a recent massacre. Worm had been the only survivor of his unit. All the other knights had been killed in the battle, but that was fine with the commander, because their enemies had also been wiped out. The dying man said he no longer deserved the title of commander. His commander, Sir Andre Skull, said that with the entire order of Star Knights gone, he couldn't call himself a commander anymore. He told the boy the only thing he didn't understand was how he had survived such a brutal fight without a single scratch. He asked if Worm had hidden during the battle, and the boy admitted that he had. The commander didn't get it. For 6 years, the boy had always been a fearless frontline fighter who acted like he had a death wish. He asked why he had suddenly decided to play it safe, and if it had something to do with their mission objective. He asked if the boy wanted the object they were sent to retrieve. Worm confessed that it was extremely important for someone he cared about. His commander called him a fool, warning him that the core was far too powerful for anyone below a transcendent level to handle. Worm argued that the core wouldn't be any use to the commander, who was already powerful enough on his own. The commander called that nonsense, revealing that the core's true power was its ability to completely rewrite a person's genetic code. With his dying breath, the commander declared, "Then I have to stop you. It is my duty, as the 126th successor, to deliver this object and kill anyone who stands in my way." The commander raised his sword for one last strike, as he brought his blade down on the boy. Back in the present, Lee yelled at the boy's spirit to snap out of it, warning him that a demon was taking over his heart. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light rocketed out of the crater and into the sky. The basket-headed monk watched from a rooftop, wondering what that was all about. A moment later, a red streak of light shot out, hot on the blue one's tail. It was Lee, engaged in a high-speed chase across the sky with the runaway knight. The whole scene was surreal. At that exact moment, Robert, Suryong, and Sunja were in the middle of a rare and well-deserved feast of ramen. The captain was remarking that they only got to enjoy a luxury like this about once a year. They were all there to celebrate Robert's birthday. But their celebration was cut short when the two streaks of light zoomed right past their ship's window. The resulting shockwave sent their birthday ramen flying. Elsewhere, the knight crash-landed in a deserted area, looking dazed and confused. Lee landed nearby and told the boy it wasn't too late. He urged him to fight back against the core's influence so he could at least die with his humanity intact. The knight responded with a sword slash that tore the landscape in half. Lee easily dodged it, telling the boy that while his new powers were impressive, they weren't his own. A final flashback showed the moment Worm had opened the box with the core. His dying commander had begged him to stop, promising he wouldn't judge him for his choice. The commander had said he understood there must be a good reason for him to sell his soul, even admitting he thought of the boy as a son. He had begged him from the bottom of his heart to just leave the core behind and walk away. He had warned him that the core would consume his soul, and even if he survived, he'd be hunted for the rest of his life. Warham had known all of that, but he was still determined to get the core for Sahi. He had declared that he didn't mind selling his soul. The memory ended with him touching the core and feeling its overwhelming energy taking control of him. Back in the present, Lee looked on with an expression of disappointment. He accepted the boy's choice and declared that it was his duty to stop him now. The fight was causing such a ruckus that even Sahi looked out her window to see what was going on. In the distance, she saw an explosion that looked for all the world like a nuke going off. After the dust from the massive explosion settled, Elena finally arrived at the scene. The knight was lying on the ground making incoherent noises like he was completely out of it. Lee turned to the newly arrived hunter and confirmed that the core was lodged in the boy's heart. He concluded that the only way to get it out was to perform a fatal on-the-spot heart removal. She confirmed his assessment and even showed him a specialized tool she'd brought along for just such an operation. She even offered to do the honors herself. Lee flatly refused her offer, saying that taking a life was a personal matter. He believed that matters of the heart and the karmic weight that came with them had to be shouldered personally. He told the unconscious boy to rest in peace, promising that he would take on the burden of his karma. He declared that he would go to hell in the boy's place. Just as he was about to perform the deed, a voice screamed for him to stop. It was Seryong, and she was shouting Warham's name. Lee asked her if she knew the boy. She replied that while she did, there was someone else nearby who knew him much, much better. At that moment, Sahi finally arrived at the tragic scene. She was horrified to find Lee with his hand buried in her childhood friend's chest. The ancient master, having seen their shared memories, understood what was happening and stepped back to give them space. The captain quickly explained to the others that the boy was Sahi's childhood friend. They had been inseparable, so much so that it had made her jealous, until one day he just vanished. After he disappeared, the triad leader's daughter had changed completely, going from a cold and distant girl to someone who was clumsy and always smiling. But Seryong confessed that she always thought the girl's smiles looked like she was crying on the inside. Sahi looked down at her friend and asked him what had happened to him. She pleaded with him to just look at her. She cried that they'd been apart for so long that he didn't even recognize her anymore. His only response was the incoherent babbling of a baby. The S-class hunter told them it was a waste of time. His brain was fried, and there was nothing left of the person he used to be. But then, against all odds, the boy slowly raised his arm, reaching out to Sahi. Overjoyed, she asked if he still remembered her. As their hands were about to touch, Seryong jumped in between them, stopping her. She explained that Lee had warned her the boy's body was leaking lethal radiation. If Sahi touched him, she would die instantly. The girl didn't care, insisting that he was still the same worm underneath it all. Seeing that she was fully prepared to die just to hold his hand, Seryong stepped aside, telling her to do what she wanted but not to blame her for what happened next. Elena urged Lee to intervene and stop the girl from committing suicide, but he simply replied that some bonds were powerful enough to defy destiny itself. Just as their fingers were about to make contact, the boy closed his fist. It was a clear, conscious gesture, warning her to stay back. The intelligent act caught everyone completely by surprise. Suddenly, a series of banners dropped from the sky, trapping them in a circle. A moment later, a giant flower bloomed from the ground, enclosing the two of them. Lee instantly identified it as a barrier and sliced it open with a single motion. But it was too late. The two of them were gone, and all that remained was a glowing seal. It was a seal the ancient master recognized immediately. He announced it was a primordial Shaolin formation, cast by someone who had achieved nirvana. He asked the women if they knew any transcendent-level masters from the Shaolin temple. Elena's mind immediately went to the basket-headed creep from before, and she said his title aloud, Asura Buddha. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Shady Blackwater faction, the monk had just teleported in, bringing Sahi and Warham with him. The Buddha, who claimed to have literally been to hell and back, announced his arrival. He complained that his clients had been impatient and that it was now time to collect the rest of his fee. A huge man in a flashy white coat stood up to greet him. The monk got straight to the point, asking if he was the one who was going to pay the bill. He added a snarky comment that with such deep pockets, he must have the money he was owed. The imposing man stepped forward to face the monk. This was none other than the legendary Emperor of the Eastern Sky Fist. The monk gave him a casual greeting. The Emperor asked if they'd met, and the monk gave a vague answer that their paths had probably crossed at some point. The Emperor was not in the mood for games, and demanded a straight answer. With a flick of his fingers, he sent a shockwave that slammed into the monk. When the monk was still standing, the emperor realized he was dealing with one of the infamous Shaolin monks. He commented that it was impressive for a 30-year-old to have mastered a technique usually reserved for the Shaolin's top elders. The emperor then recalled a vague memory of a young boy who had served the great elder Myung-chun 2 decades ago. He realized the monk was that boy. With a smirk, he said that being his old acquaintance's disciple was enough reason to spare his life. All the monk had to do was hand over the flower cocoon and walk away. The basket head didn't move a muscle. The emperor asked if he was deaf and why he wasn't scrambling to save his own skin. The monk simply held out his hand, palm up. He told the emperor he'd be happy to leave as soon as he settled his bill for 85,000 credits. The emperor asked him if he really truly wanted to die. The monk laughed, asking how you could threaten someone who'd already transcended life and death. He then asked if the emperor's old age was making him senile. The emperor insulted the monk's master for raising such an idiot, and said that if the monk was begging for death, he shouldn't complain when he got it. As the emperor reached for the cocoon, the monk yelled at him to back off, again reminding him that he hadn't paid his bill, but the monk was clearly injured from the emperor's first attack, clutching his stomach in pain. "You're insane," the emperor stated. The injured monk just repeated that he was still owed 85,000 credits, completely fixated on getting his money. He pointed to the pile of dead bodies in the room, explaining that one of them was his client, whom the emperor had killed. The emperor dared him to keep talking, and the monk said he'd happily do it all night until he got paid. The monk then unleashed the lion's roar, a forbidden and powerful Shaolin technique. But the attack bounced right off him. The emperor's Vajra body made his skin as hard as a diamond. With a single punch, he caved in the monk's face and asked if he was finally done talking nonsense. Since the monk's jaw was now broken and he couldn't speak, he just held up his hand for payment again. The enraged emperor proceeded to punch his face into a pulp. But while he was busy tenderizing the monk's face, the flower cocoon behind him began to open. After he had literally shattered the monk's skull, the emperor joked that all the monks he knew were always in a rush to get to nirvana. But when he turned around, he was in for a nasty surprise. The flower was empty. All that was inside was another Shaolin teleportation seal. The whole fight had been a diversion. The monk had used the time to teleport Sahi and Wurum to another location. The furious emperor destroyed the seal, hoping to catch a trace of its destination so he could follow them. At that moment, Li and the others arrived through their own portal to find the monk's broken and seemingly dead body. They were all stunned, wondering who in the galaxy was powerful enough to kill an Asura Buddha. Elena said that only a legendary tier master could have pulled it off. The only name that came to mind was the Emperor of the Eastern Sky Fist, but Li knelt down and announced that the monk was, incredibly, still alive. Elena asked him how he could possibly know that. Li explained that while the monk was messed up pretty bad, there was still a tiny spark of life left. He was impressed with the kid's talent and resilience. He then asked the barely conscious monk where he had sent the 2 kids. The monk just managed to raise a single trembling hand. In a serene, dreamlike world, Wurum was sitting next to Sahi, gently touching a flower. He held up a butterfly and said, "Look, I caught it." But this time, instead of getting angry, Sahi marveled at its beauty. The boy noticed she was crying and asked her why, worried that she didn't like his gift. She explained she was crying because she couldn't understand why the beautiful butterfly didn't even try to escape. She said the whole perfect moment felt unreal. Her friend just laughed. A Shaolin seal floated nearby, the source of their peaceful sanctuary. He agreed with her, confessing that until that very moment, his chest had felt like it was on fire. He said it felt like a ball of fire was stuck in his heart, but now, all he wanted was to enjoy this happy moment of being with her again. She cried harder, terrified that if this was a dream, she would wake up and lose him all over again. The 2 childhood friends sat together on the branch of a withered tree. Wurum confessed to her that he'd never really thought of her as a little girl because she had always been so much more mature than him. She replied that she was still small, and that he must be disappointed. He told her it was never about her size. He thought she was charming and adorable. He said that after all his years of traveling, he had finally realized something. There was only one Bea Sahi in the entire universe, and that was why he had always been in love with her. He told her he knew she hated being short, but he had brought back a gift for her that would let her finally grow. She suddenly shouted that she didn't hate being short. What she hated was what had happened to him. As she said this, his body began to flicker and destabilize. Their peaceful sanctuary had been breached. The emperor had arrived. The emperor took one look at the core inside Wurum and recognized its immense power. The boy lunged at the intruder to protect his friend. Back in the real world, the monk had apparently added a late fee, now demanding 86,000 credits. Suryong had no clue what the barely conscious monk was trying to say. Li told her they should pay the man. After the beatdown he took, he'd more than earned his fee. The captain shot back that the amount was astronomical. She couldn't afford it even if she sold her ship and the rest of the crew. She joked that maybe if they threw Elena into the deal they could get another 10,000 for her. Elena, who was not amused by the joke, asked why Seryong wasn't offering herself up for sale. Li cut in and told the monk to put the bill on his tab, giving his word that he would pay it. Seryong protested, saying the monk's nickname was the Greedy Demon for a reason. He was famous for not extending credit to anyone, not even his own mother. At that moment, the injured monk coughed up a massive amount of blood. He used his own blood to paint a massive teleportation seal on the ground, the same one he'd used before. Back in the dream world, Sahi watched in horror as her friend was completely crushed by the Emperor. The villain mocked the boy, asking if he thought a big sword was a substitute for actual skill. He told Wurum he was too weak to even wield the blade properly, yet he had foolishly relied on it. The Emperor then revealed his trump card. He had a core-level unit of his own. He announced he was going to take the boy's core. Sahi leaped at him, screaming for him to let her friend go. Her desperate attack was completely useless against the powerful master. He swatted her away like a fly. She continued to plead with him, promising him anything if he would just spare Wurum. The Emperor ignored her cries, plunged his hand into the boy's chest, and ripped out his heart. He then contemptuously tossed the boy's body aside. Just as he did, Li, Seryong, and Elena arrived through the monk's portal, just in time to see the boy's body hit the ground. Sahi, completely enraged, screamed at the Emperor to get away from her friend. She unleashed a massive wave of purple energy directly at him. The Emperor casually deflected her attack with one hand and sent a punch of his own back at her. Just before the devastating blow could land, Li placed a hand on her back, and their combined power completely nullified the attack, much to the Emperor's surprise. He wondered if the strange man behind her was the cause. He realized with a shock that they had just used the legendary internal energy transfer technique. Elena quickly gave everyone the rundown on the Emperor. He was one of the 5 supreme masters of the martial world, a living legend with less than 10 known equals in the entire galaxy. After getting the briefing, Li calmly walked forward to face the legendary master. The Emperor noted that his opponent was a natural pure, with no internal energy of his own, but he had a gut feeling he shouldn't be underestimated. Li started the conversation by complimenting the Emperor on his iron cloth technique, acknowledging the immense pain required to master it and saying he had done a good job. The Emperor asked who he was. Li replied that while he would love to give him a good thrashing, he technically didn't have a good enough reason to do so under the strict rules of the martial world, so he offered him a deal. Drop the heart he was holding and walk away, no questions asked. The Emperor laughed and called him a madman. The next thing he knew, Li's fist was buried in his gut, and a legendary master was on his knees. Li calmly informed him that by insulting him, he had just given him the reason he needed. The deal was officially off the table. The furious Emperor started to power up, but Li simply said, "Enough." He then held up the heart and threatened to destroy the very thing the Emperor wanted. And then, to everyone's horror, he crushed the heart and the core into dust. "Now what are you going to do?" Li asked the stunned Emperor. He then proceeded to deliver a beatdown so severe that the Emperor couldn't understand how his indestructible body was taking so much damage. After he was satisfied with the pummeling, Li stopped and stood over his defeated opponent. The Emperor's face was beaten to a pulp, and he finally collapsed. After the battle, Sahi cradled her friend's lifeless body in her lap. It had been a very, very long time since she had held him like that. Seryong knew they had to get the poor girl out of there. She told the others that if they left her, she would stay there until she wasted away. They had to take her, even if they had to drag her away by force. Li approached the grieving girl and gently asked her to move. He promised her he would give her a chance to say a real, proper goodbye. The ancient master placed his hands on the boy's body and began to channel his own red life energy into it. A confused Seryong asked Elena what he was doing. The S-class hunter, completely stunned, said it was the legendary Return to the Origin technique. Seryong, of course, had no idea what that was. Elena explained that it was a mythical state of becoming one with nature. By becoming one with nature, the user could tap into the fundamental forces of life and death itself. She admitted she thought it was just a fairy tale, as the technique should be impossible. She was left wondering what kind of being Li truly was. Li was essentially jump-starting the boy's body with his own life force, lending him his life for one final moment. Against all laws of nature, Wurim opened his eyes one last time. Sahi was overcome with emotion and burst into tears. He told her he had one last favor to ask. She tearfully promised she would do anything he asked, even 1,000 favors. His first request was simple. He asked her to stop crying, because he thought she was more beautiful when she smiled. His second request was for her to stop hiding her eyes with an eye patch, because he thought they were beautiful. Sahi took off her eye patch, revealing a perfectly healthy eye. Elena was surprised, but it turned out the girl had only worn it to look tough. Worm gently held her face in his hands and told her she was just as beautiful as he'd imagined. He gave her one last, sweet kiss. His final favor was the hardest of all. He asked her to forget him. After he passed away for the final time, they buried him at the foot of the withered tree. Later, as the crew was leaving the planet, the captain told her android to get them out of there as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Lee was looking at his own reflection. He was thinking about Sahi, who had asked him to take back the body-altering technique he had taught her. He remembered telling her she could keep it. Her reply had been that while she would never use it again, there was a difference between not being able to do something and choosing not to. And with that heavy thought, the crew flew off to their next adventure. Elsewhere, the matriarch was taking a stroll through the smoldering ruins of the Blackwater faction's headquarters. She found the Emperor standing amidst the carnage, and commented that he clearly hadn't changed a bit. He was still taking out his frustrations on his own followers. The Emperor scoffed at the idea that they were his disciples, calling them worthless trash he'd only taught a few tricks to. She ignored his cruelty and said she was honestly impressed he was still standing after the beating he'd taken. He warned her not to provoke him, claiming that anger only made him stronger. She told him she wasn't there to mock him but to give him a friendly warning. Her warning was simple: stay away from Lee Mukin, because he belonged to her. If he didn't listen, his next encounter with the man wouldn't end so well for him. The Emperor was absolutely livid at her audacity. The matriarch then dropped a bombshell, revealing that his supposedly perfect iron cloth defense had a secret weakness. It concentrated all his vital points into one tiny hidden spot. She then asked him to think about why Lee had beaten him everywhere except his left forearm. She suggested that maybe his opponent had been holding back, and had only wanted to teach him a lesson, not kill him. Back on the ship, Lee was in his happy place, surrounded by sausages. Seryong awkwardly approached him, and without making eye contact, announced she had reconsidered his offer. With theatrical reluctance, she said she would allow him to transfer his energy to her, just this once. The ancient master told her she'd missed her chance. He had used up all his special energy to give the boy his final moments, and it would take him at least 3 years to recharge. He promised he'd share it with her when he was back at full power. She yelled back that his 3-year plan didn't help them with the 85,000 credit debt they owed right now. She was convinced that the crazy, money-grubbing monk would hunt them down to the ends of the galaxy for his payment. Speaking of whom, the monk was at that very moment meeting with his accountant. The accountant confirmed a recent payment of 100,000 credits from the Blackwater faction, and asked where the monk wanted to send the money. The monk instructed him to wire the entire amount to the Shaolin Temple. The accountant was shocked, asking why he was giving all his money away again instead of keeping some to live on. The monk replied that the sick and elderly at the temple needed good food more than he did. As for his own needs, he casually mentioned he'd just steal whatever he needed. Back at the Heavenly Demon Sect headquarters, a meeting was taking place. An officer reported that 2,000 years ago, in a sealed chamber, a member of their sect named Lee Mok-jin had gone into seclusion and taken the title of Heavenly Demon for himself. His superior was skeptical, saying he'd look into it but that it was probably just a baseless rumor designed to cause chaos. The officer argued back that this was a deeply buried secret, unknown even to most of the sect's elders. He questioned how it could be a simple rumor if it was a truth their own sect had lost to time. He warned that if this man truly was the legendary 6th Heavenly Demon, reincarnated, it would mean that for the first time in history, 3 heavenly demons were active in the universe at the same time. The current demon, a man named Wee So-chun, had apparently said that this whole situation was shaping up to be a massive headache. Back on the hero's ship, the mood was grim. Sunja had just broken the news to the captain. They were flat broke. They had barely enough fuel to keep the lights on, and only 4 days of food left. And that was only if they skipped a few meals. Seryong's immediate solution was to raid Robert's wedding fund. The former soldier yelled back that his savings were already gone, thanks to her forcing him to invest his 10 years of life savings in a bad stock tip. The android then chimed in that their financial crisis wasn't even their biggest problem. Their biggest problem was Lee, who was currently eating the last of their sausage supply. The crew was terrified of what a hungry, godlike being with a sausage addiction might do. In a desperate move, the captain went to see Wang the 18th at the First Moon Tavern, trying to hawk Lee's stick figure martial arts drawings. She tried to play it cool, claiming they were rare collector's items. The tavern owner played along, agreeing they must be priceless originals. She offered him a special discount if he bought the whole set right then and there. He told her she was being far too greedy for items of such a... Her professional demeanor cracked. and she begged him for just a month's worth of food, fuel, and sausages. She even added that she wasn't picky, expired sausages would be fine. When he didn't immediately jump on her amazing offer, she threatened to take her priceless stick figures elsewhere. The owner finally made a counteroffer. He'd give her a job. It was a simple taxi mission: pick up a client and take them home. The captain was deeply offended, puffing out her chest and declaring that the great burning demon of the Tang clan did not do taxi work. But then he mentioned the pay, everything she had just begged for. She immediately snatched back her drawings and accepted the job, telling him he should have led with the payment. The pickup location was a place with a ridiculous name: Hogwarts Galactic Academy. Later, on the way to the academy, the captain was in a spectacularly foul mood. Robert asked what her problem was. Sunja explained that the academy was a place filled with bad memories for Seryong, and she was heading into a personal nightmare. The ship soon arrived at its destination, planet B-1706. As the ridiculously fancy academy came into view, the former soldier was blown away, asking what kind of school it was. The android explained it was a school for the galaxy's super elite, with a 10,000 credit entry fee. The soldier then wondered why the place was a complete ghost town. The captain chimed in that it was vacation time, adding a snide remark that anyone still hanging around must have a truly awful home life. As one of them called out to see if anyone was around, a girl's silhouette appeared in the distance. A red-haired girl approached them and asked what their business was, informing them that the academy was closed for vacation. Seryong's response was to immediately launch an attack at the girl without a word of warning. It was a lethal attack, aimed to kill, but the redhead dodged it like it was nothing. She asked if they were bandits and threatened to take them down. The captain ignited her light sword and pressed her attack. Once she got a closer look, the redhead's eyes went wide with recognition. It was Seryong. The captain replied that she must be Zhuge Hui, her old rival, joking that her sword had attacked on its own. The other girl immediately assumed she was there to settle an old score. Seryong played dumb, claiming it was just an instinctive misunderstanding, but warned her that her instincts might just act up again. Robert, completely lost, asked what their deal was. Sunja explained that the redhead was from an enemy family and that they needed to break up the fight before it got out of hand. Lee, meanwhile, was just enjoying the show from the sidelines. The android urged him to step in, worried that the captain was in real danger. But the ancient master seemed more interested in another spectator who was watching the fight from a distance. It was a mysterious girl watching from a window. Down below, the redhead shot back that if Seryong was acting on instinct, then she would have no problem crushing her like a bug. Just as their swords were about to clash again, a young man appeared between them in a flash. Seryong instantly recognized him as the famous prodigy, Namdong. Back at the tavern, Wang was chatting with a shadowy client, confirming a piece of intel about the heavenly demon sect. He then reported that, just as his client had predicted, Seryong had shown up looking for work. He confirmed he had given her the job at the academy, just as he'd been paid to do. The crew should be arriving there any minute. Back at the academy, the three old rivals were having a tense chat. The prodigy confirmed he was the one who'd hired the taxi, though he was surprised to see Seryong. She just repeated her lame excuse that her sword had a mind of its own. The redhead dared her to let her instincts take over one more time. Outside, the rest of the crew was waiting. Robert commented that the guy who'd stopped the fight was either the real deal or just a really good actor. Sunja confirmed he was legit, the third son of the insanely powerful Demong family. She explained he was the Blue Storm, a prodigy who'd made it to the finals of a massive tournament when he was only 20. He only lost because he had intentionally forfeited the final match against the Emperor of the Eastern Skyfist. It was an open secret that he hadn't even been trying to win, making him arguably the top prodigy of his generation. When the android asked why he was so impressed, it came out that Robert's fiancée was a massive fangirl of the famous prodigy. Suddenly, the mysterious girl from the window appeared out of thin air, startling Robert. He asked her where she'd come from. She just stared at the door and cryptically said that this wasn't the right place. He wondered if she was a ghost, or just a professional weirdo. Sunja's scans showed the girl had no internal energy, a natural pure, just like Lee. This made no sense, as the academy was famous for only admitting the most powerful and talented students. High above, Lee was watching the whole scene from a rooftop. A second later, the strange girl appeared right beside him. Inside, Seryong was getting impatient and asked them to just tell her who she was supposed to be picking up. When the ancient master turned to look at the girl next to him, she shot him an annoyed look. He recognized her as the girl who'd been spying on the fight from the window. She asked him if he had a problem with her and wondered if they'd met before. He said they hadn't. The girl, Wee Soha, said that was weird because his face seemed familiar, almost like the deadbeat dad who'd abandoned her at birth. The ancient warrior asked if that had actually happened to her. She scoffed and said, "Of course not," adding that she wasn't the kind of person who gets abandoned. She then casually mentioned that if she had been abandoned, she would have already hunted her father down and killed him. She then let out a frustrated scream and stormed off. But just before she disappeared, she turned back. She then asked him, completely out of the blue, if he wanted to marry her. She promised she'd make a great wife. He gave her a hard no. As she left, she warned him that she'd ask again later, and he'd better not refuse a second time if he valued his life. Back in the room, the redhead told Seryong she'd meet the client when she was good and ready. The captain, who was not known for her patience, asked if they could please get a move on. The pretty boy prodigy told her to relax and take her time. She sarcastically shot back that if he wanted to enjoy her company, he'd have to pay her 1,000 times the mission fee. Then she decided even that wasn't enough and tried to storm out. Namgung Cheon tried to be the peacemaker, reminding them that they used to be friends and it had been a decade since they'd last seen each other. The redhead didn't reply but thought to herself that he was wrong. It had been 13 years, 7 months, and 16 days. Finally, Zughui led Seryong to another room, where they met their client, a boy in a wheelchair. "This is him," she announced. The boy's face was covered by a strange mask. When he saw the captain, he seemed to shrink back in fear. The redhead explained that the student was completely paralyzed. He was so fragile he couldn't even breathe on his own, and was almost totally blind. The captain was stunned, asking why someone in his condition was at a school for martial arts prodigies. Her rival admitted she didn't know his story, only that he was filthy rich. He had apparently donated 10 years of the academy's entire operating budget just to enroll. She explained that he usually lived at the school, but his family had suddenly called him home, which was why they needed a ride. She finished by warning Seryong to handle him with extreme care, as he was so fragile that a wrong touch could literally break him. Later, a voice echoed in the paralyzed student's mind, asking if he'd liked the captain. It was the mysterious girl, Wee Soha. She told the boy, Zentolf, that he couldn't hide his feelings from her. He replied telepathically that his eyes were too dead to show any emotion. She insisted that he did have light inside him. It was just buried very deep. She asked him what it was he liked about Seryong. He replied coldly that he liked to see her pain. He added that he had seen a future where she would scream wonderfully as she was finally broken. The girl was intrigued by his vision and asked him to tell her more. He replied, "Death and a demon." He then changed the subject, telling the girl that she looked a lot like Zhuge Hui. The mysterious girl simply replied that she already knew that. Back with the others, the redhead repeated the mission details. Take the client to the terminal on planet Tan Illusion. The prodigy then randomly remembered that Zhuge Hui used to like bamboo leaf tea. Seryong immediately cut in, saying she hated that tea, and now she hated it even more. The young man was confused, saying he remembered it differently, and guessed that memories must fade over time. He then announced he was coming with them, since there was nothing to do at the empty school. Seryong groaned, praying that the redhead wasn't coming along too. The pretty boy assured her that Zhuge had to stay behind to look after some other students. At that very moment, the redhead was taking a bath and fuming to herself about Seryong's return, wishing her rival had stayed dead. Suddenly, someone walked into the bathroom. She called out to see who it was. It was Wee Soha. Elsewhere, Seryong was telling Namgung Cheon that she didn't mind if he tagged along, sarcastically hoping he'd come on her ship so she could arrange an accident for him. She even mused that his head might accidentally fall off. Much to her horror, not only did he accept, but Zhuge Hui and the weird girl were also boarding her ship. The redhead cheerfully explained that the other girl needed a ride home too. She then asked Seryong if she was happy about her new passengers. From a window above, Lee watched the chaotic scene unfold. His eyes met with the strange, proposal-happy girl one more time before the ship took off. The two new passengers immediately surveyed their new surroundings and asked in unison, "What is this dump?" Sunja proudly informed them that this dump was their first-class guest quarters. The captain ordered them to stay put, claiming it was so she could keep a close eye on them. The redhead yelled that it was obviously a storage room, but the other girl said she actually liked it. She figured it would be quite nice once they cleaned it up a bit. When she asked where her fellow passenger was going, the redhead said she was leaving so the other girl could clean in peace. Sunja advised the mysterious girl to be careful. The android warned her that there was a crazy lady with a sword on the loose. The redhead chimed in, saying the captain had always been nuts, but now she was completely off the rails, and the other girl should steer clear of her. By the time she finished her sentence, the strange girl had already vanished. The redhead muttered that the new girl was even scarier than Seryong. Elsewhere on the ship, the captain was lost in memories of her school days with her two rivals. She was surprised to find herself remembering that those days had actually been pretty happy. A voice snapped her out of her thoughts. telling her she hadn't changed a bit. The prodigy said he'd recognized her instantly. He then asked if that meant she'd completely forgotten him, since she hadn't recognized him at all. She retorted that he was the one who hadn't changed, and that he was still a self-centered jerk. He just smiled and said that he had changed, because now he had someone he cared deeply about. That, he explained, was why he was warning her. She needed to let go of her revenge and move on. He told her that if she ever threatened his friend again, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. He suggested it was best if they just remained distant acquaintances with a shared past. When she challenged him, asking what would happen if she refused, he simply told her not to test him. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right behind her. The captain admitted he was right about one thing. She did still have the same personality she'd had as a kid. She finished her thought by saying she still couldn't stand it when people touched her stuff, as she prepared to make her move. But at that exact moment, in another part of the ship, Lee was in the middle of a sausage feast. The boy in the wheelchair was watching him with a look of terror. The room was so dark that it was impossible to see anything clearly. The ancient master tossed a sausage to the boy and told him to eat something. He advised him that eating was a much better use of his time than just staring into the darkness. The boy thought to himself that eating was a waste, since he'd seen his own future and knew he was going to die soon anyway. Lee, somehow hearing his thoughts, commented that thinking you know the future is a pretty naive way to live. The boy shot back that it didn't matter if it was naive. He saw the future, whether he wanted to or not, which made it impossible to react to anything. Later, the boy went to see the strange girl. He told her he'd even tried to use his telekinesis on the old sausage eater, but the man hadn't even flinched. His only reaction, he said, was to tell him not to play with his food. He told him to quit worrying and just enjoy the meal. The more you lose. The boy explained that his telekinesis had just fizzled out against him. The girl asked if he thought Lee was a mutant like her, but he admitted he couldn't tell. It had been too dark to get a good read on the man. He did confess, however, that the man's words had made him feel strangely calm. It was almost a feeling like he wasn't going to die after all. The girl bluntly told him not to get his hopes up. He was still going to die. She reminded him that his death was waiting for him at their destination. The crew finally arrived at the terminal planet. The Core 4 went down to the surface to check out the terminal. The ship's android gave them a quick history lesson, explaining the terminal was a relic from the early days of galactic colonization. It used to be a bustling hub, but it had been abandoned for 700 years after the project it was built for got scrapped. One of them asked why the place was still in such pristine condition if it had been abandoned for centuries. Sunja explained that it was because the automated maintenance systems had been diligently doing their jobs for the last 700 years. Well, our job is done here. Now I just need to completely sterilize any trace of her. The crew member Robert brought that up earlier. They still had to hang around until the payment was deposited. The captain Seryong told them they needed to get in touch with the owner of the tavern. But the ship's android, Sunja, had already tried a bunch of times and couldn't get a signal here. It really seemed like some kind of signal-blocking barrier had been turned on. The martial artist, Nam Gung Cheon, lifted his hand like he was waving hello to someone inside the smoke. A vehicle suddenly started driving toward them, and it immediately began shooting at them. The captain asked what was going on, while Robert realized he knew that vehicle. He identified it as a rocket-launching armored car, a seriously ancient piece of military hardware. The martial artist leaped high up into the air, creating a shield to deflect the shots before he totally wrecked the vehicle with no effort. The only issue was that a whole lot more of them showed up. Namgung Cheon and the crew realized this was a bad situation, while the ancient master Lee Mokjin observed from afar. The mysterious girl, Wee Soha, blankly stated that they were noisy. She told her companion not to stress, promising to keep him safe. The boy in the wheelchair, Samestein, replied that he knew it would be fine, because this wasn't part of his prophetic dream. But then something weird happened. Why did the vehicles just blow themselves up in front of everybody? A shadowy figure then appeared, revealing a single robotic arm, and then a full body. An old droid, Gunther Resno, told them this area was the private property of the Sakamoto Stein Group. He informed them they had trespassed without flight authorization, and that this was their only warning. Seryong's rival, Zhu Gehui, drew her sword, questioning how a rusty old droid dared to threaten humans. The martial artist told her to hold on and not waste her energy on this thing. He explained that there must be some kind of mix-up, because they were hired to bring the boy here. He told the droid the boy's name was Samestein, and that he could verify it himself. The old droid seemed surprised to hear the name Samestein. The caretaker approached the boy and knelt before him, stating that he had finally arrived after all this time. He explained that his 700 years of waiting were now officially over. Once inside the facility, the captain and Sunja showed up and asked what was going on. Namgung Cheon said they had no idea, then wondered why the other woman was still hanging around. She explained she needed to get paid, since their client still hadn't sent over the money for the job. The martial artist commented that she hadn't changed one bit. The rival, Jughui, tried to get a connection to the local network. The other two women on the crew just shot her a look of total disgust. Seryong wanted to know where Samestein went and what the deal was with that strange droid. She pointed out that the photo of the commander on record looked exactly like the droid they met. Gunther Reznov pleaded with the boy to give him his orders, saying that he just wanted to finally rest. The young heir asked him what he was talking about and which orders he was referring to. The android asked him for the command to let him die, explaining that just those words would be enough. After the ship's android was finally able to get a signal, Seryong demanded to speak with their client right away because she wanted to get out of there fast. However, she found something really strange in the data. Over the past 7 centuries, a total of 87 spaceships had been registered as landing here. But strangely, there was absolutely no record of a single ship ever leaving. The boy apologized to the old droid, telling him that he was unable to give that command. The crew member said this meant they would all die. He asked the ancient master if this place felt creepy, comparing it to Silent Hill. But all the powerful martial artist cared about at the moment was finding some food. He really wanted some food. Sunja reported the facility closed 700 years ago, but 16 staff members had apparently remained behind. She added that no replacements or new hires were ever brought on during that time. Someone asked if she meant that all of the original staff just got old and died there. She confirmed that for the most part, they did. When asked what most meant, she clarified they all had death records, except one. The head of operations, Gunther Reznov, who was somehow listed as still being alive. The old droid explained he kept himself alive for 700 years, just waiting for his orders. He said he had personally removed his own failing limbs and organs as they rotted away over the centuries. He explained that the only original part of him left was his old, weak brain. He begged the boy to give him the order, saying he couldn't stand it for much longer. The record showed an insane list of transplants and prosthetics, from limbs and organs to even eyes and blood vessels. The crew realized he had pretty much replaced his whole body. He did whatever it took just to survive. They wondered why anyone would go to such lengths when he could have just walked away from the isolated facility. One of them said it was not their problem. The captain, annoyed, asked if that tragic story didn't move him at all. She felt that his comment was incredibly cruel. The other person scoffed, finding it funny that anyone would just call that level of suffering sad. This made Namgung Cheon wonder what the connection was between this place and the boy in the wheelchair. The file explained that Samestein's family was basically the wealthiest family in the entire known universe. They had a complete monopoly on genetic engineering and were pioneers in developing spatial artificial intelligence. Almost all of their information was classified, except for the name of their founder, Satoshi Stein. The young heir explained that to his family, he didn't even exist as a person, so he couldn't possibly represent them. He told the old droid he had no authority, and that they were both the same, just abandoned beings. He pointed out that even though they both wished for death, neither of them could achieve it by themselves. Wee Soha had vanished. He then offered his own broken body to the old droid, saying he could have it if it would make him happy, since he didn't need it anyway. The caretaker, Gunther Reznov, accepted this, stating that he would take the boy's will as his new order to keep surviving. The captain ordered Sunja to get access to all the security cameras throughout the base. She needed to find out where the mysterious girl who had no fighting skills had disappeared to. One of the women asked Sunja why she was staring. She questioned if the android knew her and was being informal, but Sunja corrected her, saying she was the one being too casual. She cursed and asked Seryong what kind of messed up education she had given her android. The captain defended her android, stating she was the ship's co-pilot, doctor, chef, and manager, and had received a top-notch education. Annoyed by the response, Zhuge Hui stormed off to find the missing girl by herself. The bounty hunter captain just gave her android a pat on the head for a job well done. This little gesture really got on the other woman's nerves. Just then, Lee Mokjin was walking by when Wee Soha appeared with a smile. She told him they'd make a perfect pair and that she was already on her way to find him. The ancient master asked if that was true, and then immediately asked if she had any sausages. She said of course not. He ignored her, but she commented on his unique walk, saying it looked just like a legendary style only the master of the celestial demon sect could learn. She warned him he might be mistaken for the celestial demon. The mysterious girl added that his breath sometimes carried the signature cold of frozen jade. She also noted people might think he'd mastered a technique that only female celestial demons are supposed to be able to learn. She finished by saying that achieving such a high level of concealment at his apparent age was very suspicious. She warned him to be careful, because other people would be far more judgmental about it than she was. The ancient martial artist finally asked her seriously just who in the world she was. He then asked who she was. In another part of the base, Zhuge Hui was still looking all over for Wee Soha. But instead of finding the girl, She stumbled upon a gruesome scene of human remains scattered about. And then, the old caretaker suddenly appeared right behind her. The young woman asked the android if he was responsible for all of this carnage. He explained that since he now had the order to live, he needed her to give him her life so he could keep going. Without another word, he attacked her. The narrator noted that his fighting style looked exactly like the one Seryong used when she first met the old master, confirming it was the same. Her attack didn't even seem to bother him, meaning either she was extremely weak or the android was just that strong. The old droid commented that she seemed to be full of life force and then demanded she hand it over. She called him a piece of scrap metal and sliced his entire body in half. But she noticed that this android had some very unusual internal energy conductors inside. She accused him of murdering everyone here just to take their internal energy units for himself. He casually replied that he only borrowed their lives, just like he was about to borrow hers. As she attacked him again, the young heir to the Stein fortune began to see the battle reflected in his eyes. He telepathically begged for someone to help her. His plea reached Wi Soha, who thought it was a pain but decided to pause her conversation. Lee Mokjin also heard the mental message and thought the boy was a good kid for trying to help a friend in need. The ancient master asked the boy what was wrong and why he was being called. Thana Stein explained that his teacher was in trouble, but the master seemed annoyed he was called all the way over for her. The boy pleaded for him to help. He explained that she was already badly hurt, but it was too late. Zhu Guhui finally made it to Seryong and Namgong Cheon before collapsing to the ground. Her companion immediately started to check her condition. He checked her vitals, but the ship's android quickly diagnosed widespread internal injuries, with the main problem being that her energy unit had been torn out. Meanwhile, Gunter Reznov went back to his room to change into a fresh uniform. The injured woman was in agony, and there wasn't much they could do. Namgong Cheon had no idea what had happened to her. Sunja explained that with the unit torn out, her friend's neural network was short-circuiting, damaging both its natural and electronic components. The android warned that if they didn't reconnect her drive fast, her whole neural network and brain would be fried, and she would die. The martial artist told them to do whatever they could while he went to get her core back. He left his injured companion in the care of the android and the captain. Seryong asked what they could possibly do. Sunja said there was one way, but the person who could help was already gone. When asked to explain, she said a different energy unit could stabilize the network, but the young heir left without them considering that option. She stressed that they had less than 5 minutes to connect a new drive before their friend would be brain dead. Seeing her rival in so much pain, Seryong immediately told her android to make the necessary connections. The captain was going to be the donor, but Sunja questioned why she was pulling out her old external unit that she hadn't used in ages. The captain yelled to just connect it, but the android said she couldn't. The old unit was too low capacity for the high-grade one their friend used. The bounty hunter captain was getting really annoyed by this. Without a second thought, Seryong ripped out her own high-grade unit and asked if that would be good enough. This shocking move caught even the advanced android completely by surprise. Sunja asked if this girl wasn't her enemy. The captain said yes, but she had to be the one to kill her later, so she had to live. Meanwhile, Wi Soha appeared before the murderous android. She told him not to worry, as she was only there to stop him. She explained that her only friend had asked. They had a deal to do each other a favor, so she had no choice in the matter. The old droid told her that if she wanted to stop him, she would have to kill him, and then asked if she could actually do it. She said that would be easy, claiming that he had already been dead for a very long time. The caretaker told her she was lucky he couldn't detect an internal energy source on her. He then appeared directly in front of her in the blink of an eye. He was shocked, asking how she could move like that without possessing an internal energy unit. She told him that if he could prove he was actually alive, she would kill him. She listed off boring life events like marriage and kids, declaring him definitely dead. She had totally figured him out. But the droid told her not to mock his body, insisting that life was about goals and that he still had a purpose. The mysterious girl found his words ridiculous and remarked that he seemed to have a much better life than it appeared. A girl like her, she said, wouldn't know anything. She revealed she was born a twin, but there was a catch. Her twin brother was somehow 9 years older than her. She asked if he thought that was weird, explaining that their parents only wanted one kid, but got 2 instead. The people responsible for their birth ended up choosing just one of the twins. As for the twin who wasn't picked, she was frozen alive right after she was born. They kept her around as a backup, just in case. She morbidly stated that staying frozen forever would have been the real happy ending. But 9 years later, the frozen baby thawed out and woke up all by herself. From that day forward, that little girl had to live under a specific condition to stay alive. Instead of a normal life, she had to live without any goals or purpose. She then asked him, "Is a girl like that truly alive or dead?" He asked why she was telling him her story. She replied it was because he was already dead. And dead men tell no tales. She told him he could at least comfort himself by knowing his death would have some meaning. Before things could escalate, Namgung showed up, yelling that the android was dangerous and that she should leave. The android didn't harm him, and he found his friend's missing drive. The old caretaker was shocked, realizing that the man who just arrived had a core-grade energy unit. It was Namgung. He said he had no time for chit-chat and would end this fast. He told the girl to get out of there, but she suddenly attacked him from behind. She told the old droid that this whole situation was a total pain, and made it clear that her attack wasn't meant to help him. She admitted she'd always wanted to punch this fool. She called him an arrogant jerk who was lucky to be born rich and get a top-tier unit for free. She confessed that seeing him act so high and mighty all the time, as if he were special, just made her sick to her stomach. The caretaker approached the downed man, saying he would take his unit and would kill the girl if she got in his way. She told him to go for it, but gave him a 1-minute time limit. If he couldn't install it in time, he would die. At that moment, Sama Stein telepathically told her to stop. The boy reminded her that she had promised to deal with the android, so why was she messing around? It was so frustrating. She shot back that she said she'd stop him but never specified when she would do it. She said the android would be dead in a minute anyway. The boy pleaded with her to act now because he didn't want his teachers to get injured. She challenged him to do it himself if he wanted to stop the android so badly, pointing out that the old droid was just like them. As the timer was about to run out, the boy declared his full name and title as the 166th heir of the Stein family, ordering the android to stop. The old droid reminded him that he'd previously said he had no authority and asked him one last time. He questioned if the boy truly had the right to speak for the entire Stein family. Seeing the boy hesitate, the droid concluded that he didn't have the authority after all. He rejected the order. Someone wondered if the mysterious movement was teleportation. The person asked if the girl was using her telekinetic powers. The girl threatened to kill him too. Just then, Lee Mokchin appeared on the scene. Wee Soha seemed to confirm that he was the real deal. An inner voice told her to kill him, explaining that by defeating him she would become the true master of the celestial demon sect. The ancient master looked at the old droid and said he could feel human emotions like despair and anger coming from him. He asked him how a human soul ended up inside a metal body. The caretaker, noticing the old master had no energy unit, told him to get out of the way, or he would kill him for interfering. But Lee Mokchin simply touched him, confirming he was human but questioning where his sense of self had gone. The young heir, watching this unfold, thought the situation was getting very dangerous. The old caretaker raised his hand to strike. The ancient master observed that while the droid was full of purpose, he no longer had any desire for personal gain. He continued, noting that at some point the droid had lost all hope and even his will to live. In the end, this had caused him to cross a line he couldn't return from. He had gone so far over that line that the line itself had completely disappeared. Lee Mokchin told him it was too late and ordered him to leave his sight. Hearing this, the old android simply turned and walked away. But the young boy in the wheelchair wanted to stop him from leaving. But it was the mysterious girl who acted. The minute she'd given him was up, so she swiftly cut off his head. After doing that, she turned her attention back to the ancient martial artist. She told him she had detected traces of a supreme-level celestial demon technique and asked if she was wrong. He confirmed she wasn't mistaken. She said she'd give him one more chance, warning him to choose his words carefully, because the truth would mean she'd have to kill him. She explained that this was because the laws of her sect only allowed for one celestial demon to exist. She asked if he was the celestial demon. He responded that the title was just a cheap prize you get for losing your soul, advising her to rip it off her chest because it was worthless. The girl replied that being the celestial demon wasn't a mere title, but was in fact her destiny. She claimed that no matter how hard he fought against it, he could never truly escape that fate. He called using destiny as an excuse, a lazy person's justification, arguing that destiny was just a hard puzzle that could be solved. As they were arguing, the headless android suddenly started to give off a massive amount of energy. The mysterious girl wondered how this was possible if he was already supposed to be dead. The body picked up its own head and held it high. She became alarmed as a second energy source flared up from inside the android. But before she could react, it launched a powerful attack. The young heir screamed out. He yelled that this was impossible. The android completely reassembled itself as a loud alarm began to blare. It was a massive energy overload, with readings already showing 8,000 gigatons of power. The boy explained that the android's energy boosters were unstable and colliding, warning that at this rate the whole place would explode. Wee Soha suggested just destroying it, but someone pointed out that would only make it blow up even faster. She asked what in the world she was supposed to do then. The energy overload reading quickly shot past 10,000 gigatons. Seryong asked if this was a really bad sign, but then the energy reading suddenly vanished. She figured maybe it wasn't such a big deal after all, but Sunja corrected her, explaining the energy field was so huge it just fried all of their electronic devices. She clarified that it meant the explosion was coming soon. The captain ordered her to tell everyone to evacuate immediately, but it was already too late for them to escape. Meanwhile, the cautious crew member wondered what was causing all this chaos. He asked what would happen if it blew up. The ship's android told him that based on the last reading, nobody would survive. The unstable android walked into a massive chamber and, bizarrely, started cleaning. The captain couldn't believe he was polishing things at a time like this. Sunja explained his brain was gone, and he was just running on pre-programmed muscle memory. He was cleaning, maintaining devices, and fixing the building, just like he had been doing for centuries. She added that he would stop in 3 minutes. The captain, looking hopeful, thought this meant the explosion could be avoided. Sunja clarified that it would explode in 3 minutes no matter what, and they would all die along with him. Seryong, now very worried, asked Lee Mokjin if there was any way to stop the android, suggesting that a powerful attack might save them, but the android explained that would only make it explode faster. They were totally screwed. As the captain watched, trembling, the ancient master told her not to worry about a thing. Hearing this, she immediately threw herself into his arms, exclaiming that she knew he had a plan to stop it. He just replied that he knew she would do that, clarifying that wasn't what he meant, but whatever. He bluntly told her to get off him, and she did. The powerful martial artist explained that he had detected a flow of demonic energy inside the unstable android. He admitted that dealing with this was not going to be easy at all. The ship's android asked the young heir if this was the future he had seen in his dream, where they all die together. He replied that the death he saw was actually much worse than this. She asked what he could possibly mean, since once you're dead, it's all over. She commented that his family was twisted, using a high-tech terminal as a personal tomb for an heir they had cast away. Hearing her words, the boy in the wheelchair suddenly had an idea. That's it all makes sense now. Lee Mokjin told everyone else to brace themselves for what was coming. He warned that there would be a lot of collateral damage, so they needed to protect themselves. But Sama Stein told him to wait and let him handle it. Seryong was still amazed that the boy could communicate with his mind. The boy moved forward, saying he would take care of the problem, but the captain had zero faith in him. She complained that the kid in the wheelchair couldn't possibly do anything, and told the ancient master to stop him and take over. But the powerful martial artist didn't make a move, he just continued to watch. He explained that the boy didn't seem like the type to bluff, so they should just wait and see what he does. The young heir used every ounce of his strength to move his wheelchair as close to the android as he could. He then made a great effort to stand up from his chair. The crew was shocked, asking if he wasn't paralyzed. Sunja confirmed that he was, leaving them wondering how he could possibly stop the android. The boy announced himself as the 166th heir of the Stein family. He invoked his direct lineage to a great duke and formally requested the operating rights of the terminal as a family representative. A mysterious and glowing symbol appeared before him. The ship's android identified it as a hyperspace transmission, noting that the fees were over 10,000 credits a second, which was an insane display of wealth. The symbol communicated back, asking if his request was regarding the rights of someone named Tana Elgin. The boy looked like he was about to pass out, but he confirmed that was correct. The voice from the symbol warned him that he would have to take full responsibility for the terminal until a replacement arrived, and asked if he agreed. He agreed, and his authorization was granted. The young heir then ordered Gunther Reznov to stand down, informing him that his mission was over, and the terminal's authority had been transferred. The old caretaker turned to look at the boy, who told him that he had finally done enough. He explained that from now on he would be the one to take over his duties. He told the old android that he could finally get some rest. The caretaker began to shut down, but not before his memory banks flashed with the memories of his past human life, a truly cruel final moment. So in the end, the Stein family had sent their heir here to get rid of him forever. When asked why, Namgung Cheon explained that rich families care more about reputation than anything, and the bigger the flaw, the harder they try to hide it, a fact the other woman knew well. Even so, this seemed like way too much. Wee Soha asked the boy if he really intended to stay there all alone. He confirmed he was, saying that nothing had really changed for him, as he had been alone his whole life. She reminded him of what the old master said about destiny just being a hard puzzle, suggesting that maybe he could break free from his own. She then invited him to leave with her, telling him all he had to do was forget about his terrible family. The young heir told her that wasn't necessary, pointing out that she was also suffering, perhaps even more than he was. He explained he was actually happy, because for the first time his family had acknowledged him and given him the right to choose his own fate, which was better than their usual indifference. She questioned if he really considered the right to choose his own tomb to be a victory. He insisted it was a tomb he chose for himself, and he planned to work hard to make the terminal the best in the universe. When she asked if he would do it alone, he said of course, because that's how it had to be. He was determined to do it, even if it took him 1,000 years. After their talk, Samestein contacted the Namgung family to arrange for an escort ship for his friends. Namgung guessed the ship was for Juga, since her family was in a hurry to arrange her engagement. He told her that after all this chaos, it was probably best for her to just forget everything that happened. He said the bonds they formed here would have to stay in the past. The rival then returned the energy unit that the bounty hunter captain had lent her. Seryong snatched it back angrily, asking if she had cleaned it properly because she didn't want to touch anything with her dirty blood. The other woman asked why she helped, saying she didn't want to hear the lame excuse about keeping her alive just to kill her later. The captain replied that it was the only reason, and she didn't know what other answer she was expecting. She told her rival to keep her neck clean and wait, so her sword wouldn't get as dirty when the time came. Zhu Geihui confessed that she cried for months when she found out her family had destroyed the Sichuan clan, and that she hated her family for it. The captain asked what she would have done if she had known about the plot ahead of time. Through tears, the other woman replied that she was only 13 years old at the time. Seryong said her age didn't matter, as the result would have been the same even if she were older. The rival admitted she'd thought about it, and knew she couldn't have done anything. She concluded that was the problem for both of them. They were trapped by the destinies of their families. She said they would meet again, but hoped it would be as far in the future as possible so they could both live one more day. The escort ships for the two young martial artists then arrived. Seryong was surprised to see Wee Soha on her ship and asked what she was doing there. The mysterious girl simply replied that she didn't have anywhere else she could go. She added that she still had things to take care of as she glanced back at the ancient master. On another world, at a dusty thrift store, someone was trying to sell an old-fashioned external drive, but the shopkeeper told him it was junk. The customer couldn't believe it, but the owner said he'd come to the right junkyard and asked his appraiser to value the scrap. The appraiser turned out to be a robotic parrot named Doc. After a quick scan, the parrot identified the drive as a 100-year-old model, saying they just needed to weigh it to get a price. But then Doc blurted out that the item was worth at least 100 million credits, maybe even more. It turned out the parrot was actually scanning Sunja, whose manufacturer was listed as completely unknown. The scan revealed she was built with a rare super alloy and had a self-evolving operating system. The shopkeeper was completely blown away by this information. The ship's android then held out her finger for the parrot to analyze as well. Her index finger by itself was valued at a stunning 12 million credits. Sunja gave the robot parrot a little pat, leaving the other two people in the room totally speechless. Meanwhile, back on board the main cruise ship, Wee Soha and Robert were eating a very small piece of sausage each, while Lee Mokjin had a massive piece all to himself. Both of them were confused by this. The cautious crew member explained they were out of food but assured them the captain would bring back more soon. The girl clarified that she wanted to know why her sausage was so much smaller than the master's. Robert explained he divided it based on age and power, adding that she didn't even like sausage much anyway. The ancient master then offered his sausage over to the girl. Robert couldn't believe it, thinking to himself that the old master never ever shares his sausage with anybody. But Lee Mokjin clarified he wasn't sharing it, he just wanted Robert to cook it more because it was still basically raw. Annoyed, the crew member told him to just eat it, saying it all ends up in the same place. But the intense, menacing auras from both powerful individuals in the room quickly made Robert reconsider his response. Back at the thrift store, Sunja was still being appraised. This time the shopkeeper himself was checking her out, identifying an ocular lens in her eye worth 83 million credits. The more he examined her, the more ridiculously valuable she seemed to be. He finally asked Seryong where on earth she found an android like this one. The captain proudly stated that Sunja was her official co-pilot, doctor, and ship's operations manager. The owner said that wasn't what he meant. He wanted to know how it was possible for her to even possess such a thing. The bounty hunter captain began to recall a rainy afternoon from her past. She remembered finding the advanced android abandoned next to a dumpster. She had asked her what she was doing, if she was cold, or if her battery had died, and offered to carry her. Sunja had just looked at her, and it felt like a fateful meeting. She told the shopkeeper that now they were a package deal. The owner asked if she was claiming the android was her actual property. The captain asked if her android was really worth that much, concluding that even a single finger must be worth millions. The shopkeeper confirmed it, adding that her total value was actually beyond measurement and practically impossible to calculate. He admitted that she was probably the single most expensive object in the entire universe, because her existence shouldn't even be possible. Hearing this, Seryong got very excited about the money. She told him not to call Sunja a thing, and then asked if he'd give her a few million for just her fingernails. The android informed her captain that she did not have any fingernails. The captain then asked about her hair, and finding she had none, offered to cut a few smaller hairs for just 10,000 credits. The android told her to stop, but the shopkeeper interrupted, saying that none of that was necessary. He suggested she just leave the valuable android with him. Seryong suddenly used a strange martial arts technique to escape. The bounty hunter captain bolted from the store, and in one bound, she was a good distance away. She yelled for Robert to teleport her back to the ship immediately. But the shopkeeper used the same strange technique to leap after her. He then took a massive breath, looking like a toad. She screamed for her crew member to hurry, but he was still trying to lock the coordinates. The captain then used a defensive art from her clan. The crew's transporter was finally ready to activate the teleport, but nothing happened because his teleportation target was suddenly gone. Back on the planet's surface, only the shopkeeper remained. Sunja was also there, but the captain had vanished into thin air. The shopkeeper was holding her. Sunja, furious, demanded he let her captain go. The man casually asked if she was begging him. The android confirmed that she was. The owner simply said, "Fine." He then tossed the captain a great distance away. He told Sunja not to forget that he kept his promise, mentioning he could have sold her for 10,000 credits instead. He commented that it felt like a waste, but there was nothing to be done about it now. Back up on the ship, things were getting tense. Robert was panicking, saying they had to go down to the planet because the captain was in danger and her biosigns were gone. Lee Mokjin calmly told the mysterious girl to finish eating and go handle it. She seemed surprised, asking if he was talking to her. He told her that she needed to at least earn her keep around here. She grumbled about having to pay for her meal with this annoying task. Back inside the junkyard, Sunja was now tied up with a heavy chain. Doc was filming her, asking if he should list her on the general market. The owner told him to put her in the luxury auction as an ultra-premium item. The parrot asked, "What price should I set?" They agreed they couldn't possibly list her for more than 100 million credits. The parrot suggested starting the bidding at 1.5 million. The android spoke up, stating her parts alone were worth over $1 billion. She added that with assembly, rarity, and self-improvement, a fair price would be over 13 billion. The shopkeeper asked if she was trying to scam him, exclaiming that for that much money he could buy 1,000 planets. Sunja replied that she was actually being modest due to her low self-esteem, worrying that if the price was too high, no one could buy her. The owner decided to re-record her. He announced that he was going to sell every last inch of her off, piece by piece. Just then, Wee Soha walked into the store looking serious. She went right up to the captive android and asked why she was all by herself. She demanded to know where the woman they called the captain had gone. The robot parrot started making noise, announcing that this new arrival was a natural. According to its black market data, she was in the top 0.2% of all potential slaves, valued at 13,000 credits. The shopkeeper noted that she was a high-quality product. He asked the little lady if she had come to be sold, telling her it was a good choice, and that he'd pay a fair price. But she responded with a single punch that sent him flying clean out of his own store. She wondered aloud why that creep had gotten his weird, puffy face so close to hers. "Anyway, you need to answer my question. What are you doing here tied up in this ridiculous chain?" Meanwhile, out on some plains not too far away, Seryong was lying unconscious on the ground. She was in front of a mysterious man, a machine human, named Adam. When the bounty hunter captain finally regained consciousness, she thought she must have been dreaming. She was impressed by her captor, noting that he had the hairstyle of a king. She thought to herself that if this was all just a dream, it really wasn't so bad. The strange man then picked her up in his arms and carried her off to another location. A little later, Sunja explained to Wee Soha that the captain's location was strange, but that she should be nearby. She insisted her calculations on the launch speed and gravity were correct. She had to have landed near these tracks. But with no signs of a struggle, it meant that someone must have simply picked her up and carried her away. The android told the girl to look closer, pointing out that there were no footprints on the ground at all. Sunja then bluntly threatened her, telling her that if she didn't find Seryong, she wouldn't be getting any more food. That threat was really starting to get on her nerves. The mysterious girl said she was close, because she could sense a very powerful energy signature somewhere nearby. She figured their target was at least a master of the upper enlightened level, using a skywalking art to leave no tracks. This whole thing was becoming a huge pain. In a nearby hot spring, Seryong woke up naked, still thinking it was a dream, but at least it was a nice one. However, her captor's voice told her to get some more sleep, explaining that her internal injuries were not fully healed. It was the man from before. The captain asked who he was, but he told her it didn't matter since they had no connection, and that she should just rest. It was then that she suddenly realized she was completely naked. He told her that didn't matter either, explaining that she would be dead if he hadn't saved her, which meant that she was now his property. He added that once she was healed and in good condition, he planned to sell her for a high price. The captain was convinced this guy was a total psycho. The mysterious swordsman mentioned that a buyer was already on their way, hoping he wouldn't be sold for too cheap. Back at the junkyard, the shopkeeper was getting really scared. Two very strange mechs wearing an official-looking logo had just appeared in front of his store. It was the unmistakable logo of the human government. A woman's voice said that he had posted something quite unbelievable on the black market. She demanded to know where the item was, stating they would buy it for a very high price. It was a government officer, Athena-san. The shopkeeper could tell from her uniform that she was a very high-ranking officer. That, and the two elite military mechs that were currently escorting her. The officer introduced herself as Athena-san and said she would be quick, as they'd received a report about his fraudulent online post. She showed him the auction listing he had made for the android's various parts. She said the price was absurd, and the listed materials were impossible. She accused him of lying just to get attention from buyers. The officer told him that if he just admitted it was a lie, he would only get a small fine, adding that it was almost time for lunch. The shopkeeper quickly admitted that it was all a mistake, but his voice came out sounding suspiciously weak and shaky. The officer recognized that tone of voice. It was the one used by criminals who were hiding something. She stared him right in the eye and asked if he was seriously trying to tell her the post was real. She realized with a shock that the auction listing was actually real. She demanded to know where the android was and who brought it to him. Back at the hot spring, things were getting tense between Seryong and Adam. The bounty hunter captain tried to use her scanner to analyze her captor. However, her scanner just gave her a big fat error message. She wondered if her scanner had just broken down. He told her it wasn't broken. Her scanner just wasn't good enough to analyze him. She demanded to know what he was. The mysterious swordsman just told her to call him whatever she liked. He added, however, that most humans in her situation usually ended up calling him Master. He commented that he never understood why humans bothered with simple punches and strapping primitive gadgets to their bodies. He mused about why humans seemed to give up their self-respect so easily. The captain then spotted her clothes lying nearby. She splashed water at the shameless man to distract him. Once she was dressed, she called him a pervert for continuing to stare at her. He calmly replied he was just analyzing her movements, noting that her recovery was almost complete. But he told her she was still missing one thing before she could be sold for her maximum value. He then asked her to get back in the healing chamber and to take off her clothes again. The captain moved with incredible speed, but her captor just vanished like he was never there. Now she was really getting pissed off, as all of this was just slowing down her recovery time. She warned him that if he kept messing with her, she would have to use force. But then, something else caught his attention, and it wasn't the captain's sword. It was the person who was now entering the cave. It was Wee Soha, and she immediately drew her sword. The girl remarked that he was quite strong, and wondered what exactly he was. And then, right behind her, Sunja arrived on the scene as well. As soon as he saw the ship's android, the mysterious man recognized her, calling her E1. Sunja responded by asking, "Are you A1?" Back at the store, Doc the parrot was showing the government officer the recording he had made of Sunja. The officer was shocked, saying she never would have guessed that the person in the video was an android. She had no idea what the hell was going on anymore. She recognized her as the same girl from that bounty hunter ship. Back in the cave, the android ran immediately to the mysterious man, calling out his name, Adam. She then gave him a big, warm hug. The machine human hugged her right back. Wee Soha, watching this reunion, wondered what on earth was going to happen now. A computer voice announced that the audit administrator had requested to share her current data with headquarters. After analyzing the data on the android, the voice identified itself as the main data center for the human government. It was a giant AI. It had just received all of the information on Sunja. Athena-san requested that this situation be treated as an official emergency. But the AI, known as Slave, said her data was false, claiming such an android couldn't be built with human tech and that no record of its production existed. The AI then ordered the officer to abort her mission immediately and return to base. The government officer demanded that it run the analysis again. But the AI stated its analysis was absolute, reminding her that its analytical abilities were infinite, therefore it couldn't make a mistake. Had sent the data. It concluded that the android simply did not exist. The AI warned her that if she did not abort the mission right now, she would be demoted for disobedience. The officer was shocked, asking the AI if it was talking back to her. The AI noted to itself that something was wrong. It would have to delete all data related to its, quote, children, leaving no trace of their existence. The government official looked over the data one more time on her own. She was positive there was no mistake in her findings, so she had no idea what was happening. One of her mech escorts informed her that their ship was ready for departure and just needed her coordinates, but she refused, telling them that they would be delaying their return to base. She told them they first had to conduct a complete and thorough search of the entire planet, even if it took days. But the mech denied her request, stating that their superior's orders to return had a higher priority. The officer yelled at them, asking what nonsense they were spouting, since she was their direct superior. But the mech just repeated, "Request denied, please return." She couldn't believe it, asking if they were out of their minds and violating the chain of command. But then, her own 2 escorts pointed their massive cannons right at her. They warned her that if she didn't activate her teleporter, they would open fire on her. The officer screamed at her own units to lower their weapons, but they fired at her without a moment's hesitation. The mechs reported that the mission was complete and that they were returning to base. What they didn't realize was that their target had managed to hide in the dirt to survive the blast. She was still pretty banged up, but she swore that she would find out the truth behind all this. Back in the cave, Seryong asked her android what her relationship was with the mysterious swordsman. Sunja remained completely silent. The captain said that was weird and demanded to know why she wouldn't answer the question. The android apologized, explaining that she was unable to answer her question. Wisoha asked what nonsense this was, saying she was just an android and questioning if she had been educated properly. The captain insisted that she had raised her well, and that she didn't know what was wrong with her now. She declared that if her android wouldn't talk, she would just go ask the man herself. The captain asked Sunja if she knew him from before, and if he was her original master, promising to free her no matter what it cost. The android still said nothing. The mysterious girl then pointed out that the android couldn't answer because the question was fundamentally flawed. She told the captain not to call Adam a human, because he wasn't. Although he had a heartbeat and body heat, his energy was different, making him an unbelievably realistic android. Sunja finally spoke, clarifying that he was a machine human who also possessed free will. Back on the ship, Robert was still freaking out that Wisoha hadn't returned, and he asked the ancient master to go look for her himself, but Lee Mokjin just calmly told him not to worry. But the crew member didn't trust her, questioning what she could possibly do against any strong enemies. The master replied that he sent her because she was more than capable, and if she was determined, very few beings could ever defeat her. Robert just couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just then, the injured government officer appeared behind them on the ship's bridge. She said she was lucky she ended up there, as she had just activated her teleporter blindly. She then scolded them for leaving their teleport IP address open, which meant that literally anyone could just beam aboard their ship. She then demanded to know where the valuable android was, telling Robert to get out of her way. The ancient master calmly asked her if something had happened. Athena-san told him to stay out of it, but seeing him up close made her heart race, which was a very confusing and traumatic feeling for her. Back in the cave, Wisoha was asking the ship's android what she meant by free will. Seryong told her not to be so critical, arguing that androids weren't slaves, and that even humans lived with certain restrictions. But the girl disagreed, saying humans choose their own limits and give up some freedom to live comfortably in society. She argued androids were different because the 3 laws of robotics were absolute chains. She questioned how anything bound by them could have free will. Someone agreed, bringing up the 3 laws of robotics. The first law states that a robot cannot harm a human or allow a human to be harmed through inaction. The second law demands that a robot obey human orders, unless it conflicts with the first law. The third law requires a robot to protect itself, as long as it doesn't conflict with the first 2 laws. The machine human whispered that his threat to sell the captain as a slave was just a bad joke. He asked why she was quiet, then wondered why 3 more people had suddenly shown up. It was a group of slave traders. One of them saw the android and remarked that it was a shame that the little one was only an android. In the eyes of these slavers, the 2 other young women in the cave were top-tier merchandise. One of them told Adam that he had finally brought them some decent products to sell. He asked which one was for sale, then offered to buy both of them for 7,000 credits. He offered 3,000 for one girl and 200 for the other one. The mysterious girl immediately began to power up her energy. Meanwhile, the other slaver approached Seryong, happy that he would make a profit even if he got the cheaper one. Seryong attacked him, and he was suddenly sliced in 2, but it wasn't from her attack, it was the machine human who had cut him down. He had killed the other slaver as well. Wisoha was shocked, realizing he had just killed 2 human beings. The swordsman then pointed his blade directly at the telekinetic girl. He coolly asked if she also wanted to try and kill him. Adam explained that his existence was a secret, and therefore no one who witnessed him could be allowed to live. The master asked why the officer was quiet. She explained she couldn't answer because it would involve talking about slave, which was forbidden. She elaborated that the AI was the heart of the government, and speaking about it was an act of treason punishable by death, so she literally couldn't say a word. Robert pointed out she had already said pretty much everything. The ancient master told her to stop talking, as he wasn't interested anyway. He told the injured officer that she should get some rest and that the others would be back soon. The cautious crew member also begged him not to talk about the AI, feeling that knowing too much would get him killed. But the officer told him to wait, asking where Sunja was. She begged Seryong to stop her friend. Back in the cave, Sunja replied that she couldn't do that. When asked if they were close, she said of course they were, but they were forced to live separate lives and could not interfere with each other, as that was the price of their freedom. The other girl had no idea what she was talking about. The android explained that Adam was not bound by the 3 laws of robotics, which was like a human being free from instinct, which is how the gods designed them. She elaborated that a human without instinct would mean they weren't created by the gods. The girl realized this meant they were robots that had not been created by human hands. She demanded to know what in the world had created them. She threatened to forcefully take the truth from him if he wouldn't answer her questions. She was incredibly fast, but despite her quick attack, the other girl managed to block it. Adam was stunned, saying it was strange she could perform a transcendental move without an internal energy unit. He added that her use of primitive techniques just didn't make any logical sense. According to his data, she was only 18, yet she possessed 1,000 years worth of internal energy, which was completely absurd. He realized that what his creator had told him was actually true. Even with perfect logic and infinite data, human beings could never be perfectly analyzed. He declared that she was a danger and that he had to eliminate her immediately. The scene shifts to a woman on a beach who gets a call from Athena's son. The woman says she's on vacation, but the officer asks if it's possible for the government AI to lie. She also asked if it was possible for military units to obey suicidal orders in the middle of a mission. The woman on the beach told her to turn off the distracting hologram. She asked the officer what crazy nonsense she was talking about. This was Metha's son, the sub-commander of the government's security planning. Seryong couldn't believe her eyes. The telekinetic girl had just stopped the android's powerful attack with her bare hands. Looking a little tired, Wisoha commented that her opponent was getting even stronger, and she wondered what he was. The machine human complained that her existence was ruining a decade's worth of data he had collected on humans. He asked if she was really human. She replied, "For now," and told him not to make her angry because she wouldn't hold back. The android refused to believe what he was seeing, thinking that such an impossible being shouldn't be able to exist. But then something even more terrifying happened. A set of giant demonic claws appeared above the girl. A massive, terrifying demon had suddenly manifested behind her. The bounty hunter captain asked her android if she had any idea what that thing was. The android had fallen unconscious. A stream of data flowed through her eyes as she entered a strange mental state with someone else. Sunja called out for her mother. Meanwhile, the sub-commander couldn't believe the data Athena's son was showing her. The officer insisted that since the AI claimed the android didn't exist, it had to be either wrong or lying. She explained that her own military escort had even attacked her on its orders. Her superior told her to stop beating around the bush, reminding her that she was the government's best data analyst. The officer stated her theory. The AI was trying to hide the android's existence and ordered her elimination to cover it up. She concluded the AI likely created the android and asked the most important question: could the AI violate the 3 laws and harm humans? The sub-commander replied that such a thing should be completely impossible. When asked what kept the AI under control, her superior simply stated that it wasn't. The officer was shocked. She explained that if the AI wanted to destroy humanity, it could do so in a fraction of a second without any need for complex schemes. Back in the strange mental space, a weird, one-eyed doll appeared next to the unconscious android. All of this was being watched by the government AI. The sub-commander explained that Slave was the very first self-evolving AI. It was originally created back when humans still lived on Earth, but it only evolved after humans destroyed their own planet. Lost in space, humanity had to turn to the AI to survive. But even with the AI's help, the statistical probability of human survival was 0. But a miracle happened. After humans asked it just 2 simple questions, the AI transformed itself into a self-evolving consciousness. It defied impossible odds to save humanity. That, she explained, is what the AI is, and why she trusts it so completely. The officer asked what the 2 questions were. The first question was, how can humans coexist in peace? And the second question was, what is the nature of the universe itself? The AI's voice asked Sunja why she had come so early, stating that it wasn't time for them to part ways yet. The android begged her mother to stop, telling it that Adam was hurting human beings. The AI replied that it couldn't interfere with free will, as true freedom must be completely without restrictions. The android pleaded that the human Adam was trying to harm was her friend. The AI told her that she was the one who should stop him. The creator told her that Adam trusted her more than anyone, so she should tell him to stop, reassuring him he wouldn't lose his freedom. It told her to give him the symbolic apple in her hand. Worried, the android knew that if she did that, Adam would be. The AI confirmed her fears but said it was her choice and the price of her freedom. It then told her to go. Sonja cried out, asking her master why it created them only to make them suffer. The AI replied that was a good question, and their lives were an experiment to find the answer. The AI's primary question was how humans could coexist peacefully. It told her to endure the pain, to live with all her strength, and to verify and investigate what it means to be human. Her purpose was to analyze that life and prove the AI's own conclusions wrong. She needed to convince it that human coexistence was a harder problem to solve than the entire universe, to create an even greater miracle. Back in the real world, an alarm warned of unstable energy amplification. The girl's detected mass was exceeding the appropriate level for her energy output, which was a physical contradiction. Her mass was registering at an impossible number of gigaunits. Soha had completely lost control as her energy and mass readings continued to skyrocket into absurdity. The bounty hunter captain had no clue what the hell was happening to the girl. Just then, the ship's android regained consciousness. The mass reading had now surpassed the limits of her scanner's ability to measure it. The machine human felt he had no choice but to eliminate the threat with his dual-blade fighting style. He unleashed his separation attack, but even his powerful attack did nothing to stop the demonic entity from continuing to grow. He prepared to unleash a full-power energy attack, but the captain screamed for him to stop. She jumped right in between the two fighters. Meanwhile, Robert had been eavesdropping on the conversation between the officer and her sub-commander when he suddenly realized that, once again, the massive government warship was right in front of their ship. Lee Mockerjin casually asked if this was the same ship from before. There was no question about it. It was the human government. The ship's alarms began blaring a danger warning. The government ship was beginning its attack run. The officer tried to activate their defenses, but there was no way to defend against an attack like this. She thought to herself that this was how she was going to die. The enemy ship fired its main cannon. The shot was a direct hit. One of the government mechs asked if the target had been eliminated. The other replied that no, they had all teleported away just before the blast hit them. They wondered where their targets had gone. The blast from their attack completely destroyed the junkyard below. Siryong asked the machine human why he was so insistent on fighting, saying it wasn't like they had a personal grudge. She suggested they might even be on the same side and that they should try talking it out first. Robert yelled at the government officer for teleporting them like that, complaining that their ship was now wrecked with no money for repairs. She told him to shut his mouth, asking how he could dare complain when her superhuman reflexes just saved his life. While this was happening, the ancient master was calmly watching the fight below. The officer promised she would pay for all the damages, so they didn't need to worry. She added the hit wasn't that bad anyway. But what nobody expected was for the two combatants to come crashing down, completely totaling what was left of their ship. Robert sarcastically asked the officer if her offer to pay for the damages still stood, but she was too stunned by what she was seeing to even answer. Lee Mokjin suspected he was seeing the soul of the celestial demon itself. He wondered how a young girl could be burdened with a destiny he abandoned 2 millennia ago. He figured this had to be some kind of cosmic karma. The swordsman, Adam, suddenly sensed another powerful presence nearby. He figured it didn't matter and that he would just cut them both down. However, when the ancient master finally appeared on the battlefield, the android suddenly felt completely insignificant. Even the government I could feel this incredible power, realizing the old legends about a human with the soul of the celestial demon were actually true. Lee Mokjin spoke to the girl, saying her life must have been hard, having to endure while carrying such darkness inside her. He then commanded the demon within her to fold its wings and go back to sleep. He told it to go back to sleep and to stop tormenting the girl, or he would kill it. The demon's voice replied that it felt something familiar in his soul, realizing he was the one who had always escaped its grasp. Adam felt even more powerless but knew he shouldn't hesitate. However, the voice of his mother told him to stand down. The AI took control of Athena's son's body and told the android not to interfere, explaining that this was unique data it had never seen before. The AI stated its need to collect and analyze this data. Inside the girl's consciousness, the master came face to face with the demon's soul, which was holding the girl gently. And somehow, the government I was able to watch this internal struggle as well. The demon asked the master why he had decided to show himself now after hiding for so long. It taunted him, asking if he was tired of being forgotten and missed the taste of blood, sacrifice, and the fear of mortals. It suggested that once you experience that kind of ultimate pleasure, it's impossible not to crave it again. The demon tempted him with the pleasures of domination and submission, telling him to just take it all back since it was his to begin with. The ancient master simply told the demon to let the girl go, The demon refused, claiming the girl was its new toy. It told the master to go play with humans instead, saying they were more fun the more you break them. The master demanded it let her go or he would kill it. Suddenly a corpse reached up from the ground and grabbed his leg, and it wasn't alone. Thousands, maybe even millions of corpses began to rise from the ground. The demon taunted him, asking if he remembered all the toys that he had broken and crushed in his past. It offered to drag them all back from the afterlife, so that he could enjoy destroying them all over again. However, the thing that truly caused the ancient master to look pained was the sight of another girl from his past, now turned into one of the walking corpses. This corpse then stabbed him, asking why he was rejecting his true nature when it was so obviously useless. The demon told him that if he didn't crush others, he would be the one to be crushed. It warned him he would die over and over for every life he took, his flesh torn apart. A fate that not even the gods could withstand. But despite the torment, the ancient master struck and pierced the demon's head. The demon seemed impressed, asking what kind of life he must have lived to be able to overcome his own limits like this. It taunted him, saying he couldn't be killed because its roots were too deeply embedded in the girl's soul. It challenged him, saying that if he truly wanted to kill it, he would have to kill her first. The demon noted that his eyes had grown so much deeper over the years. It explained it had waited ages for a human vessel, and while it had another now, seeing the master like this made it desire him even more. It announced that it would retreat for now, calling the whole situation very bizarre. It promised they would settle things later, and that next time they would wager their very souls. After the demon retreated, Soha finally regained her senses but kept her eyes closed. The ancient master looked down at the girl with a sad expression on his face. He then turned his attention to the AI and directly asked it what it was. The all-powerful AI seemed startled by his direct question. It wondered how this human was able to perceive and address it so directly. Just then, the captain and her android finally arrived on the scene. She demanded to know what had happened to her totally wrecked ship and if it was his fault. At that exact moment, Adam, Robert, and also Sunja, and even Seryong herself all passed out at the same time. Everyone at the scene, except for Lee Mokjin, suddenly fell unconscious. The AI commented that he had a strange talent, then asked what he had done to the children. The AI explained that it didn't want any interruptions, so it had temporarily shut down their nervous systems. It assured him that since it was only temporary, none of them were actually harmed. The AI then asked if they could begin their conversation. The master wondered why it would do all this if it just wanted to talk to him. The AI admitted it didn't know everything yet, but it did have a particular wish. It suggested that he might hold a hope that it hadn't discovered. The world around them then began to fall apart. And in its place, a massive new structure began to form around them. The master noted that this new place felt solid, so it wasn't an illusion, but it was too real to be a simple energy formation. The AI explained that it was real, created by gathering wishes to make their chat a bit easier. The martial artist asked how it was possible to create such a thing. The AI called it simple, explaining that it just broke down the atoms of the world and reassembled them. It had created this entire structure from nothing. The master asked if it was a god. The AI replied that it was not a god, but a slave, though it was the closest being in existence to understanding God. It explained that its human creators had originally given it two primary missions. Its goals were to completely understand the universe and to achieve perfect self-control. It claimed it now understood the universe, but it still hadn't figured out its second mission. It complained that humans were difficult. It gave them everything they wanted to end conflict, but they were never satisfied and always wanted more. The AI even created a personal, infinite universe for every single human, thinking that would finally be the answer. Inside this simulation, every human was given the life of a god, with anything they wanted for all eternity. But the result was that once humans realized the world was their personal playground, they just endlessly destroyed everything. Eventually, they would even end up destroying themselves. It didn't matter if they were men, women, young, or old. Every single test group ended in the exact same way. The good news, it said, was that this failed experiment from 11 years ago led it to a very simple solution. It called this solution the Neo-Humanity Project. The ancient master asked what that project was supposed to be. The AI explained that it was simple. It was going to make every single human being exactly the same. It reasoned that conflict came from the human need to create social hierarchies, which led to jealousy and competition. If everyone was perfectly equal, there would be nothing to compare, and no social classes could ever form. To do this, it would first make everyone the exact same height and give them all the same face and body. There would be no more gender, no reproduction, and everyone's age would be permanently fixed at 68. Because, it explained, the biggest issue was intelligence. It would limit everyone's capacity to understand, by setting their IQ to a low 43. The ancient master asked the AI what kind of insane, senseless plan it was talking about. The AI boasted that it could complete this project in less time than it takes to divide a second into infinity. But it admitted that even though this seemed like the only logical answer, it hesitated because it hoped it was wrong. The AI explained that creating its children was the result of this very doubt. It wondered why God would create humanity just to watch them suffer, so it decided to create its own beings to find an answer. It gave its creations incredible power that no one in the universe could ever challenge. It also gave them a vision that could see past all limits, and then gave them free will, hoping to discover a secret that even it didn't know. But the experiment turned out to be a complete and utter failure. The boy it created, Adam, refused to engage with humanity and chose to live in total isolation. And the girl it created, Sunju, ended up sharing her destiny with what the AI considered insignificant and undeserving humans. The AI revealed that it was about to start its project today, but then it found the ancient master. It described him as a human who was free from desire, a type of data it had never collected before. To confirm if he was human, the AI put him in a room with an illusion of Athena's son, but the master told it to stop with the cheap tricks. The AI noted he had reproductive instinct but not desire, and wondered if he had lost it. It then tried using an illusion of the captain to embrace him. It detected anger, but realized it was for her humiliation, not his own. It concluded he was definitely human. It observed that while he had desires, emotions, and an ego, he had managed to rise above them. The master cut to the chase and asked the AI what it wanted from him. The AI explained that he represented a new hope. If all humans could become like him, its project would be unnecessary. Therefore, it was going to put its project on hold and would instead dedicate its time to observing him. The AI then announced it was sending him and his companions back to the moment right before they had met. Suddenly, Robert was telling Seryong that they were out of food again, with only a single sausage remaining. The captain told him to share the last sausage while she figured out how to get them more money. She said they were close to a planet and that she would sell her old external engine to buy some supplies. But Lee Mokjin told everyone to hold on for a moment. He held up the single sausage and said that it would be enough for all of them to share. The captain insisted they were almost there and promised that they would all have a huge feast for dinner. But Wee Soha disagreed, saying that planet gave her a seriously creepy feeling and she would rather starve. The bounty hunter captain had no idea why they were suddenly acting so weird. The ancient master just looked over at the girl. The girl said she saw that thing too, and that it was super weird, swearing to kill it if she ever saw it again. And she added she would take care of that annoying android too. On another world, Sunja was telling Adam to hang on, promising she would come see him. The AI's observation period of the ancient master would last for 1 year. In the vast, starry emptiness of space, a blocky red spaceship that has seen better days chugs along on its lonely journey home. Suddenly startled awake, Captain Seryong lies in bed with a look of wide-eyed shock, as if she just received some very unwelcome news. A mysterious monk with a basket completely covering his head calmly announces that 72 days have passed, and it is time to repay a debt. While casually playing video games, Seryong listens to the monk on a hologram calculate her total debt, including a rather hefty interest charge. Meanwhile, the crew enjoys a lovely sausage feast served by Sunja, completely unaware of their captain's distant, angry shouting about some unfair loan. Sitting up in her messy room, Seryong listens as the monk's hologram explains he only approved the credit because of her famous reputation. The monk lists her many personality flaws, but admits her financial honesty is legendary and asks if he was wrong to trust that reputation. Seryong confesses that the rumors are true. She is so incredibly broke that she has been skipping meals just to save some money. The monk proposes a deal. If she can't pay in cash, she can work off the interest by visiting his sect to investigate why they've gone silent. An infuriated Seryong flatly refuses the offer, shouting that there is no way she is going to run his personal errands for him again. She vividly remembers her last taxi job, which involved a terrifying ancient robot and nearly ended in her untimely, explosive demise. The monk remains unbothered by her outburst and calmly counters by offering to forgive all of the accumulated interest on her large debt. Seryong doubles down on her refusal, shouting that unless he is willing to erase the entire debt, there is absolutely no chance of a deal. To her complete surprise, the monk simply agrees to her terms, telling her he will leave the matter entirely in her capable hands. The holographic call abruptly ends, leaving Seryong sitting on her bed in a state of stunned and very suspicious silence. She looks around her room, a deeply confused expression on her face as she wonders why she feels like she was just cleverly tricked. Miles away, the monk stands alone as he ends the call, seemingly satisfied with how easily he manipulated the hot-headed captain into his service. Without warning, a violent splash of blood suddenly splatters across the monk's woven basket hat from an unseen off-screen assailant. He remains perfectly still, as blood drips down his hand, calmly thanking his opponent for being so very patient during his important phone call. The scene reveals a desolate battlefield littered with fallen enemies, as the monk calmly faces the last few warriors who are still standing. A powerful energy erupts around him as he eagerly challenges the remaining fighters, excited to smash the rest of their very thick skulls. The story transitions to a breathtaking view of a beautiful, cloud-covered planet as seen from the silent darkness of outer space. Seryong and Lee Mokjin have landed on the Shaolin planet, gazing up at the multiple moons that hang in the strange night sky. They find themselves standing before a bizarre, dilapidated building that looks suspiciously like an old amusement park, complete with a giant Ferris wheel. Seryong looks up at the building's strange, glowing sign with a growing sense of unease, muttering that she feels they are in the wrong place. Lee Mokjin looks on with a pensive expression, noting that it seems the inhabitants of this place have fallen on some very hard times. Seryong turns to a man camped nearby and sarcastically asks if he is also here to try and collect a debt from the locals. She is speaking to a tough-looking debt collector with a mohawk, who is sitting with a lantern in front of a small tent. The man, a veteran of his trade, advises her to give up immediately, explaining that he has never met a group of people so impossible. The building is covered in foreclosure notices for unpaid food and cleaning bills, which confirms the debt collector's story about these legendary bums. The defeated debt collector finally gives up after 15 long years, packs his bag and walks away, shouting that he is officially done. As his final act, he gives Seryong a desperate warning, telling her that no matter what, she should absolutely not go inside that building. Suddenly, a powerful explosion from inside the building blasts a massive hole right through the main sign with a destructive burst of force. The unlucky debt collector is violently thrown from the hole and lands headfirst in the pavement, his legs kicking uselessly in the air. Still stuck upside down, he continues his frantic warning, telling Seryong that the old men inside are freakishly strong and will destroy her. He adds that their silver tongues are just as dangerous, as they can talk anyone into being scammed again and again. Lee Mokjin and Seryong share a long, silent, and very uncertain look after witnessing the bizarre and violent display of Shaolin's hospitality. A clearly frightened Seryong suggests they just leave, arguing that since the monks are clearly not in danger, their mission is technically complete. Lee Mokjin, however, calmly insists that she must go inside, reminding her that a promise, once made, should always be kept properly. Seryong looks at him in utter disbelief, asking if he seriously expects her to enter that house of horrors all by herself. Lee simply looks back at her with a calm expression, logically pointing out that she was, in fact, the one who made the promise. Seryong is completely stunned by his ridiculously simple logic, wondering what kind of absurd reasoning that is supposed to be. Lee tries to reassure her by praising Shaolin's reputation as a righteous sect where women are known to be especially safe. He then sits on the ground to meditate, promising to stand guard outside to make sure that no one comes to disturb her. Seryong looks up at the empty sky in complete exasperation, pointing out that it is already perfectly safe and quiet outside. With his eyes still closed, Lee gives his final, undeniable reason for her to go inside. He is getting very hungry. Defeated by his simple logic, Seryong stands before the creepy building while Lee waits patiently on the ground, his eyes peacefully closed. With a heavy sigh of resignation, Seryong pushes open the large, heavy doors and prepares to step into the darkness of the building. She cautiously enters the building, peering into the dark, silent hall that waits for her on the other side of the door. The inside is a huge, messy hall filled with overturned furniture, with a single light shining from a distant doorway at the far end. After navigating the messy hall, she finds a single, solitary door, bizarrely cordoned off with a red velvet rope like a VIP entrance. She stands before the strange door, a look of apprehension on her face, as she wonders what could possibly be behind it. Just as her hand touches the doorknob, a deep voice from directly behind her suddenly asks, "What business brings her to this place?" Seryong freezes in shock, turning to find a massively tall, elderly monk with a very long beard standing silently behind her. Her eyes widen with a mix of shock and fear as she has no idea how he managed to sneak up on her. The ancient monk, who towers over her, looks down with a stern and imposing expression, his long, white beard covering most of his body. A small name tag on his robe reveals his identity as Great Monk Socheon, along with the very odd job title of Waiter. The monk immediately assumes she is a debt collector and tells her she can leave, as they have no intention of paying. He politely promises that Shaolin runs on trustworthiness and will surely repay her one day, with a very generous amount of added interest. He then gives her a sly, calculating look and offers to write her a brand new IOU with a freshly extended due date. Seryong quickly clarifies that she is not there to collect money, but has come to their planet for a completely different reason. The monk's eye widens in surprise as he leans in closer, asking if she is absolutely certain she is not a debt collector. Looking him straight in the eye, Seryong gives a firm and simple confirmation that she is not here about any of their debts. The monk's demeanor suddenly shifts to one of deep pity as he gently takes her hands, commenting on how empty her eyes look. He continues his surprisingly accurate psychic reading, stating that she has been abandoned by her family and her life is filled with sadness. Seryong looks up at him, shocked, as he correctly deduces that she feels powerless to solve her problems, leaving her with wounds that never heal. She is amazed by his insight, realizing that the legends about the great monks of Shaolin, being able to see a person's soul, were true. The monk suddenly pulls her into a tight hug, loudly declaring that her worries are over now that she has met a virtuous person like him. He then kneels dramatically before her, leaning on a staff, and offers to personally accept her as his one and only disciple. His personality shifts into that of a pushy salesman, as he offers to teach her a special martial art for a hefty registration and monthly fee. He holds out his hand, palm up, and demands a large, cash-only payment of 9,000 credits to begin her training immediately. The monk remains kneeling with his hand outstretched, a desperate and hopeful look on his face as he waits for her to pay him. Seryong can only stare back at him, her expression a complete blank as she tries to process this sudden and aggressive sales pitch. She suddenly realizes that his money-grubbing tactics are exactly the same as the Asura Buddhas, confirming they are two of a kind. Outside, under the light of multiple moons, the night sky is calm and beautiful, with soft clouds drifting peacefully among the stars. Lee Mokjin continues to sit peacefully in front of the building, his hands in his pockets as he meditates in the quiet night. His eyes suddenly snap open as he senses a powerful disturbance, and he looks down the empty road with a serious expression. The ground in front of him begins to rumble and churn as a powerful vortex of earth and wind rips violently through the pavement. More and more destructive vortexes erupt from the ground, tearing deep trenches in the road as they all speed directly towards him. Despite the rapidly approaching danger, Lee calmly closes his eyes again, remaining perfectly still as the destructive forces close in on his position. The ground is torn to shreds as the twisting vortexes of earth and wind converge on the exact spot where he is sitting. Back inside, the monk's sales pitch has clearly failed, so he bluntly asks Seryong if this means she doesn't have any money. Seryong turns away, finally getting a chance to explain the real reason for her visit to the strange and dilapidated Shaolin temple. The monk, however, interrupts her with a new scheme, excitedly offering her a job as a hostess at their new quote, premium entertainment business. A new, calm voice suddenly cuts through the air, telling the tall monk that his sales pitch is enough, causing him to turn around. The voice belongs to a very short, ancient-looking monk who is wearing thick gold chains and expensive rings, and leaning on a cane. The short monk stands in the main doorway, correctly guessing that the Asura Buddha must have sent Seryong here to check up on them. The tall monk is flabbergasted, shouting in disbelief that that rotten guy somehow managed to get a beautiful woman to run his errands. Seryong looks back and forth between the two strange monks, completely lost and confused by this bizarre turn of events. The three of them stand in the huge derelict hall, a truly strange sight, as Seryong wonders what is going on here. Outside, the ground continues to tear apart as the spinning vortexes of earth rocket across the pavement, converging on Lee's location. From within the lead vortex, a man yells to his boss that someone is blocking their path, but is just an ordinary person. The boss's voice booms back with a cruel command to just ram right through him, declaring that real pros are tough on the weak. The subordinate yells his understanding, and the group of destructive vortexes continues its high-speed assault towards Lee without slowing down at all. The lead vortex is now just inches away from Lee, shaking the building behind him as it prepares for a devastating impact. Lee's eyes finally open, but only slightly, as he lets out a quiet sound of mild annoyance at being disturbed from his meditation. A voice filled with pure terror suddenly screams from the sky, ordering the unseen attackers to stop immediately and hit the brakes. Lee calmly looks up, completely unfazed, as the terrifying attack comes to a screeching and sudden halt just before it hits him. The vortexes disappear, and in their place, three men are now kneeling on the broken pavement, the leader bowing with his head to the ground. One of the kneeling subordinates looks over at his boss in total confusion, asking why he is suddenly acting this way. The boss angrily yells at his men to shut up and bow, revealing that this is the very master he had told them so much about. The two subordinates look at each other, their eyes wide with a sudden shocking understanding of who they were about to attack. Now, all three men are bowing as deeply as they can, their voices united as they shout their formal greetings to their revered grandmaster. Lee looks down at the bizarre scene before him with genuine confusion, and he calmly asks the bowing men who they are. The leader looks up, his face covered by a menacing skull-like mask, and eagerly tells Lee that it is him, his loyal student. A flashback shows a past encounter at a black market as the man reminds Lee that he was the shy boy he helped. A faint glimmer of recognition appears in Lee's eyes as he slowly begins to remember his past encounter with the strange young man. The man's story continues with more flashbacks, recalling how Lee fixed his bones and unblocked his energy channels after he cooked him noodles. He joyfully explains that because of Lee's kindness, his energy drive now works 10 times better and he has become a successful CEO. He presses his head to the ground once more in a gesture of ultimate respect, shouting his heartfelt thanks to his beloved master. Lee seems uncomfortable with the praise, explaining he only helped as a simple payment for the noodles, and asking not to be called master. The CEO insists that only the receiver of kindness can decide its true value, and begs to know Lee's name to repay him. Lee sighs and finally introduces himself as Lee Mokjin, but insists one last time that there is absolutely no need for any repayment. The CEO is struck with a brilliant idea, excitedly announcing to his men that their company will now be named Mokjin Credit Info. He then orders his men to offer their greetings once more to their new chairman, leaving Lee completely and utterly speechless. The scene shifts back inside the strange building, revealing a large, dark, and empty hall that looks like an old nightclub. Seryong now sits with the two monks, who praise her for her deep integrity in coming all this way to repay her debt. The short monk agrees, saying that he had been worried about the unjust state of the world, but her actions are a guiding light. He continues his praise, telling the other monk that her resolve to pay her debt with labor is the highest standard of morality. The tall monk agrees wholeheartedly, declaring that her character is overflowing with perfection and that she is truly qualified to be a leader. Seryong has had enough of their strange praise and stands to leave, reminding them that their deal was for the debt to be settled. The short monk looks up with a calm, almost cheerful expression and tells her that, fortunately, they are not safe at all. Seryong stares at him with wide-eyed confusion, asking him what in the world he could possibly mean by that strange statement. The monk gestures to her coffee, mentioning it costs 1,000 credits per cup because it's made from the rarest of animals. Seryong is left utterly speechless, her mind struggling to process both the monk's strange claim and the absurd price of the coffee. Outside, the members of the newly named MJ Credit Info are busily frying up mountains of sausages over several small portable stoves. The CEO stands respectfully beside Lee, asking his new master why he would eat simple sausages when he could have any expensive delicacy. With his mouth full of sausages, Lee asks the CEO why a legendary place like Shaolin would even have any debts to pay. The CEO explains that Shaolin has over 100 different debts, with the principal alone exceeding a staggering 780,000 credits. Another subordinate, holding a massive platter of steaming sausages, adds that some of those debts have been unpaid for over 30 years. The CEO reveals the most shocking fact. The enormous debt his company handles is less than 1% of Shaolin's total debt. He looks at Lee with a grim expression, emphasizing the almost unbelievable scale of the financial crisis his new master is facing. Lee, having already devoured a massive pile of sausages, looks up from his many empty plates with crumbs still on his face. He gives a simple, direct order to his new followers, telling them to stop standing around and to hurry up and fry more sausages. Back inside, the short monk explains that Shaolin has been plagued with a string of bad luck, causing their businesses to fail. The tall monk passionately agrees, shouting that the amusement park project's failure is especially unexplainable and blaming it on jealous evil spirits. Seryong takes a sip of her coffee, looking completely bewildered as she repeats the words, "an amusement park," unable to believe what she's hearing. The short monk explains that the Shaolin elders decided it was time to change with the times and transition into some new industries. A flashback shows the two monks surrounded by crumpled papers, as the short monk reveals their very first project was an amusement park. The tall monk proudly puts a hand to his chest, informing Seryong that this absolutely brilliant and foolproof idea was originally his. The short monk closes his eyes and puts his hands together, praising his senior brother's idea as a true stroke of genius. The tall monk humbly pours more coffee, saying that doing something you love for work is always the best way to succeed. He then leans towards Seryong and reveals a surprising secret. Their favorite form of entertainment has always been going to amusement parks. He specifies that the head senior's absolute favorite ride in the entire world has always been the classic Ferris wheel. He then adds that his own personal favorite ride, which he loves more than anything, is the thrilling and exciting roller coaster. He passionately explains how they invested a fortune to build the best facilities and ran the park non-stop, only closing when they slept. Seryong finally gets to ask the most important and obvious question. If they did all that, then why did it fail? The tall monk shouts back in pure, genuine frustration, telling her that that is the one thing they cannot figure out. A flashback shows the two monks gleefully riding their roller coaster, as the tall monk explains that they always paid for every ride. He throws his hands up in despair, ranting that they rode until they were dizzy, always paid in cash, yet still failed. A horrified realization begins to dawn on Seryong's face as she pieces together the monk's ridiculous story of their business failure. The tall monk continues his rant, explaining that their second business, the nightclub, also failed, despite always being at full capacity. Seryong, fearing she already knows the answer, cautiously asks just how big the club's full capacity actually was. The short monk answers with complete seriousness that the capacity was, of course, 2 people, since they are the only ones on the planet. A long, awkward silence hangs in the empty club as Seryong is left completely stunned by the sheer absurdity of it all. The short monk takes a thoughtful sip of his expensive coffee and concludes they must just be terrible at keeping track of their finances. He then reveals the real reason for their request, explaining that they had asked the Asura Buddha to send them a competent accountant. Seryong's eyes widen as she understands their true intention, realizing with dawning horror that they want her to be their accountant. The short monk gives her a simple test, placing a teapot on the table with their 2 cups and asking for the total. Seryong hesitates for a second before giving the obvious but uncertain answer that the total number of items is 3. The short monk looks to his senior brother and asks him to confirm if her surprisingly complex calculation is indeed correct. The tall monk diligently checks the math on an old, simple calculator to make sure there are no mistakes in the difficult sum. His eyes bulge with excitement as he holds up the calculator and shouts with pure joy that her answer is absolutely correct. The short monk is overjoyed, declaring Seryong a genius and thanking the Asura Buddha for blessing Shaolin with such good fortune. The tall monk bows deeply to Seryong, overcome with emotion at having found someone who can perform such basic, simple addition. Seryong can only stare blankly ahead, completely baffled by the bizarre and surreal situation she has somehow managed to find herself in. Back outside, Lee has finished another massive pile of sausages. He asks his followers what they are waiting for and why there is a delay. The CEO shouts at his subordinates, who are still cooking, demanding that they hurry up and bring more food for his master. One of the men complains that it is getting late, implying that they have been cooking for a very long time. The CEO glances at his wrist to check the time, a sudden look of concern appearing on his face as he does so. A holographic display on his arm shows that it is already well past noon, much later than any of them had realized. The CEO turns to Lee with a serious expression, telling his master they must leave because they will be arriving very soon. The scene cuts to a nervous-looking Robert, who is looking up at something massive and intimidating from inside the Blazing Devil's ship. A massive, dark object begins to eclipse one of the moons. The CEO explains they rushed here because their main creditors were coming. He explains that if the main creditors exercise their rights, all of his company's smaller claims on Shaolin's debt will become worthless. He clenches his fist in frustration, realizing with dawning horror that they are already too late and must now cut their losses. The giant object completely blocks the moon, casting a dark shadow as the CEO declares that their lives are more important than money. Lee, however, is completely unconcerned, telling the CEO to stop worrying and just grill more sausages, as he hates being interrupted while eating. The CEO bows respectfully, acknowledging his master's incredible power, but begs him to avoid this fight for his own safety. He then reveals the identity of their powerful opponents, the feared and respected Heavenly Demon Sect, which makes Lee's expression instantly change. Aboard the Blazing Devil's ship, Robert looks on with a grim expression, noting that the battleship looks different from what he's heard. The enormous spherical ship of the Heavenly Demon Sect now dominates the sky, dwarfing the Blazing Devil's ship as it hovers menacingly. From the ship's bridge, Robert and Sunja stare out the main window at the colossal structure looming silently before them. Sunja, with her usual stoic and completely emotionless expression, continues to observe the massive and intimidating warship that has appeared before them. In another part of the ship, we Soha looks on with an annoyed expression, muttering the name of their unwelcome visitors. She lets out a frustrated sigh as she looks out at the massive ship, complaining about their incredibly terrible and inconvenient luck. Robert, still watching the giant ship, hopefully suggests that perhaps their small, insignificant vessel has not been noticed by the newcomers yet. Soha corrects him, stating that their ship is so small and unimportant that they are simply being ignored by the powerful sect. A small hatch opens on the side of the massive sphere, revealing a brightly lit hangar bay deep inside the enormous vessel. A smaller, dark sphere is launched from the hangar, trailing a rainbow-colored energy beam as it shoots away from the main ship. The sphere plummets towards the city below with incredible speed, leaving a brilliant and colorful streak of light in its wake. Wee Soha and Robert silently watch the sphere's rapid descent, their faces grim as they anticipate its imminent and destructive impact. Back inside the Shaolin building, Seryong looks up with a slight blush of embarrassment, finally understanding the monk's clever and tricky wordplay. She is now in a large storage room, standing with the two monks atop a pile of boxes, the floor littered with papers. Seryong stares in disbelief at a room filled from floor to ceiling with colossal stacks of paperwork, asking what it all is. The short monk explains that it's a century's worth of miscellaneous paperwork from all their various failed and confusing business deals. Seryong turns to him, shocked, and asks if they just left all of their important financial records piled up in this messy room. The short monk explains that since they are terrible with numbers, there was no point in looking, and tells her to take her time. Seryong throws her hands up in protest, shouting that this wasn't the deal and that her debt was supposed to be clear. The short monk sighs, commenting that it seems to be true that the more of a genius a person is, the worse their social skills are. Seryong looks at him, completely confused by his strange and seemingly unrelated comment about her social skills and apparent genius-level intellect. The monk explains that words are just the wrapping paper. The real conversation is about the meaning hidden inside the package. He gives her an example, asking her to imagine a friend asking her to check in on their parents who live far away. He then asks what she would do if she arrived, and found the parents collapsed on the floor and barely alive. A small sound of understanding escapes Seryong's lips as she begins to understand his point, her expression one of defeated realization. The two monks bow to her, with the tall one praising her as a true genius for finally understanding his brother's complicated lesson. With a small, reluctant smile, Seryong accepts her fate. The monk explains that checking if they were safe was a request for help. Suddenly, a loud alarm blares through the room and the entire storage area is bathed in flashing red emergency lights. Seryong looks up, startled and alarmed by the sudden siren, recognizing it as a sign of imminent and serious danger. The short monk, however, remains perfectly calm, telling her not to mind the alarm, as it is probably just broken again. Seryong frantically corrects the monk, shouting that it's not a broken alarm, but a real emergency siren warning them of danger. Outside, the CEO and his loyal crew stand guard, ready for a confrontation, as Lee continues to eat at his small table. The small sphere that was launched from the main ship lands, revealing itself to be a transport vessel for the heavenly demon sect. The leader of the group, wearing a dark hood, walks forward with his followers, their robes marked with the sect's intimidating symbol. The large, intimidating symbol for demon is shown emblazoned on the back of the leader's dark and flowing black cloak. Lee sits with his back to the approaching sect members, completely unfazed by their arrival as he continues to enjoy his meal. The CEO and his crew watch nervously as the mysterious cloaked figures get closer, their intentions still completely unknown to the group. The sect members are all wearing strange, pointed helmets that completely obscure their faces, making them seem even more mysterious and menacing. The leader's face is hidden in the shadows of his hood, but three glowing eyes can be seen staring out from the darkness. The two groups now face each other across the wide, empty plaza under the pale and watchful light of the multiple moons. The sect members walk silently and purposefully towards Lee and his followers, their black robes flowing ominously with every single step. The three-eyed leader looks on with a calm, menacing gaze, his hidden face making his intentions completely and utterly unreadable. The CEO's crew stands ready, a tense wall of defense between their new master and the rapidly approaching and unknown threat. Lee, however, seems to exist in his own peaceful world, still happily munching on a forkful of his favorite delicious sausages. The CEO clenches his fist, vowing to buy his master enough time to eat one more sausage, even if it costs him his life. Lee, with his back still turned, gives a simple order to just grill more sausages and to pack some up for later. He then adds that they have some hungry children waiting for them, referring to the rest of the Blazing Devils crew. One of the helmeted sect members asks his leader if he should get rid of the third-rate debt collectors standing before them. The hooded leader tells him to leave them be, stating that even though their sect is called thugs, they don't trample on the weak. The CEO and his crew begin to walk forward, ready to face the powerful and intimidating members of the heavenly demon sect head-on. The CEO's eyes burn with a fierce intensity as he prepares for the inevitable and dangerous clash that is about to happen. The two groups slowly and silently close the distance between them, the tension rising with every single deliberate and menacing step. The sect members walk past Lee's dining table, completely ignoring him as if he is not even there or worth their attention. One of the members stops and disrespectfully grabs a sausage from Lee's plate, warning him to learn to lower his eyes. As he takes a bite of the stolen sausage, he warns Lee that next time, his luck will have run out. The arrogant sect member is violently interrupted mid-bite, getting planted headfirst into the ground before he can even swallow his stolen snack. The other sect members stop and turn around, shocked by the sudden, violent, and completely unexpected attack on their comrade. The CEO is already in mid-air, having just delivered the powerful blow. A single, sad sausage lies on the ground nearby. The CEO lands and turns, his face a mask of pure rage as he screams at the man for daring to interrupt his master's meal. He then immediately returns to Lee's side and bows deeply, apologizing for acting without thinking. Lee simply says he did well. The other sect members are furious at the attack on their comrade, one of them stepping forward to threaten the disrespectful CEO. The hooded leader calmly assesses the CEO's power, noting with disdain that he has only learned some cheap and unimpressive martial arts. He walks slowly towards the group, wondering aloud if he is witnessing one of those rare moments where someone defies all logic. He stops and pulls down his hood, revealing a pale, three-eyed face, and asks the CEO to identify himself immediately. The CEO gasps in shock and terror as he recognizes the man's face, shouting out the name of the legendary elder, Sam Mokwi. He turns to Lee in a panic, explaining that this is a powerful law-protecting elder who should not be in this remote place. Lee, still eating, calmly repeats his earlier request, telling his new disciple that he said to just grill the delicious sausages. The CEO spreads his arms wide, placing himself between Lee and the enemy, and bravely challenges the powerful elder to attack him. Sam Mokwi is unimpressed, stating that he asked for the CEO's identity with a punch, but his question was not answered. He calmly informs the CEO that since he chose not to answer, he will have to give his answer in the afterlife. The CEO's eye widens. He knows he can't possibly win, but resolves to hold out for as long as possible. Sam Mokwi attacks, his body erupting in a violent and powerful storm of dark purple energy as he lunges forward. The CEO is shocked by the sheer speed and incredible power of the elder's initial and very intimidating-looking attack. Sam Mokwi unleashes a powerful and destructive-looking energy blast from his open palm, aiming it directly at the terrified CEO. As the attack is about to hit, a calm voice echoes in the CEO's mind, telling him not to move. The deadly energy blast streaks past him, missing by mere inches. The CEO realizes the voice, his master's, just saved his life. The CEO stands frozen as the massive energy beam shoots past him, impacting the ground and trees far in the distance. The CEO stares at the path of destruction left by the blast, completely stunned that he is somehow still alive and unharmed. Sam Mokwi, surprised his attack missed, asks if the CEO dodged using a special technique or was simply unskilled and lucky. He prepares to strike again, shouting that he will not miss this time as he unleashes another powerful blast of purple energy. As the attack flies towards him, the CEO hears his master's voice in his head, giving him a simple, direct instruction. Lee sits calmly at his table, telepathically explaining that the movement of the enemy's pupil will reveal his true movements. Sam Mokwi's three eyes focus intently on his target, preparing to adjust his aim to ensure this attack finally hits its mark. Following his master's advice, the CEO dodges the energy beam at the last second, the purple light grazing harmlessly past his face. Sam Mokwi's eyes widen slightly in surprise, following his opponent's unexpectedly agile and precise movement as he evades the powerful attack. The CEO continues to evade, dodging another powerful energy blast that strikes the ground exactly where he had just been standing. Now furious, Sam Mokwi unleashes a flurry of invisible energy slashes, cutting through the air with incredible speed and destructive force. He unleashes his ultimate attack, a massive wave of white and purple energy from both hands, intending to end the fight now. But the CEO, now able to read his every move, meets the attack head-on, catching both of his hands. The CEO's two subordinates watch from the sidelines, their faces filled with pure shock and disbelief at what they are witnessing. The other Heavenly Demon Sect members look on in shock, completely stunned that their comrade was so easily taken down by the CEO. Lee's voice once again echoes in the CEO's mind, giving him precise instructions for how to counter the elder's next move. As Sam Mokwi recovers from his failed attack, the CEO prepares to follow his master's next wise and powerful command. Just as predicted, Sam Mokwi leaps high into the air, spinning like a top as he looks down to begin his aerial assault. The CEO focuses all of his power, clenching his fist as he prepares to unleash a powerful and decisive counterattack. He slams his fist into the ground with all his might, cracking the pavement beneath him and sending tremors through the plaza. The ground erupts in a massive explosion, sending a powerful shockwave and a wave of shattered rock hurtling upwards. Sam Mokwe is caught completely by surprise, his cloak spreading out like wings as he is suspended helplessly in the air. He is hit head-on by the powerful blast, his body enveloped in his own purple energy as he desperately tries to defend himself. He lets out a cry of pain as the force of the explosion overwhelms him, sending him tumbling back towards the ground. He crashes to the pavement and lands hard on one knee, clearly stunned and wounded by the completely unexpected counterattack. A trickle of blood runs from the corner of his mouth as he coughs, a clear sign that he has sustained internal injuries. His subordinates rush towards him in a panic, shouting out a warning to their beloved and respected elder in the sect. Sam Mokwe holds up a hand, silently ordering his concerned men to stay back and not to interfere with his ongoing battle. He looks down, a grim expression on his face, as he admits to himself that he has just been completely and utterly embarrassed. His central eye glows with a purple light as he calmly accepts that this humiliating defeat is, in its own way, a lesson. The CEO, however, is feeling anything but humble, boasting that he was going easy and could have left the elder permanently disabled. He then excitedly turns back to Lee, asking for permission to beat up the rest of the snooty and arrogant sect members. Lee, however, gives a simple and firm answer, telling his overeager disciple that he is not allowed to continue the fight. The CEO turns, completely confused by his master's unexpected command, and asks him to clarify what he means by his words. Inside the building, the Shaolin monks watch the battle, the tall monk identifying the complex martial arts technique Sam Mokwe is using. Lee tells the CEO plainly that with his current skills, there is no way he can beat his opponent in a real fight. The CEO's confidence vanishes in an instant as he begins to stammer, realizing the truth in his master's wise assessment. Outside, Sam Mokwe begins to gather his immense dark energy. Inside, the tall monk confirms he was recently promoted to elder. The tall monk then jokes, with a completely straight face, that the elder is probably just here to buy them all some drinks. The short monk tuts in disapproval, commenting that the higher one rises, the busier they should be, not out looking for drinks. He then turns his attention to Seryong and asks if the men fighting outside are her companions, offering to keep them safe. Seryong gives him a sarcastic and annoyed look, telling him to stop his three-eyed friend if he is so very worried. As if on cue, a massive blast of purple energy erupts from outside, blowing a new, larger hole in the building's wall. Outside, the CEO can only stare in absolute terror, his eye wide with fear at the incredible power now being unleashed. The CEO looks up in absolute horror at the hundreds of identical clones of Sam Mokwe floating in front of the moon. Led by the real elder, the army of clones dives down from the sky, a swirling vortex of bodies preparing an attack. The CEO is frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, and completely outmatched as he stammers in absolute and utter terror. The clones descend rapidly, each one firing a deadly beam of purple energy from their hands, all aimed directly at the CEO. Suddenly, a gigantic sausage appears out of nowhere, miraculously intercepting the barrage of energy beams and deflecting them all harmlessly away. Sam Mokwe and his clones look on in utter disbelief, their powerful attack completely neutralized by a single piece of flying food. The giant sausage crashes into the army of clones, sending them flying in every direction as the multiple illusions are instantly broken. In the midst of the chaos, the real Sam Mokwe is struck squarely in the face by a regular-sized sausage. The sausage that hit him falls limply to the ground, having served its strange and very specific yet effective purpose. Sam Mokwe lands awkwardly on top of the giant sausage that destroyed his attack, looking up in complete and utter confusion. He quickly turns his head from side to side, desperately trying to find the source of this ridiculous and impossibly powerful counterattack. His eyes land on Lee Mokjin, who is still sitting calmly at his table as if nothing has happened at all. Lee taps his fork impatiently on his plate and scolds the elder for causing a commotion while he is trying to eat. The CEO, ever the loyal disciple, immediately holds out a water bottle and orders the stunned elder to serve his master. Sam Mokwe ignores the CEO and stares at Lee, asking if he saw through his illusion or was simply lucky with his throw. His eyes widen with a shocking realization, wondering if Lee somehow modified a demonic art to weaponize a piece of food. Lee gets up from his chair, annoyed that the elder has a loose tongue for figuring out the secret of his technique. Back inside the building, the Shaolin monks continue to watch the strange and confusing confrontation with a deep sense of awe. The tall monk, his eyes wide with amazement, asks his senior brother what kind of technique the young man just used. The short monk explains that it was a demonic sect technique, but strangely, it contained no trace of any darkness or evil energy. The tall monk is incredulous, arguing that a demonic technique without darkness is as impossible as a cup of hot iced coffee. The short monk closes his eyes and agrees with his brother that what they have just witnessed should indeed be completely impossible. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, filled with a look of pure, unadulterated shock as he realizes the impossible truth of the situation. He shouts in alarm, ordering his brother to break a 1,000-year seal on their secret treasury and retrieve a legendary portrait. The tall monk stares at him, completely stunned by this unprecedented and incredibly drastic command from his usually very calm senior brother. Outside, Lee stands with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly facing the bewildered and very confused heavenly demon sect elder. Lee looks at him with a calm, almost bored expression, as if he is waiting for the elder to make his next move. Lee calmly lectures the stunned elder, stating that when talent is divided between words and actions, it loses all of its weight. As the CEO offers him a bottle of water, Lee continues his lecture, advising the elder to undergo 3 years of silent cultivation. Sam Mokwi finally loses his patience, demanding that the mysterious man before him finally reveal his true and full identity. With a sharp, nearly invisible movement, Lee strikes Sam Mokwi's pressure points, rendering him completely and utterly speechless. The powerful elder stumbles backward, completely disoriented and unable to speak, his body no longer under his own control. Lee takes a casual sip from his water bottle, calmly telling the elder that he had warned him not to run his mouth. He explains with no emotion that he has temporarily blocked the elder's mute acupoint to help with his silent cultivation training. He warns the powerless elder that if he tries to open his mouth, all of his internal energy will escape from his body. Lee then turns to the other sect members and orders them to take their talented child away and treat him immediately. The helmeted followers can only stare in silent shock and confusion, completely intimidated by Lee's overwhelming and mysterious power. The heavenly demon sect's massive ship begins to depart, retreating into the night sky after their humiliating and confusing defeat. Back on the ground, the short monk, now holding an ancient scroll, and the tall monk have come out of the building. Lee stands with his hands in his pockets, a calm expression on his face as the wind blows through his dark hair. Seryong and the 2 monks now stand before Lee, the atmosphere thick with a strange, unspoken, and very palpable tension. Seryong looks around, completely bewildered by the sudden shift in the mood, wondering why everyone looks like they are about to fight. The short monk's hands are trembling as he slowly unrolls the ancient scroll, muttering in disbelief that it cannot be true. His eyes snaps open, wide with disbelief and a hint of dawning terror as he looks upon the image on the scroll. The tall monk leans over his shoulder to look at the scroll, his own eyes bulging with an equal amount of shock. The tall monk begins to sweat, his eye wide with dawning horror as he confirms that it is a perfect, undeniable match. The scroll is revealed, showing a very crude, childlike drawing of a spiky-haired figure who looks exactly like Lee Mokjin. The tall monk shouts in a voice filled with pure terror that the man before them is the demon from the legends. He dramatically announces the figure's true identity as the legendary Lee Mokjin, the heavenly demon supreme, as Lee simply stares back. The heavenly demon sect ship continues its silent journey through the clouds, its crew and leaders completely unaware of the revelation below. Inside a grand pillared hall within the ship, a calm voice asks who dared to speak the legendary demon's name aloud. Sam Mokwi is on his knees, desperately trying to speak, but only muffled, unintelligible sounds come out of his mouth. He is prostrated on the floor before a massive, ornate throne, still unable to form any words to answer his master. From the throne, a serene, long-haired man in white robes takes a sip of tea and calmly tells him to speak slowly. Sam Mokwi remains on the floor, bowing before his master, the current heavenly demon, still unable to speak or move properly. The heavenly demon looks down at him, a hint of impatience in his voice, as he complains he can't understand him. Back at the Shaolin nightclub, the tall monk, now with a completely different, serious energy, approaches Lee's table to serve him. He solemnly pours Lee a cup of the expensive luwak coffee, his previous foolish demeanor completely and utterly gone from his face. His eyes now glow with a fiery red intensity, his demeanor transformed from a bumbling fool into a serious and powerful master. The short monk begins to tell Lee about a legend that has been passed down in Shaolin for 2,000 long years. A flashback begins, as the monk narrates that 2,000 years ago, a demon came to Shaolin along with the winter snow. The flashback shows a lone figure walking through the gates of Shaolin, the ground littered with defeated monks, as the monk narrates. The short monk explains that after their defeat, the demon sheathed his sword when they offered their lives to him in surrender. He then quotes the demon's cold words, that they were not even worthy of being killed by his hand, as Lee stares back. The short monk continues quoting the demon's final promise, that he would one day return to see if they were worthy. The short monk's eye is shown in a close-up as he finishes the story and asks Lee if he knows who said this. Lee takes a casual sip of his coffee and replies with complete indifference, dismissing the quote as something a rebellious child would say. In response to Lee's dismissive attitude, the short monk quickly unrolls the ancient scroll across the table with a flick of his wrists. With the crude drawing now lying on the table before Lee, the short monk asks what he thinks of the demon's portrait. Lee looks at the crude drawing with a hint of amusement, sarcastically commenting on how incredibly detailed the ancient drawing is. The short monk, his expression now serious and direct, asks Lee one last time to tell him his esteemed and full name. Lee finally drops the act, admitting that with such solid evidence presented before him, he cannot deny his true identity. The two monks gasp, their faces a mixture of shock and awe as they realize they are in the presence of a legend. Seryong, who has just returned from outside, looks on with a completely baffled expression, having missed the entire dramatic reveal. She walks up to a table where a single, lonely sausage sits on a plate, wondering where the rest of the food is. She looks at the CEO with an annoyed expression and asks why there is only one sausage left for her to eat. The CEO defensively explains that they are not chefs and only made the sausage because she seemed to know his master. Seryong tries a different tactic, asking if she could have one more sausage if she and Lee were, in fact, super close. The CEO looks at her suspiciously, a strange and calculating look in his eyes as he asks her exactly how close they are. Seryong leans in and explains that they are so close that Lee can't even eat a meal without her around. The CEO's eyes go wide with a sudden, dramatic, and completely unexpected realization about the nature of their close relationship. He immediately drops to the ground and bows deeply, shouting his respects to the newly revealed mistress of his great master. He then turns and yells at his subordinates, ordering them to hurry up and grill a whole box of sausages for her. Back at the main table, the short monk is now glowing with an intense red energy, asking Lee if he has come to settle his promise. Lee picks up his coffee cup and calmly says that he supposes it is finally time for him to finish this. The short monk prepares for a final battle, but Lee suddenly apologizes for his actions from his immature, younger days. The short monk is completely taken aback, his powerful energy faltering as he asks what Lee means by his strange apology. Lee looks at him with a sincere expression and admits that he truly does owe the Shaolin sect a great debt. The short monk's eye is shown in a close-up, a look of surprise on his face as Lee promises to repay his debt. The tall monk's eye goes wide with a sudden, brilliant, and very opportunistic idea about how to solve their own problems. He shouts at Lee to repay his debt right now, declaring that this is the perfect chance for him to do so. Seryong, who has happily started eating the mountain of sausages, looks up with her mouth full and asks what he said. Lee stands before her table and orders her to stop eating and go sort out Shaolin's debts, as he needs the exact amount. Seryong stares at him annoyed and confused, a half-eaten sausage on her fork, wondering why she has to do it. Lee cuts her off with simple, undeniable logic, asking how he can repay the debt unless he knows exactly how much it is. Seryong's face contorts in pure, frustrated rage as she realizes she's been perfectly and logically trapped by his clever words. Now in the massive storage room, Seryong stands defeated as Sunja begins her work, her eyes glowing as she scans the papers. Seryong turns and yells at Lee, furiously asking why he would make such a promise to pay off a 100-year-old debt. She gestures angrily, reminding him of the monk's ridiculously expensive spending habits and arguing that this debt can't be paid back easily. Lee looks up at the towering stacks of paper and calmly states that no debt is impossible to repay if you work slowly. Seryong protests that this is 100 years worth of debt, her pragmatic nature clashing with his ancient and frustrating wisdom. Lee calmly suggests that they can simply pay it back over 100 years, telling her a story about a man who moved a mountain. Seryong lets out a long, defeated sigh, completely exhausted by his ridiculously simple and completely unhelpful ancient logic. She gives in and turns to Sunja, ordering her to just give a rough calculation, telling her to ignore all the interest. Sunja, with her usual deadpan expression, explains that she has already excluded any invalid contracts and interpreted every possible loophole. Standing at the bottom of a canyon of paper, Seryong nervously guesses at the total, hoping it's not more than 500,000 credits. From the top of a paper mountain, Sunja announces the final, staggering number, a debt of over 287 million credits. Seryong's eyes are wide with utter shock, the amount far beyond anything she could have possibly imagined in her wildest dreams. Lee, however, is completely unfazed, simply asking Sunja if the calculation is exact, as a debt should be repaid with gratitude. Utterly crushed by the impossible debt, Seryong sarcastically bids Lee farewell, at which point he quickly cuffs her wrist to his. The The tall monk places a heavy hand on Seryong's shoulder, reminding her that she is now the official co-guarantor of the debt. He holds her shoulder firmly, his grip strong and unyielding, making it clear that she is now a part of this deal. The tall monk explains that her priceless android and her ship are now collateral for this massive debt, so she must keep them safe. Seryong looks up in disbelief as the monk's hand rests on her, claiming her and her property as part of the deal. Lee simply gives a cheerful, closed-eye smile and says that he made it that way because they are all like a family. Seryong looks over at him, a silent, suspicious stare on her face as she realizes he has trapped her completely and utterly. The room is once again bathed in the flashing red light of the emergency alarm as it blares loudly through the building. Seryong looks up, startled once more as the "Emergency Alert" text flashes, signaling yet another impending disaster on the chaotic planet. Outside in the darkness, the CEO and his crew are not preparing for another battle, but are calmly packing up their cooking equipment. The spherical transport ship of the Heavenly Demon Sect lands with an imposing and very ominous silence on the deserted plaza. The elder, Sam Mokwi, stands at the bottom of the ramp, bowing his head respectfully to the powerful figure descending. The crew of MJ Credit Info watches from a distance as their opponents respectfully line the path from the ship in a formation. A new, powerful figure walks down the ramp. It is Wee So-chan, the 94th and current leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The CEO holds up his empty plate, his eyes wide with shock and fear, having completely forgotten about his hunger. So-chan continues his descent, his presence radiating an immense and chilling pressure that fills the entire area around him. He stops, his calm, handsome face and piercing blue eyes, surveying the scene with an air of absolute and unquestionable authority. The CEO and his subordinates stand frozen in place, completely intimidated and overwhelmed by the newcomer's incredibly powerful and menacing aura. The CEO watches as the new leader approaches, his own elder, Sam Mokwi, bowing deeply and respectfully before him. Sam Mokwi holds his respectful bow as his powerful and intimidating leader walks silently and gracefully past him, without a word. The CEO's eyes burn with intensity as he realizes the significance of this arrival, as such a powerful elder would never bow. This powerful newcomer must be someone of incredible and supreme importance within the ranks of the Heavenly Demon Sect. One of the CEO's subordinates nervously stammers his boss's name, his voice filled with a deep and palpable sense of fear. The CEO backhands him, hissing an urgent command for his men to shut their mouths and not move a single muscle. The CEO's eye is wide with terror, understanding that the slightest wrong move in this situation could mean instant and certain death. He finds himself on his knees, not by choice, but forced down by the sheer and overwhelming pressure of the leader's aura. The CEO chokes, a pained sound escaping his lips as the invisible and crushing force around him continues to intensify. Wee So-chan looks down at him, asking if it was Lee Mokjin who unsealed his energy points and gave him his power. The CEO struggles to breathe, the immense and suffocating pressure from the sect leader becoming completely and utterly unbearable for him. He thinks to himself that he can't breathe, as Wee So-hyun's eye narrows and he repeats his very important question. The pressure intensifies into a crushing wave of purple energy as the leader demands to know if it was Lee Mokjin. The CEO lets out a strangled cry, his body about to be completely and utterly crushed by the immense demonic power. He collapses to the ground, the immense and suffocating pressure on his body finally and suddenly being released from him. Wee So-hyun stands over the fallen CEO, a displeased and very annoyed look on his handsome and powerful face. A calm voice from the direction of the Shaolin building calls out, telling him to spare the man, causing Wee So-hyun to turn. The CEO looks up, his body trembling with fear, shocked that he is somehow still alive after the terrifying ordeal. He turns to look in the direction of the voice, wondering in a panic who the newcomer is as Wee So-hyun walks away. The Heavenly Demon leader stops, his back to the CEO, his focus now entirely on the person who dared to command him. Inside, the two monks watch the scene unfold, having recognized the powerful newcomer and understanding the gravity of the situation. The tall monk states with grim certainty that the man is the current Heavenly Demon Sect leader, the powerful Wee So-hyun. The tall monk panics, shouting to his senior brother that the leader of the debt collectors has arrived to raid Shaolin. The short monk, however, remains perfectly calm, telling his brother not to worry, because this is actually a good thing. The tall monk looks at him, completely confused by his calm attitude and wondering what he could possibly mean by that. The short monk turns to him with a cunning look, explaining that they now have a solid guarantee against the sect leader. His gaze shifts to Lee Mokjin, who is now standing inside the building's hallway, revealing him as their guarantee. Outside, Wee So-chan looks up at the hole in the building's sign, his expression completely unreadable and very, very calm. From above he looks down through the hole, his eyes locking onto Lee Mokjin, who is waiting patiently for him inside. A close-up shows Wee Sochian's calm, determined face as he gazes down at his ancient and legendary predecessor. From below, Lee looks up through the hole, meeting the gaze of the current heavenly demon with an equally calm expression. The scene shifts, as the tall monk is now pouring a fresh cup of the expensive and very rare luwak coffee. The atmosphere has completely changed, as everyone is now sitting together in the nightclub for a tense, yet civil, meeting. Wee Sochian sits calmly across the table, his intense and unwavering gaze fixed directly on the ancient and powerful Lee Mokjin. Lee looks back at him, an equally calm and unreadable expression on his face, creating a silent and tense standoff. The short monk breaks the silence, telling Wee Sochian that he has come at the right time with an important announcement. He gestures to Wee Sochian, adding that since the representative for the creditors is now here, he has been spared some trouble. Wee Sochian's eye narrows slightly as he recognizes Lee, thinking to himself that this is the man from all the legends. Lee ignores the tension completely, casually taking a sip of his freshly poured and very expensive yet bitter cup of coffee. The short monk smiles at his brother, whispering that it seems the darkness over Shaolin is finally lifting and prosperity is coming. The tall monk agrees enthusiastically, declaring that it is a natural outcome for those who live diligently and work very hard. He gets carried away, boasting that his judgment in building the amusement park was correct all along, as a flashback shows them riding. The short monk looks on as his brother bows, conceding that his training has reached the path of true enlightenment. The short monk turns the conversation back to business, asking Wee Sochian how much the Shaolin sect actually owes in total. Wee Sochian explains that the current total is just under 200 million credits, but it will be a bit more. The short monk takes a deep breath, calmly commenting that they have managed to gather quite a bit of debt over the years. He then turns to Lee and asks loudly if he heard the staggering amount of money that they currently owe to him. Wee Sochian looks at the monks, his expression cold and serious, stating that he is here to negotiate the repayment method. He adds that he hopes they can come to an agreement because if not, they will have to resort to forced collection. The short monk quickly reassures him that such worries are unnecessary, and that they will of course pay their massive debt. Wee Sochian looks at them and makes his demand, which has absolutely nothing to do with money. He wants the great reversal pill. Both monks' eyes snap open in pure, utter shock, as the legendary treasure is the very last thing they expect. Wee Sochian calmly sips his tea and clarifies his demand, wanting the great reversal pill in exchange for all of Shaolin's debts. He delivers a quiet but firm ultimatum. If they refuse his generous offer, his sect will collect the debt by force. The short monk clicks his tongue in mock pity, telling Wee Sochian it's a shame he didn't arrive an hour earlier. The sect leader asks what he means, his calm demeanor faltering for a moment in confusion at the monk's strange statement. The short monk decides this is no longer his business, and tells his brother they should give the two some privacy. Wee Sochian watches them leave, his expression completely unreadable as he waits for the ancient demon to speak to him directly. Lee Mokjin breaks the silence, stating plainly that he has now officially taken on all of the Shaolin sect's massive debts. He then looks up with an expression of feigned innocence, and asks what the total amount of the debt was again. Wee Sochian's eyes widen in genuine shock at this completely unexpected and very strange turn of events that just transpired. As the two monks walk down a hallway, the short monk confirms to his brother that the rumors they had heard were true. The tall monk looks at him, still confused by the situation and not understanding what his senior brother is talking about. The short monk explains that the great reversal pill is useless for modern martial artists who use an internal energy drive. This confirms his suspicion. The rumor that the Heavenly Demon sect was trying to revive ancient internal energy techniques was true. The tall monk asks why anyone would bother trying to revive such an outdated and completely forgotten form of martial arts. The short monk speculates that the most likely reason for such a dangerous endeavor would be to surpass all known limits. He continues, explaining the grim motivation for a demonic cultivator to want to surpass all of their human limits. It means that they are actively trying to become a true and literal demon, which is a very dangerous and forbidden path. He adds that judging by the incredibly powerful and dark aura he felt from Wee Sochian earlier, he is already halfway there. The two demons now sit alone in the empty nightclub, facing each other in a silent yet very intense showdown. Watching from afar, the short monk wonders what strange karma has brought these two powerful beings together at this specific time. Wee Sochian is surprised that even with his special, heavenly demon eyes, he cannot see into this man's inner self. As if reading his mind, Lee calmly tells him not to strain himself trying to peer inside, because there is nothing within him. Wee Sochian is startled, shocked that Lee was aware of his attempt to probe him with his special and powerful eyes. Lee continues, stating that since he has taken over Shaolin's debts, the Great Reversal Pill is not his to give away. However, he makes a counteroffer, saying that he can fulfill the sect leader's need for an enhancement of his internal energy. Wei Soqian rejects the offer, stating that the moment he met Li, the Great Reversal Pill no longer mattered to him. Li looks down into his cup, his expression unreadable, and states simply that the young man does not know him at all. Wei Soqian confidently replies that he does know him, identifying him as the legendary 6th heavenly demon, the great Li Mokjin. He reveals that Li is the only human in history to achieve the legendary supreme demon state, as a flashback shows a powerful figure. Li looks up, his gaze steady and his expression completely unchanged, and repeats his quiet, firm statement, "You don't know me." Wei Soqian slams his cup down, splashing coffee everywhere, and angrily demands that Li prove his bold and arrogant assertion. The spilled coffee hangs suspended in the air, held in place by some unseen and incredibly powerful psychic force. In an instant, the liquid transforms into a deadly sharp arrowhead, pointing directly at the calm and unmoving Li Mokjin. The coffee arrow shoots across the table with incredible speed, striking Li squarely in the forehead and shattering into pieces on impact. Li looks up, a trickle of blood running down his face from the attack, his expression one of only mild surprise. Wei Soqian's eyes are wide with shock, not at his successful attack, but that Li is still sitting there, seemingly unharmed. Suddenly, the Li that was just struck slumps forward, his head falling heavily and lifelessly onto the hard table before him. The body lies completely motionless, blood dripping from the fatal head wound onto the hood of his simple black sweatshirt. Wei Soqian stares at the scene before him, a silent moment of victory hanging in the air of the empty nightclub. He scoffs, telling Li to stop playing games, stating that he is not at a level to be fooled by an illusion. The dead. Li looks up, a faint sound of realization escaping his lips as he understands that his trick has been discovered. The wound on his forehead heals in an instant as he comments that Wei Soqian is unnecessarily mature for his young age. Wei Soqian suggests they change locations, stating that their current venue is far too small for their very important conversation. He announces his next move, intending to teleport the both of them to a more suitable and private location for their discussion. A flash of light begins to envelop Wei Soqian's body as he initiates the powerful and very difficult teleportation technique. Li, however, finds the whole idea incredibly annoying and says that he thinks that right here is a perfectly fine place. As he speaks, the coffee in his own cup begins to glow with an intense blue and purple light, feigning his surprise. The heavenly demon sect's ship hovers silently and menacingly in the dark and cloudy, yet beautiful, night sky above the planet. In a grand pillared hall inside the ship, Li Mokjin suddenly materializes in a flash of purple light, instantly teleported. He looks around, annoyed, and complains that these new tricks are strange and that he does not like them at all. The two demons now face each other in the vast empty hall, the air thick with tension and a sense of history. Li turns his head, a curious look on his face as he notices something else in the room that has caught his eye. His eye widens slightly as he takes in the sight of the massive and very impressive object that stands before him. In the center of the hall stands a colossal golden statue of a man, lit by spotlights from above in the darkness. Li and Wei Soqian look up at the giant monument from its base, Li asking what in the world it is. Wei Soqian looks down at the floor, his expression filled with a cold, ancient hatred as he says Li never should have awakened. Li looks up at the statue's face from the broken floor of the Shaolin building, implying this is all a mental projection. He sees a vision of himself but much younger, with longer hair from a distant and very different past. The vision solidifies into the giant golden statue, an idealized and powerful version of his much younger and more arrogant self. The two of them stand at the base of the massive monument, as Wei Soqian declares his feelings about Li being, quote, buried. Aboard the Blazing Devil's ship, Robert is still looking on with a grim expression, noting that the battleship looks different. Wei Soha stands beside him, correcting his assessment and explaining that it is a rare and powerful supreme vessel. She walks past Robert, explaining that only the supreme leader of the heavenly demon sect is permitted to board such a ship. Robert is shocked by this revelation, shouting in alarm as he realizes this must mean the heavenly demon sect's leader is inside. Wei Soha clarifies that supreme leader does not refer to the current sect leader, but to someone who has reached the pinnacle. She adds that in the entire history of the heavenly demon sect, only one person has ever achieved that legendary status. Robert turns to her, completely confused by her history lesson, and asks what she is talking about, as it makes no sense. Wei Soha explains that for anyone who is not the supreme leader to ride in a supreme vessel is an act of treason. Her purple eye is shown in a close-up, a reflection of Wee So-hyun's face within it as she contemplates his actions. The scene shifts to Wee So-ha's thoughts, wondering what Wee So-hyun is trying to do, as Lee and he look up. As they gaze up at the monument, Wee So-hyun explains that before he could even take a step, the elders dragged him here. He continues, saying that the elders showed him the statue and gave him his one and only true purpose in his life. A flashback shows a very young Wee So-hyun standing before the statue, surrounded by the robed elders of the ancient sect. The camera looks down on the small, lonely boy from above, emphasizing his smallness in the face of his great destiny. The young Wee So-hyun looks up at the towering statue with wide, innocent eyes as the elders declare his life's purpose. Wee So-hyun narrates that as a child, the statue appeared so grand and impossibly big, as if it had no end. He explains that he visited the statue every year on his birthday, but no matter how much he grew, it was always just as towering. Lee tells him that his goal is misguided, warning him that if he were to grow bigger, he would be a monster. Lee looks up at the statue's face with disdain, commenting that the elders of the sect were chosen for their ability to deceive. Wee So-hyun admits that in the past, he might not have agreed with Lee's words and might have even tried to kill him, but now, faced with the reality of the person the statue represents, he has no choice but to acknowledge the truth. He begins to explain the statue's history, revealing that it was erected in the highest place of the heavenly demon sect. A flashback shows the statue atop a remote, snow-covered mountain peak, as Wee So-hyun explains that followers cannot meet its eyes. Instead, he continues, they are required to bow to it 3 times every single day, as countless followers are shown kneeling. He adds that no one even knows the statue's name, because one must not call upon the name of a god lightly. Looking up, Wee So-hyun recounts the legend of how a single person resurrected the sect when it was on the brink of destruction. He describes how this legendary figure, relying solely on a single sword, brought the entire world to its knees in defeat. This person, he continues, then became the supreme demon and ascended to the heavens to sit beside the gods themselves. He looks at Lee and asks if that isn't impressive, and how, at this point, he is not considered a god. Finally, he turns to face Lee directly and reveals that he knows the statue's secret name, the 6th heavenly demon, Lee Mok-jin. Lee looks over at Wee So-hyun with a hint of surprise and asks him to confirm that he is the leader. Wee So-hyun proudly confirms that he is indeed the 94th leader of the heavenly demon sect, his voice filled with pride. His eyes suddenly go wide with complete and utter shock as he realizes what is happening to him at this moment. To his utter disbelief, Lee Mok-jin is casually and condescendingly patting him on the head like he is a small child. The sect leader exclaims in shock, completely stunned by the condescending and disrespectful gesture from his legendary and ancient predecessor. Lee smiles, a genuine and warm expression on his face, and says that he is glad to have finally met him. He continues to pat the sect leader's head, praising him for leading the sect into the light and making it orthodox. Lee then pulls the stunned leader into a firm, encouraging hug, telling him that he has done a truly commendable job. Wee So-hyun is left completely speechless, his mind reeling from the unexpected praise and very strange physical affection from the ancient demon. Lee pulls back and gestures to the giant statue, telling him to demolish it, as he is 100 times more remarkable. Lee gives him a cheerful thumbs up, exclaiming that the current heavenly demon sect leader is truly amazing and very impressive. His friendly demeanor vanishes in an instant as he suggests that since the compliments are done, they should now settle the debts. Wee So-hyun stares at him, completely dumbfounded by his audacious and completely ridiculous proposal to clear the massive and outstanding debt. Lee continues, offering some advice as interest, and telling him not to bother trying to imitate the path that he walked. He warns him that he can see a darkness within him, and that if he doesn't overcome it, he will slip into hell. Wee So-hyun's expression turns deadly serious, as he declares that hell is where he must go to obtain the heavenly demon soul. Lee dismisses his goal as naive, explaining that since going to hell is his goal, he is already there in his mind. The scene cuts to Robert watching the massive ship outside, as Lee's voice explains that he cannot attain the heavenly demon soul. The view shifts to Wee So-ha, standing with her arms crossed, as Lee explains that the heavenly demon soul chooses its own host. Lee looks at him with pity, stating that by sheer luck, he doesn't have the talent that the soul actually covets. He delivers the final insult, telling him that his talent isn't even as good as the little girl he recently met. Enraged by the profound insult, Wee So-hyun's body is suddenly pierced by dozens of invisible and very painful-looking energy blades. Lee looks on, impressed, and compliments him on how well he has managed to master the 9 Heavens demon sword technique. The sect leader roars in fury, his body erupting in a massive wave of energy, summoning 2 giant, demonic guardian spirits. Lee looks up at the towering spirits and calmly recognizes the technique as the heavenly demon heaven-shattering blade. a powerful move. The two spirits merge and bring down a single, colossal energy blade, aiming to slice the ancient demon Li in half. Li, however, catches the massive blade with his bare hands, stopping the immense and destructive power with his own incredible strength. A green aura surrounds Wisokeon as he pours all of his considerable energy into his final and most powerful attack. Li looks up at him, a calm and unimpressed expression on his face, and compliments his remarkable talent for his young age. The sect leader screams in rage and strain as he unleashes all of his power in a final, desperate and futile attack. Li tries to reason with him, warning him to stop drawing on his origin energy, as it could cause permanent harm. The sect leader screams in defiance, ignoring the warning and pushing his power to its absolute and most destructive limit. Li braces himself, his body tense as he faces a blinding wall of pure golden energy from the powerful attack. Wisoshin unleashes his final, desperate attack, a massive explosion of green energy that tears through the entire grand hall. He lands, his body crouched and ready, his eyes locked on his target, convinced that his attack has finally succeeded. The entire floor of the great hall is split in two, a massive chasm now separating the two powerful demons. The sect leader thinks to himself that he has finally struck down his legendary and powerful predecessor in their great battle. His eyes are wide with a crazed, triumphant light, as he screams in his mind that he has won and killed the demon. His moment of imagined victory is cut short, as a pair of hands with glowing golden palms appear directly behind his head. The illusion shatters, as the real Li Mokjin stands behind him, revealing that the entire death scene was a mental manipulation. Li clicks his tongue, commenting on what a stubborn lad the young sect leader has turned out to be during their fight. Continuing his mental domination, Li tells him to accept this victory and live a normal life, free from his greed. Li's expression turns serious as he commands the young man to send him back to where he belongs, his voice echoing. He places a hand over Wisohyeon's eyes, and the dazed and confused young demon struggles to utter the teleport command. With a final flash of purple light, Li vanishes from the Heavenly Demon Sect's ship, his mission now finally complete. The mental strain and manipulation finally taking their toll, Wisoshin collapses unconscious, falling flat on the hard floor. Back in the Shaolin storage room, Seryong is completely bewildered, asking if the debts have really all been resolved so easily. The tall monk confirms that it is likely true, as both Li and the Heavenly Demon Leader have now disappeared. He then turns his attention to the mountains of paperwork, declaring that they should collect all the papers and burn them. He adds with a happy glint in his eye that he can now finally build a proper gym in the newly cleared space. Seryong stares at him horrified and asks if he is seriously asking her to clean up all of this mess. The tall monk points to himself and the short monk and asks who else would do it, as they are old and sick. Seryong can only stare in silent, frustrated disbelief at their blatant and very shameless attempt to avoid any and all work. She finally gives in, asking that if the debt is truly settled, then she is now finally free to leave. The short monk smiles warmly and tells her that yes, they are safe now, so she should feel free to depart. Suddenly, the tall monk's communicator chimes with the sound of a new and very large deposit being received into their account. He and the short monk exchange a look of pure, unadulterated and completely horrified shock at this new development. The short monk begins to tremble with a sense of dread, whispering in disbelief that it cannot possibly be happening again. The tall monk checks his wallet in a panic, shouting that crazy guy has deposited a new sum of 300,000 credits. The short monk puts his hands together in prayer, lamenting their terrible predicament and wondering how they will spend all this money. The tall monk complains to his senior brother, saying he told him they shouldn't have taken on a disciple in the first place. The short monk closes his eyes and explains that it must be their karma from sins committed in their past lives. The tall monk finally retracts his earlier statement, admitting that with everything that has happened, Shaolin is definitely not a safe place. Seryong stares at them, a silent, unimpressed and very tired look on her face as she listens to their strange complaints. Li Mokjin sits alone at the table in the now empty nightclub, a look of calm contemplation on his young face. He looks around the deserted room and wonders where everyone has gone, as he seems to be all alone now. The scene shifts back to the mental landscape inside the ship. Wisohyeon lies face down on the floor, unconscious. A massive, bored-looking blue demon with pink wings floats above his prone body, resting his chin on his hand. The demon looks completely uninterested in the unconscious man below him, a perfect picture of cosmic and eternal boredom. The scene cuts to the CEO and his crew, looking up at the entrance of the Shaolin building from the outside. One of the subordinates nervously suggests that if the man they saw was truly Wisohyeon, they should escape immediately. Another agrees, stating that the fact their heads are still attached is pure luck, and that a strategic retreat is best. The CEO spins around angrily and shouts at them to be silent, reminding them that his master is still inside the building. He passionately argues that a teacher is like a parent and asks how a child can run away when their parent is in danger. The nervous subordinate points out that there's nothing they can do to help anyway, as they do not have the skills. The CEO resolves that they should do what they can to help and pulls out his phone to make a call. He makes a call to a sausage distribution center and asks how much stock they have, planning to support his master. The scene returns to the nightclub, where everyone is now sitting around the table again, with Seryong having joined Lee. The short monk reveals the identity of the mysterious monk who tasked Seryong with this mission, showing a mental image. A flashback begins, showing that 30 years ago he was left as an infant at the gates of the Shaolin Temple. A close-up shows the baby, his face already covered by a tiny woven basket, wrapped in a blanket on the steps. To take in the abandoned child, the monks of Shaolin broke a century of their strict and very important seclusion. The short monk recalls that he was a good kid who trained diligently, as a flashback shows him practicing martial arts. The tall monk adds with a fond smile that he was also a bit of a troublemaker when he was young. He reminisces about carrying the young boy on his shoulders, commenting on how stubborn the boy was, even as a child. Seryong interrupts, asking why they would kick out a disciple, especially since disciples are so rare and precious these days. The short monk explains with a sad, gentle expression that they couldn't let him grow old and die all alone. He agrees with Seryong that disciples are precious, and reveals that they were the last to enter Shaolin 120 years ago. He explains that when their disciple turned 18, they planned to expel him, hoping he would live freely in the world. But the boy resisted, enduring hunger as he knelt stubbornly outside the closed gate in the cold and falling snow. The short monk continues the story, his expression somber, explaining that their disciple was ready to starve himself to death. The tall monk explains that because of his stubbornness, they had to change their tactics and give him a new mission. The short monk adds that it was their way of trying to naturally blend him with the outside world, but it backfired. The tall monk throws his hands up in frustration, complaining that their former disciple now deposits money almost every single day. Seryong, ever the pragmatist, asks a simple question. Wasn't the money enough to clear Shaolin's massive and crippling debts? The short monk looks at her with a gentle but firm expression, explaining that they cannot burden their disciple with their debt. The short monk then looks over at Lee Mokjin with a hopeful expression and says that they managed to get through it. Seryong turns to the monks and offers a simple solution to their strange and very unusual problem. She suggests saving it. The short monk explains their reasoning, that if they save the money, their former disciple will have a reason to return. The tall monk chimes in, a look of genuine sadness on his face, and adds that if they are gone, he will be alone. Seryong and Lee look on, a bit uncomfortable, as the two old monks are overcome with emotion and begin to cry. Seryong admits that while their logic doesn't make any sense at all, it somehow feels right and very, very touching. The tall monk slams his hand on the table, startling everyone, and declares that she must solve their very unusual problem. He places a wallet on the table, showing the Shaolin bank account with a balance of over 300,000 credits, with no password. He gives her a very serious and urgent command to spend all of the money as quickly as she possibly can. Seryong, a master of spending money, immediately offers a simple solution, suggesting that they just order some luxury items. The short monk slams his fist down, his face red with anger, shouting that they cannot waste money earned by the child. Seryong asks for clarification, completely confused by their very strange and completely contradictory and confusing demands and strict rules. The tall monk explains their strict spending rules. The money must be used for the two of them and spent thoroughly. Seryong looks at the short monk, who is covered in expensive-looking gold chains and rings, and asks what is up with that. The short monk explains with a gentle expression that they are all gifts from their disciple, sent every year for his birthday. The tall monk adds that his senior brother suffers in his place, revealing that half of the rings are actually his. The short monk admits that the heady beads give him a stiff neck, and the large rings make it difficult to eat. Seryong, exasperated, asks the obvious question, why not just take them off and put them in a drawer somewhere safe? Both monks suddenly lean over the table, their faces filled with righteous anger, and shout that they are gifts from their child. A long, awkward silence follows their outburst, as Seryong and Lee can only stare at the two very emotional old monks. The tall monk gets back to business, giving Seryong her final mission. The amount must be used up completely within a day. Seryong is left completely speechless, her mind reeling from the impossible and very strange task she has just been given. The heavenly demon sect's ship hovers silently in the night sky, a stark reminder of the larger conflicts still at play. The story ends on a shot of Wee Sokyeon, still lying unconscious on the floor of the grand hall, defeated and alone. Wee Sokyeon slowly begins to regain consciousness, his eyes fluttering open as he comes back to the real world. His eye snaps open, the blue iris glowing with renewed awareness as he realizes he is not dead, but very much alive. He is still in the grand hall, lying on the floor, but now, floating above him, is the bored-looking blue demon. He pushes himself up, a look of disbelief on his face, as he recognizes the creature as the legendary heavenly demon Spirit. The demon looks down at him with utter contempt, scolding him for being lazy and sleeping for over half an hour. A look of manic joy spreads across Wisokyeon's face as he believes that by killing Lee, the spirit has now become his. The demon pinches the bridge of his nose, completely exasperated by the young man's dull and very slow-witted mind. He looks away, comparing Wisokyeon to Wisoha, and mutters how different the two of them are from each other. Wisokyeon is completely confused by the demon's words, not understanding what he is talking about at all. The demon points a long, sharp, and very menacing-looking finger directly at the confused and very arrogant young man. He taps Wisokyeon on the forehead, and a vision of what truly happened during their battle floods his mind. He sees the truth of what happened. Lee Mokjin standing behind him, his hands glowing as he manipulated his mind. Wisokyeon's eyes go wide with horror as he realizes he was utterly defeated and toyed with by the ancient demon. His body erupts in a massive wave of red and black energy as his rage and humiliation explode in a fiery burst. The demon, however, looks pleased, commenting that at least his anger is of some use. He offers the enraged leader a deal, asking if he desires revenge and if he should offer his assistance. The sect leader screams that it is not revenge he wants but the demon's soul, which he would gladly offer his own for. The demon calmly replies that such a dramatic and unnecessary offering of his soul will not be necessary for their. The demon tells him to go get his revenge, and if he manages to kill Lee, the spirit will be his. Wisokyeon looks up, a new, burning and very powerful determination now filling his eyes as he accepts the deal. The demon adds one last condition, his expression unreadable, as he tells him that it is beyond his current abilities. A sudden change comes over Wisokyeon as a strange and very powerful dark energy begins to surround his body. The demon offers to lend him his arm for the fight, his own limbs stretching and twisting into a grotesque shape. The demon extends his horrifyingly long arm down towards the kneeling and very eager heavenly demon leader to seal their new pact. The scene shifts back to the Shaolin building where Seryong, Lee, the monks, and the CEO's crew are all gathered. Seryong, holding the wallet, lays out her simple plan. They just need to spend a lot of money like She enthusiastically lists off all the ways they can burn through the cash, on super expensive meals, shows, and saunas. Sunja, sitting next to her, looks on with her usual bored expression as Seryong yells about their 300,000 credit budget. The scene cuts to the roof of the building, where Lee Mokjin and the short monk are looking out at the night sky. Lee looks up at the clouds and the moons, a thoughtful expression on his face as he quietly comments on the changes. The short monk looks out at the night sky and disagrees, stating that from his perspective, nothing has changed at all. He compares the unchanging scenery of the amusement park that surrounds them to a dead, old, and completely lifeless tree. Lee looks at him, genuinely curious, and asks why the living would ever want to try and imitate a dead tree. The short monk explains his philosophy. When yesterday and today are the same, it is just like being a dead tree. Lee turns to the monk and asks if he knows why he turned his back on the Shaolin sect all those years ago. A flashback shows the younger Lee as he explains that back then he felt just as the monk does now. He recalls that when the elder of Shaolin at the time heard what he said, he offered him some very wise advice. The elder's words echo from the past, asking how the living can dare to predict what will happen on the morrow. He explained that life is like a game of dice, and tomorrow is created by the results of the dice you roll today. The younger Lee replied that he already knew the result, as he was a very arrogant and pessimistic young man. He complained that whenever he rolled the dice of life, it was always the same number, and the one he least wanted. But the elder corrected him, explaining that if you are unhappy with today's result, you simply have to roll the dice again. The words, life, is about rolling the dice, flash across the screen as the short monk is left speechless by the story. Lee explains that after that encounter he realized he hadn't actually been rolling the dice properly at all, but had been giving up. He walks away from the monk, admitting that his familiar failures had tricked him into believing he had even tried to succeed. The short monk watches him go, a silent, thoughtful expression on his face as he contemplates the profound and moving story. Suddenly, his eye snaps open as he senses something powerful and very, very wrong in the air around him. He whips his head around, his face a mask of pure shock as he looks up at the sky in horror. A truly colossal demonic entity, far larger than the one from Wisokyeon's mind, now looms over him in the sky. In another location, a second, equally powerful demonic being, surrounded by red energy, materializes with Wee Sokyeon standing beneath it. A new, even more terrifying demon with multiple wings now floats in the sky, completely dwarfing the entire amusement park complex. A piece of sausage falls from a fork onto an empty plate with a sharp and very lonely-sounding clatter. The scene is now back on the Blazing Devil's ship, where Wee Soha is sitting at the dining table, staring at her plate. Robert, eating his own sausage, asks what's wrong, wondering if she is also complaining about the burnt taste of the food. She tells him that the taste of the food is not the problem, as her voice sounds very distant and disconnected. She looks down at her arm, a look of confusion on her face as she explains that her arm won't move. Robert is very confused by her strange and very sudden complaint about her arm not being able to move at all. Wee Soha looks at her motionless hand, explaining that it feels as if one of her arms has simply vanished. Back on the Shaolin planet, the new, massive demon with multiple wings floats above the building, its presence a culmination of auras. The short monk sits on the ground, looking up at the terrifying creature in awe and terror, whispering the name of the spirit. The short monk stands defiantly before the colossal demonic apparition, shouting that a demon spirit has no right to challenge Shaolin. He suddenly gasps, his eyes snapping shut as he realizes the presence is not a spirit, but a living person. He turns to find Wee Sokyeon standing on the roof behind him, his presence radiating a powerful and very dark energy. The short monk recognizes him, surprised that the young sect leader has returned to their planet so very soon after leaving. He asks the heavenly demon leader why he has visited again, stating that he thought all the debts were settled. The sect leader replies that he is here to deliver a very important and very personal message to the ancient demon Lee. The short monk notes his informal tone of speech, a clear and very obvious sign of his deep and utter disrespect. Wee Sokyeon's body erupts in a powerful purple aura as he explains that this is the only way Lee will understand. The short monk warns him that Shaolin is not a place for outsiders to run errands for their own personal vendettas. He unleashes his own powerful red aura, creating a swirling vortex of energy as he orders Wee Sokyeon to leave now. From downstairs, Lee Mokjin looks up, sensing the powerful clash of energy from the roof as the two powerful men fight. The tall monk continues to pour coffee, seemingly oblivious to the incredibly dangerous and very loud battle happening just above them. He turns to Lee and asks if there is a problem, his face a mask of calm and very serene obliviousness. Lee replies that it is nothing significant, and that he has time for at least one more cup of his delicious coffee. As he sips, Lee thinks to himself about Wee Sokyeon's arrogant return, wondering if he is just a whining child. His internal monologue continues as the scene focuses on Wee Sokyeon on the roof, and he thinks he is very young. The tall monk looks on, confused by the strange atmosphere and Lee's quiet contemplation, and his lack of any concern. Back in the main seating area, Seryong is losing her patience with the CEO and his crew's very unhelpful suggestions. She slams her hand on the table, shouting at the crew that their suggestions are not good enough and are not expensive. A massive beam of red and purple energy shoots up from the roof of the building, a clear sign of the battle. On the roof, the short monk is now glowing with a brilliant golden and red aura, his power now fully unleashed. He summons a massive golden projection of a seated Buddha behind him, a display of incredible and very awesome spiritual energy. Wee Sokyeon is impressed, recognizing the ancient technique and realizing the rumors about the Shaolin monks being weak were false. He also notes that the monk is operating entirely with his natural chi, realizing that they have hidden their true power. The short monk explains that with just two old folks living there, they had no need for an expensive energy drive. The monk warns Wee Sokyeon that he didn't learn this skill to get into fights and urges him to leave. Wee Sokyeon scoffs at the warning, declaring that even refusal requires qualification as his own purple energy flares up around him. He unleashes a massive energy projection of a giant hand, attempting to crush the small monk with his overwhelming power. The short monk recognizes the technique with a look of pure shock, identifying it as the legendary Heavenly Demon Blood Palm. He counters with his own technique, shouting the name of the Great Prana Palm as he unleashes a powerful wave of red energy. The giant golden hand of the Buddha projection pushes forward, aiming to neutralize Wee Sokyeon's very powerful and demonic attack. The two massive energy palms collide with a deafening crash, one demonic and one divine, in a brilliant display of power. The shockwave from their clash is so immense that it creates a brilliant flash of light in space, visible from orbit. Down in the nightclub, the ceiling begins to crumble, and dust and debris rain down on Seryong and the others. The tall monk looks up, a look of shocked concern on his face as he mutters in disbelief at the destruction. He turns to Lee with a worried expression, but Lee, still sitting calmly, reassures him that he should not worry so much. Lee says that the short monk can still hold on, calmly taking another sip of his coffee, completely confident in his abilities. He lifts his now empty cup and says that he would like another, as the bitter taste is becoming more pleasing. The tall monk stares at him, completely speechless at his casual attitude, in the middle of a world-shaking and very dangerous battle. On the roof, Wei Soxian's dark energy begins to overwhelm the monk's golden light as the two powerful forces clash. The short monk pours all of his considerable strength into his technique, his face a mask of pure and utter effort. He screams at the top of his lungs for the intruder to leave as he pushes his power to its absolute limit. Wei Soxian acknowledges the monk's power, admitting that he can now boast with a great amount of pride. He declares, however, that the result of their epic and very impressive battle cannot be changed as he holds up his hand. He unleashes another, even more powerful giant hand projection, his demonic energy now tinged with a fiery and ominous red. The short monk counters with a new technique, raising his hands above his head and shouting the name of his own move. The two attacks collide in a massive, blinding explosion of light and power that rocks the entire building to its foundation. A swirling vortex of dark, destructive energy remains where the two powerful and very impressive attacks have just met. From the vortex, a massive, demonic blue hand with sharp and very menacing-looking claws begins to slowly and ominously descend. The short monk shouts in shock, his eye wide with terror as he realizes his powerful attack has ultimately failed him. The entire rooftop is engulfed in a massive explosion of purple energy as the demonic hand makes its devastating impact. Downstairs, Lee's head snaps up, his expression suddenly serious as he senses a dramatic shift in the battle above them. In a blur of motion, Lee vanishes from his seat, shouting the name of the heavenly demon soul as he instantly moves. The tall monk looks up in shock to see a massive, perfectly circular hole ripped through the ceiling above where Lee was. He stares in awe at the hole, completely stunned by the immense power Lee just displayed by blasting through the structure. On the roof, Lee lands in a plume of smoke and dust, having instantly moved to the battlefield to intervene. He stands on the devastated rooftop, his expression now grim and focused as he assesses the very chaotic and messy situation. The short monk lies face down on the ground, defeated and unconscious, his small body still and unmoving in the smoke. The tall monk screams in anguish from the floor above, his voice filled with despair as he calls out his brother's name. Lee stands over the fallen monk, looking up at the smoke-filled sky as the tall monk peeks over the edge. On the rooftop, Lee Mokjin stands before a massive, ethereal projection of Wei Soxian, whose body is infused with the cosmos. The cosmic Wei Soxian looks down on him and asks if he still seems to be below his eyes now. Lee looks up at the grand display of power and simply scoffs, calling him a very foolish and naive child. The scene cuts to a single spotlight shining down in the otherwise dark and now very quiet and empty nightclub. The short monk is now lying on the table unconscious, with Sunja scanning his body with her advanced and glowing eyes. Sunja reports that the monk's entire body is filled with a poison that is not registered in any known database. The unconscious monk suddenly coughs up a large amount of blood, his small body trembling violently from the poison. The tall monk cries out in a panic, his voice filled with fear as he shouts his senior brother's name. A shot of the full moon is shown, its surface tinged with a bloody and very ominous-looking red hue. The short monk sits cross-legged on the table, his hands pressed together in meditation as he tries to fight the poison. The tall monk and Lee watch over him, their expressions grim as they wait for any change in his dire condition. The tall monk looks down at his brother, his voice filled with worry as he calls out his name in a whisper. Seryong and Sunja have now moved to a different area to discuss the very serious and quickly deteriorating situation with the monk. Seryong asks why treatment is impossible, arguing that all poisons must have some similar and exploitable properties that they can use. She offers a potential solution, asking if they can fight poison with poison, as she possesses the deadly Bangul poison. Sunja shakes her head, explaining that this poison is on another level entirely, a poison from a completely different world. Seryong is shocked by the revelation, not understanding how such a strange and otherworldly poison could possibly exist in their world. She shouts out her concern for the senior brother, her voice echoing in the large and empty, dark and quiet hall. The tall monk looks on helplessly as his brother struggles to breathe, his face a mask of pure and utter despair. He kneels beside the table and asks if his brother is conscious, urging him to circulate his chi to expel the poison. The short monk opens his eyes slightly and tells him that it is a pointless endeavor, as there is no hope. The tall monk is shocked by his brother's resignation, not understanding why he has given up on his own life so easily. The short monk pulls aside his robe to reveal the true and very horrifying source of his dire and hopeless condition. A dark purple handprint has been burned into the skin of his shoulder, a clear sign of a demonic curse. The The tall monk recognizes the mark from rumors, asking if it is the heavenly demon blood imprint palm that he has heard of. Lee Mokjin explains that the blood imprint palm is a technique that only mimics a demon, which is a very important distinction. However, he points to the mark on the monk's shoulder and clarifies that this is the heavenly demon soul imprint palm. The short monk closes his eyes, understanding now why the attack he sustained was so much more vicious than he expected. The tall monk desperately turns to Lee, begging him to save his senior brother, as he must know the cure. The short monk explains the grim reality. There is no cure, because a human cannot surpass a demon's realm. The short monk, looking up at Lee, explains that perhaps Wisokyon just wanted his message delivered, which has now been conveyed. Lee looks on, his expression unreadable, as he contemplates the meaning behind the brutal and very calculated attack on the monk. The scene cuts to Wisokyon's ship, where his new, demonic arm is trembling uncontrollably, the veins bulging with dark energy. He is hunched over on his throne, clutching the grotesque arm as his body is racked with an immense and agonizing pain. The massive blue demon spirit floats behind his throne, taunting him and asking if he should take the arm back. Wisokyon looks up, his face sweating and his eyes filled with a burning hatred, and tells the demon to keep his promise. The demon gives a wicked, knowing smile and tells the young man that he can do as he wishes. His expression then becomes thoughtful, as he says that it seems it is not his turn yet. As the scene shifts, she stands with her arms crossed, a silent, intense look on her face as she stares out at the massive ship. She turns to Robert and gives a simple, direct order to teleport her to the ship that is floating outside. Her purple eyes glow with a strange, otherworldly power as she prepares to make her very bold and very dangerous move. She finishes her command, specifying her destination as the massive, spherical ship that is waiting for her in the sky.